Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 251 Wu Qing's Dilemma. Wu Qing was paused by Yu Ran's sudden question. Not bad. Wu Qing didn't say much. She and Su Jianqian did have a good relationship. How much capital does your company currently lack? 30 million. Okay, give me an account and I'll transfer the money. Wu Qing finished writing an account in a daze. When she saw 30 million in her bank card, she was confused. She was really confused. At this speed, the speech she prepared will no longer be used? She has thought about everything from the company's positioning to the reasons for the lack of money, and even how to deal with Yu Ran Shishi's big request for shares. In the end, Yu Ran didn't say anything and just transferred the money without asking for anything. It was neat and tidy. Suddenly she laughed to herself again. Did the Yu family really care about these things? What leaked out from the cracks of their fingers was enough for them to eat. Yu Ran sat there, watching the crazy changes in Wu Qing's facial expressions. This woman must have learned to change her face. She had 7 or 8 expressions in 1 second. Surprised? When Yu Ran spoke, Wu Qing came back to his senses and nodded with a complicated expression. She was even prepared for heavy bleeding. She wouldn't be surprised even if Yu Ran asked her to accompany him drinking. She knew all the unspoken rules at work. It's just that I've never experienced smooth sailing before, but I've never eaten pork, and haven't seen a pig running. 30 million is indeed not a small amount. Regardless of how big my Yu family's business is, this money is not just a loan. Wu Qing took out a brush and wrote an IOU and handed it to Yu Ran. She thought Yu Ran was hinting at this, but Yu Ran didn't even look at it. I lent you because of Jianqian. Jianqian is my woman. She is very sensible. She is so sensible that it makes me feel bad. She has almost never asked me for anything. So if she begs me, I will invest even if it is 300 million. If you don't return it later, I will help her get to know you again. Yu Ran said it in an understatement. In fact, do you really dare not to pay him back? He is not the Wu family, the Yu family is the Jinling giant, the real black and white. Master Yu is joking, I will definitely return the favor. There was a hint of respect in Wu Qing's attitude and a hint of envy in his eyes. It's not that she hasn't heard of Yu Ran, but the Yu Ran she sees and the one she hears seem to be two different people. She thought Su Jianqian was Yu Ran's adopted lover who was abandoned here, so she and Su Jianqian cherished each other since they were both abandoned people. As a result, I told her now that it seemed not to be the case. Yu Ran was very good to Su Jianqian. It's not urgent. By the way, I heard from Jianqian last night that your company is running very well. Why is it suddenly short of such a large amount of funds? Wu Qing smiled bitterly. If it was just a creditor, she didn't want to say it. But in front of her is So Kyunkin's man, and she approves of his actions, and she just tells him everything. Wu Qing was smart since she was a child. Her parents were both warriors, and she was deeply loved by her grandfather. However, 5 years ago, her parents and grandfather were unfortunately killed on the battlefield, and she suddenly lost all favor. However, the uncle of the family was fair, and she was not in difficulty in the Wu family, until Xiao Feng came to her door, and it was her grandfather who made the engagement. Grandpa loved her the most, so she accepted without hesitation, but for her own happiness, she made a 3-year agreement with Xiao Feng. It turns out that Xiao Feng is known to everyone as a trash, and he has to protect his grandfather for his sake, making life more and more difficult. Fortunately, her cosmetics company was developing well and she could survive normally. During this time, she met Su Jianqian. As the cosmetics company developed rapidly, she acquired a new industry according to the Wu family system. However, she did not expect that her second uncle would trick her and give her an empty shell. The money in it was all foreign debts, but everything seemed normal on the surface. After she took over, she suffered crazy losses and couldn't tell the story of her suffering. She wanted to spend a lot of money to convert it into a branch company, but all the money in the company's account was in arrears, so she could only think of borrowing money. Under the control of her second uncle, very few people were willing to lend money, either targeting her body or her company. She is a proud person, how could she agree to such a dirty thing? She was a little desperate, but according to family rules, she couldn't give up the company, otherwise the cosmetics company would be taken away together. Her uncle is old-fashioned and only values rules. Others are eager for her to step down, so she is now in a dilemma. You guys are really fierce in your internal fighting. Based on the content in the book, Yu Ran found that Wu Qing was indeed not lying. He couldn't help but sigh that the Chu family, Lu family and Han family in Jinling were like this, and the Wu family here was also like this. You also have to consider whether you want to have fewer children in the future. Forget it, he can't decide this, it depends on the child's mother's support. Young Master Yu is just kidding. Wu Qing lowered his head, and when he talked about his sadness, his eyes were already a little red, and a few tears fell silently. Sorry for arousing Miss Wu's sadness. Yu Ran handed over the paper, and Wu Qing took it. He looked up and saw Yu Ran's spring-like smile, feeling dazed for a moment. Why is he so handsome? I really envy Su Jianqian. She has such a good man who is not only handsome but can also protect her from wind and rain. I really want to have such a man. Miss Wu, Miss Wu. The calls brought Wu Qing back to reality. For a moment, Wu Qing blushed a little and let out a sigh. What was he thinking? I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, I was distracted just now. It's okay, let's go downstairs to have lunch. Qian should be getting up too, I'll ask her to come with me. Wu Qing nodded, feeling more fond of Yu Ran. He knew how to advance and retreat, had boundaries, and did not eat with her alone. But then he smiled mockingly, what were you thinking? What kind of woman is not worthy of a young master of Yu Ran's level? The lunch was in full swing. Yu Ran deliberately added a little more interaction with Su Jianqian, which made Wu Qing eat lemons like crazy. You guys chat, I still have something to do. I'm still in Jinling these days. Qian, if you have any trouble, you can always come to me. After lunch, Yu Ran pulled away and left, advancing and retreating in a controlled manner, and the distance created beauty. In the room, Yu Ran closed his eyes and began to recall today's events and the next plot. Wu Qing was able to fall in love with Xiao Feng because Xiao Feng protected her from wind and rain. Although it is a bit cliché, most women do like this. So Yu Ran deliberately talked about something with Su Jianqian today, and Wu Qing would be lying if he said he wasn't envious. The seeds for the first step have been planted, and the rest will be much simpler. Although she lent money to Wu Qing, can she not get back the company's debt? She still has something to ask for, but she didn't take the initiative to mention it today. If Su Jianqian gives a little hint, won't she have to ask for it again? This is how the little white rabbit walks step by step towards the big bad wolf's trap. In addition, Xiao Feng can also do this. To win Wu Qing, Xiao Feng is a very key factor. At least they have to divorce. Wu Qing still cares about his grandfather's agreement, otherwise there will be no 3-year agreement. Although I can do it directly, doesn't it lack a bit of fun? What I want is for you, Wu Qing, to take the initiative to throw himself into my arms. Yu Ran opened his eyes. Xiao Feng, are you ready? Chapter 252 Lao Lai pays back the money. The relationship between Wu Qing and Su Jianqian has rapidly heated up and they have become hardcore besties. Su Jianqian thought that Yu Ran fell in love with Wu Qing and wanted to build a good relationship. Wu Qing thought that Su Jianqian paid a lot of money for Yu Ran to take action and was extremely moved. The relationship between the two people visibly improved. After Yu Ran left, the two went to the mall hand in hand, chatting while walking. Qian, I really envy you for having such a good husband. Wu Qing didn't tell lies, he was really envious. Yu Ran really protected Su Jianqian from the wind and rain. Su Kyunqian's eyes rolled. She finally talked about this topic all afternoon, and she needed some guidance. I'm envious. That husband of yours is really too much. He's not willing to come to the company to help you. Didn't you say you would separate from him before? Wu Qing thought for a moment, and she didn't calculate the time. It seemed that it was indeed 3 years. Yeah, but after all, Xiao Feng is the one who made the engagement with my grandfather. Even if he doesn't work, I can't just divorce him. Speaking of this, Su Jianqian jumped out immediately. Qing Qing, this is not your grandfather's business. This is your happiness. How can you not care? Do you really intend to let this marriage contract restrict you for the rest of your life? It's okay if Xiao Feng is a good person, but how can he be worthy of you now? Su Jianqian said this sincerely. Xiao Feng was good-looking but not good-looking, capable but not capable, and often caused trouble for Wu Qing. Su Jianqian couldn't stand it for a day or two. Wu Qing also had a bitter face. Did she have no objection to Xiao Feng? She certainly did, but she paid more attention to her grandfather's agreement. When her grandfather came back, he told her that he had found a good man for her and asked her to marry him. So she accepted Xiao Feng without much doubt at first, but she didn't follow blindly. She chose to marry Xiao Feng first and then develop a relationship. 3 years have passed and Xiao Feng is still sleeping on the sofa outside. How can he have any feelings? Wu Qing is also a good person among people, so how can he really look at a waste? If Xiao Feng hadn't protected her and sacrificed for her many times in the book, she wouldn't have been able to stay like this with Xiao Feng. She was a little tired after 3 years of one-way dedication. I'll think about it again. After Wu Qing returned home, he lay on the bed, his head dizzy, thinking about the conversation during the day. Grandpa, why is the person you found for me so bad? If he is really willing to work hard and make progress, I, Wu Qing, am not that kind of snobbish person. Wu Qing persuaded Xiao Feng to work in her company at least 10 times in 3 years, but Xiao Feng refused every time, leaving her helpless. If Xiao Feng doesn't work and she is busy all day long, how can she have any feelings? With a creak, the bedroom door opened. Wu Qing, has the company's matter been resolved? Do you need help? Xiao Feng pushed the door open and entered. He and Wu Qing had an agreement that if they knocked on the door and their relationship seemed too unfamiliar, he could come in as long as Wu Qing didn't lock the door. Not yet, are you willing to help? Then come to the company tomorrow. Wu Qing's face looked happy. If Xiao Feng was willing to come to the company, it would be a good sign. No, I heard that the company has a bunch of foreign debts and if they don't want to pay them back, I can find connections to help. Wu Qing looked a little disappointed and glanced at Xiao Feng. No, you don't have to worry about this matter. If you are willing to help, you can come to work in the company. Xiao Feng, do you, a grown man, really want to clean your house all your life? Of course not, just tell me if I need you. Xiao Feng closed the door. How could he, the god of war in the north, be willing to work in a small company like yours? If he hadn't wanted to repay Mr. Wu for saving his life, he would have left long ago. Xiao Feng originally planned to repay Wu Qing's favor and leave. After all, this is not his stage. He wants to return to the north. I heard that the northern army suffered repeated defeats during his absence in the past few years. It would have been far worse without him. He will return to the battlefield, the flag will rise, and the enemy will be afraid. Wu Qing was planning how to use the funds provided by Yu Ran. Xiao Feng had just reminded her that there were still a group of people whose debts had not been repaid, and she would have to ask for them sooner or later. Well, what did you say? Those people were still unwilling to return the money and even said they called the police. Xiao Feng was speechless. When did some old gangster threaten him with calling the police? Brother Xiao, these people are just like meat on a hob. They just don't want to pay back the money. If they dare to do something, they dare to call the police. We can't be cruel. A bitter voice came from the other side. They did not expect that the old man would threaten them with the police, and they were speechless for a while. Those old gangsters refused to pay back the money. If they called the police, they would have to pay back the money. If they really beat him, they would be in big trouble. They are not in the military status now. Okay, I understand. I'll contact Barbarian Bear and see if it's okay to put pressure on his family. Xiao Feng hung up the phone. He didn't expect that Baohe didn't threaten the group of people. He originally wanted to threaten them to make them pay back the money. Man Xiang's real name is Chu Xiang, and he is one of the 4 war kings under him. The Chu family is also a first-class family in Suzhou, which is infinitely better than the Wu family. In the past 3 years, Chu Xiang also gave Wu Qing some support, both covertly and overtly, but not much and did not dare to be too obvious. Brother Xiao, you finally contacted me. Chu Xiang was very happy. This was the first phone call Xiao Feng made to him in 3 years. That's right, Bear, I have something I need your help with. Xiao Feng briefly explained the whole story. Leave it to me, a simple matter. Chu Xiang was very happy. His eldest brother asked him to help. As for the matter, it was indeed a trivial matter for the Chu family. Wu Qing was busy with the construction of the company these days and did not ask for the account. He asked for it many times but refused to give it. Wu Qing had nothing to do with them for the time being. On the 5th day after Wu Qing received the transfer from Yu Ran, a group of uninvited guests came to her office. Wu Qing naturally knew this group of people. She ran many times and was unwilling to pay back the money. She knew them all when they turned into ashes. What wind brought you here today? Wu Qing was naturally rude to them. He didn't even bother to raise his head and just looked at the documents. Then what? We are here to pay back the money. It was our fault that we defaulted on the payment in the past, so if we pay back all the money, we will pay it back. Zhao Liu, who took the lead, returned the money and ran away. The others naturally followed the script. Under Wu Qing's stunned eyes, the debt was paid off in an instant. Wu Qing was stunned on the spot when she saw so much cash and checks. It wasn't until she went to the bank to withdraw money and deposit that she suddenly came to her senses. Is this how the money is repaid? What happened? Wu Qing was a little dizzy, but she knew this was a good thing. Naturally, her first thought was to call her best friend Su Jianqian. In her mind, Yu Ran was the only one who could do such a thing. Hey, Qing is off work? Did you remember to call me? Well, I just got off work. Qian, let me tell you something. Those people paid off all their debts today. That's a good thing. Su Jianqian was very excited, but Wu Qing was also a little confused. Didn't Su Jianqian know? Chapter 253 Whose assistance? Qian, don't you know about this? I know, isn't this what you just told me? Wu Qing wanted to laugh, but he still held it back. Qian, I'm serious, your boss really didn't do this. Su Jianqian over there also hesitated for a moment. Hey? I don't know. My boss left yesterday. Maybe he didn't tell me about this. Then please ask me if you have time. If it's true, I don't even know how to thank him. Okay, I'll go ask. Wu Qing felt that it was Yu Ran who did it. After all, the only person she knew had this ability. Just as he was thinking about it, the door opened again with a creak, and Wu Qing glanced at Xiao Feng. He had been coming in diligently these days. In the past, he sometimes wouldn't see anyone for a week. Wu Qing, do you think you are in a good mood today? Xiao Feng received Chu Xiang's answer that the matter had been settled and came to see Wu Qing's condition. Well, today those people finally paid off their debts, which solved a problem for me. As Wu Qing spoke, he looked at the phone and replied with the word yes, and immediately smiled. Xiao Feng was also in a happy mood when he saw Wu Qing smiling. He didn't intend to take credit, he just wanted to solve it. The same is true for Xiao Feng in the book, so Wu Qing was very moved when he saw it later, feeling that Xiao Feng had been silently protecting her. That's good. These people have discovered their conscience. No, Mr. Yu helped me. Mr. Yu helped me twice. Do I have to thank him? The latter sentence was more like mumbling to himself, but it was clear who Xiao Feng was. Master Yu? Which Master Yu? Xiao Feng frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Of course it's Mr. Yu Ran. He lent me money before, and now he's helping me get my debt back. He's such a good man. Wow, a good guy card. This is the brilliance of Yu Ran. If you want the debt back directly, it is one favor. If you borrow it first and then ask for it back, it is two favors. How good! But in Xiao Feng's ears, these words were so harsh. It's that playboy Yu Ran again. He's obsessed with Wu Qing and he dares to take his credit. Xiao Feng was a little angry. He was not taking credit for this incident, but he would never allow Yu Ran to take credit away from him. At this moment, he suppressed his anger and pretended to ask calmly. Wu Qing, are you sure it's Yu Ran? Could someone else be helping? Of course, Qian said, Mr. Yu is really a good person. Wow, the good guy card adds too. Wu Qing glanced at Xiao Feng with some confusion, who else could it be if he wasn't Yu Ran? Xiao Feng said nothing and quietly retreated. The call was called to Chu Xiang again. Hey, brother Xiao, is there anything else you need help with? It's okay, Barbarian Bear, how did you do that thing before? Brother Xiao, haven't you paid back the money? Do those bastards dare to lie to me? Chu Xiang's voice over there became angry, did those guys dare to lie to me? No, I'm just asking about the process. I personally led people to find them. I must take the task that Brother Xiao gave me seriously. They swore to me that they would pay back the money today. If they haven't paid back, these bastards will see if I can't destroy them. Chu Xiang was nicknamed Barbarian Bear in the army and had a bad temper. He would get angry when he thought that Xiao Feng had given him a small task and he failed to do it well. Man Xiang, are you sure? Today my wife said it was Yu Ran who did it. Yu Ran? The Jinling Yu family? How is it possible? I obviously went to look for them yesterday. Could it be that he has also looked for them before? I'll go and ask. After Chu Xiang hung up the phone, he responded to a message not long after. It has nothing to do with Yu Ran. Bang! Xiao Feng punched the table. This BD really dared to claim his own credit. You really dare to use that bit of flirtatiousness on Wu Qing. Although he has no feelings for Wu Qing, she is his wife in name only. How dare you reach out? Xiao Feng was angry, but he was not stupid enough to find trouble with Yu Ran. Yu Ran's current status was not low. But he must tell Yu Ran about deceiving Wu Qing. He knows that Wu Qing hates deception. As long as he tells it, Wu Qing will only have a bad feeling for Yu Ran. Why did you come in again? Wu Qing frowned. Xiao Feng came in so frequently. Could it be that he wanted to do something bad? As he thought about it, he unconsciously reached into the drawer and held the scissors tightly. If Xiao Feng dared to mess around, she would. Xiao Feng ignored Wu Qing's actions and just said solemnly. Repaying the money has nothing to do with Yu Ran. Don't be deceived by Yu Ran. Wu Qing looked unhappy. Okay, Yu Ran and I don't have the relationship you think. People do things openly, and you don't need to be like this. Wu Qing felt that Xiao Feng might be jealous, but he had only met Yu Ran once. He didn't even mention any conditions and had done him a big favor, so how could he let Xiao Feng slander Yu Ran? I'm serious, Yu Ran didn't do this. Xiao Feng. Wu Qing's voice rose 3 times. Don't make trouble unreasonably. Mr. Yu didn't even tell me that he did it, or I asked Qian myself. Besides, who can help me except Mr. Yu? Who will help me? Xiao Feng looked unkind, but he didn't get angry at Wu Qing after all. I asked the Chu family to do this. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Wu Qing was stunned for a moment, then his eyebrows twisted into twists. Chu family? You mean the Chu family in Suzhou? Xiao Feng, can you stop doing this? Don't you know what kind of family the Chu family is? Will they help me? Wu Qing's expression became more and more disappointed, and Xiao Feng would say anything to frame Yu Ran. If you don't believe it, I'll find someone to take her to court tomorrow. Besides, your best friend Qian isn't a good person either. Maybe she just deliberately helped Yu Ran build a good impression. Xiao Feng. Wu Qing stood up and was about to get angry, but Xiao Feng directly closed the door and walked out. Everything will be revealed tomorrow. Chu Xiang, bring someone to the company tomorrow for a confrontation. I want this matter to come to light. The next day, Xiao Feng, Chu Xiang, Wu Qing, and a group of former debtors were found in Wu Qing's office. The group of people were all trembling, not knowing what would happen next. I ask, you answer, if you dare to lie, you know the consequences. Xiao Feng changed his previous trash image, Chu Xiang glared at him from the side, and Zhao Liu and his party trembled. He actually understands that after today he can't pretend anymore, not to mention that he doesn't want to pretend anymore. He, Xiao Feng, is preparing to return with a high profile. Who came to you to ask you to pay back the money? A group of people looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to answer. Just tell the truth. Wu Qing looked at Xiao Feng with a heavy expression. Her husband seemed different from what she imagined. It's Mr. Yu. Zhao Liu answered in a low voice and glanced at Xiao Feng and Chu Xiang next to him. What did you say? Chu Xiang had a bad temper and shouted harshly. It's you, Mr. Chu, it's you. Zhao Lu's voice trembled, while Wu Qing next to him was furious. Xiao Feng, is this the answer you want to give me? Chapter 254 Wu Qing's disgust. Wu Qing's anger could no longer be suppressed. Xiao Feng not only slandered Yu Ran, but even teamed up with Chu Xiang to force the drama. Xiao Feng also looked cold, and a strong pressure directly acted on Zhao Liu. Zhao Liu was instantly crushed by this murderous intention. I ask again, who is it? Wu Qing became even more angry when he saw that Xiao Feng ignored him and intensified his threats to Zhao Liu. Go away, Xiao Feng, you can do it, right? Zhao Liu sat on the ground shivering. Yes, it's Mr. Yu and Mr. Chu who have all said it. Xiao Feng frowned instantly. His powerful killing intent would exert strong oppression on people. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to lie. In other words, Yu Ran really helped. When Wu Qing saw Xiao Feng's appearance, her expression became even more unkind. Although Xiao Feng didn't directly affect her just now, she could tell that Xiao Feng was not simple, at least he was a warrior. Xiao Feng, have you had enough trouble? Wu Qing's voice deepened, and the anger in his voice could no longer be hidden. Go away. Xiao Feng waved his hand, and Zhao Liu and others also ran out of the office in a hurry, fearful in their hearts. But thinking that he had offended the Chu family and had to go all the way to the dark side, he gritted his teeth, took out his mobile phone and started making calls. Wu Qing was sitting in the office, looking at her husband, whom she had known and yet was unfamiliar with for 3 years, with only anger in her eyes. Xiao Feng, do you want to explain it to me? Xiao Feng's expression was solemn. He always felt that something was not right about today's events. Sister-in-law, I didn't hide my identity on purpose. Wu Qing glanced at Chu Xiang next to him, ready to get angry, but thinking that he was the young master of the Chu family, he suppressed his anger and said somewhat dully. This matter is my family matter. It would be better for Mr. Chu not to get involved. After hearing this, Chu Xiang didn't dare to interrupt anymore, so he left it to his elder brother. Wu Qing, I have my own reasons for this. Besides, I didn't lie to you about the engagement. The anger in Wu Qing's eyes subsided and was replaced by disappointment. She hated deception the most. Even Xiao Feng, who was not very familiar with him, knew this, otherwise he wouldn't have thought of exposing Yu Ran. The engagement was agreed to be for 3 years. It seems to me that the time has expired. Let's find a time to terminate it. Wu Qing was disappointed and a little tired. She could tell whether Xiao Feng explained or not. Xiao Feng's identity was not simple. Since his identity is not simple, and even members of the Chu family can be mobilized, why did he say nothing when she was wronged in the past 3 years? Why did she let others bully her in the past 3 years? Why did she do nothing but wash and cook at home when she could help her? Does Xiao Feng know how much she has sacrificed in this relationship? How many people ridiculed a proud daughter of heaven for marrying a useless son-in-law? Does Xiao Feng know? A marriage is a matter between 2 people. She is the only one who pays for the whole process. Why? The grievances she had accumulated for 3 years surged into her heart like a volcano erupting, but she didn't want to talk to the 2 people in front of her. Wu Qing walked straight out of the office. She was a little tired. Wu Qing, I didn't mean to lie to you. Xiao Feng chased after him. It was true that he had something to hide, but he had his own reasons after all. Wu Qing was so considerate and would definitely understand after hearing what he said. Xiao Feng thinks so, because Wu Qing has been really talkative in the past 3 years and is the only person who defends him. She was willing to defend her good-for-nothing son-in-law before, so why can't she forgive the current god of war in the north? In the book, Wu Qing and Xiao Feng also had a big conflict because of this incident, but Xiao Feng helped Wu Qing several times after repaying the loan, and then they reconciled. But without the repayment incident as a buffer, the conflict broke out directly, and there was no room for maneuver. Xiao Feng did not see this. Wu Qing walked out of the door without saying a word and bumped into 2 policemen. The 2 policemen crossed Wu Qing and walked to Xiao Feng. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Feng? I'm from the Suzhou Police Department. Someone reported that you threatened and injured people with force. Please go back and cooperate with us in the investigation. Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were full of disbelief. Zhao Lu actually called the police. The legal awareness in this world is indeed quite weak. Xiao Feng and the others are originally from the military, practicing martial arts and don't know much about the common world. Who knew that Zhao Lu would call the police for such a trivial matter? Not to mention Xiao Feng, Wu Qing also didn't expect it. Xiao Feng thought for a moment and finally did not resist and followed the 2 policemen. He was only a suspect and did not need to be handcuffed. He was just cooperating with the investigation. Wu Qing glanced at it, said nothing, and drove home alone. Today's events made her really tired. After Wu Qing returned home, she had a simple dinner, washed up and went straight to bed. She didn't want to think about anything now, she just wanted to sleep. She was lying on the bed with blurry eyes. What was the point of my past 3 years? Thinking about it, she fell asleep. She slept very soundly. She had not slept as soundly as she did today in the past 3 years. Wu Qing slept soundly this night, thinking that when she woke up, she would be able to leave behind all the baggage, including the engagement, husband, and company. Her life has become her own again. She doesn't have to think too much about other people, doesn't have to worry about the future, and can pursue the life she wants. It's great. Wu Qing was woken up by the knock on the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, put on his clothes skillfully and opened the door. Xiao Feng looked embarrassed when he saw Wu Qing opening the door. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. The police asked you to come with me today to cooperate with the investigation. Wu Qing nodded and said nothing, which made Xiao Feng a little panicked. He saw the indifference in Wu Qing's eyes, which was very similar to the way Wu Qing looked at him when he first came here 3 years ago. The same indifference, like a stranger. Xiao Feng wanted to say something else, but Wu Qing had already left. The police asked her to cooperate, one was to give a confession, and the other was to provide surveillance video from the office. Wu Qing was very cooperative and provided everything, and his expression was indescribably relaxed. Inside the police station. Xiao Feng, are you sure you didn't use improper means to threaten the client? A policeman named Muchen was in charge of this case. He had 3 confessions in his hand, one from Wu Qing, Xiao Feng, and Zhao Liu. Xiao Feng looked serious. Comrade police, I'm sure I didn't threaten him. Muchen slapped the table and became furious. At this point, you are still lying. Several pieces of evidence show that you were intimidating, including surveillance video, which can be used as proof. Muchen quickly took out the materials and slapped them in front of Xiao Feng. Look for yourself, the video of Chu Xiong threatening Zhao Liu, and the video of you using force to coerce him in the office. You can't say that Zhao Liu fell down for no reason, right? Xiao Feng was a little irritated. He had to explain such a trivial matter. When did he threaten him? Is this Zhao Liu a good person? Suddenly another policeman whispered something into Muchen's ear, and Muchen's expression changed instantly. Chapter 255, The Rich Son-in-Law. Zhao Liu will arrive in 10 minutes. I will arrange for you to confront him. You wait first. Muchen walked outside with an unclear expression, and the policeman next to him also had a serious look on his face. Are you telling the truth that his file is top secret? Yes, it's not even enough for our director's authority. Muchen's face became a little ugly. Such a high level of authority meant that Xiao Feng was a big shot, and even their director was not qualified to inspect him. It is their normal behavior to check the files. It is really troublesome to check whether the prisoner has a criminal record or something like that. Soon Zhao Liu arrived, but as soon as he arrived, he was frightened by Xiao Feng's eyes and took 3 steps back, but he pretended to be calm and sat opposite Xiao Feng. Okay, Zhao Liu is also here. What do you think we should do about this matter? I think it's best to keep this matter private and not a big deal. Xiao Feng seemed to have known it for a long time and glanced at Zhao Liu. Zhao Liu's legs were trembling and his expression remained unchanged. I don't want to pursue this matter. I just want Xiao Feng to apologize to me. Muchen heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Liu was not a simple person. He was a big businessman who had made his fortune from scratch. He had also dealt with them. It was great that the solution was so simple. Are you worthy of my apology? Xiao Feng glanced at Zhao Liu with disdain, as much contempt as he wanted. The protagonist's common problem is that he never apologizes. What's more, Xiao Feng felt that he was not wrong at all, but that it was Zhao Liu who did not pay back the money that was the problem. Mr. Xiao, this matter is just a trivial matter. Just apologize and it's over. There's no need to make it so ugly. Muchen was on the side trying to persuade Xiao Feng whether he was mentally ill or causing such trouble for something that could be solved by just apologizing. Humph, he won't pay back the money he owes. Is there a problem with me asking him to pay back the money? Xiao Feng was not aware of his problem at all and spoke his reasons without any care. Mr. Xiao, first of all, Zhao Liu has paid back the money. Secondly, the IOU did not specify the repayment time. He is not breaking the law. But you asked Chu Xiong to threaten you with force. Secondly, it is illegal to threaten with violence. Do you understand? Muchen explained patiently that Zhao Liu's failure to pay back the money was a moral issue and had nothing to do with the law, but Xiao Feng had obviously violated the law. I won't apologize. He doesn't deserve it. I didn't hurt him. This is not a crime. Muchen sighed, it was difficult to talk to such a blind man. Mr. Xiao, what you have violated is the crime of intimidation and coercion of others by force in the Public Security Management Law. You can be punished with up to 14 days of administrative detention. Do you understand? Xiao Feng's patience was exhausted at this moment. If I don't apologize, how can you still arrest me? Chu Xiong also spoke appropriately from the side. Officer Mu, I did what happened before. In addition, my Chu family is willing to compensate for this matter. How much does it cost? Muchen looked at Zhao Liu, and the negotiation must have the consent of the parties involved. I don't want money, so it's so hard for me to just apologize. I, Zhao Liu, have been in the business world for decades and have been intimidated for nothing. Is it even possible for me to even apologize? Xiao Feng was even more angry at this time, and a pressure broke out again. Zhao Liu was directly pressed to the ground, and Muchen also started to fight. Xiao Feng, this is the police station, what are you going to do? Xiao Feng sat down indifferently. He really didn't believe what a little policeman could do to him. His patience was exhausted and he was ready to leave at any time. Seeing that Xiao Feng ignored him, Muchen was extremely angry. Xiao Feng, I know you are a big shot, but if you break the law, I will arrest you according to law. Okay, Officer Mu, according to the law, our Chu family can also grant bail. The money will be paid later, and the eldest brother is gone. Xiao Feng glanced disdainfully at Zhao Liu who was lying on the ground and strode away. Wu Qing looked at Xiao Feng with complicated eyes. Xiao Feng stopped in front of Wu Qing with a slightly soft tone. Want to go together? Wu Qing shook her head. There were some things she wanted to ask clearly. After Xiao Feng left, Wu Qing came to Muchen and lowered his voice. Officer Mu, who is Xiao Feng? Muchen also had a look of astonishment on his face. Aren't you his wife? You don't even know who he is? But Wu Qing didn't look like he was asking intentionally, he was telling the truth. I don't know either. His information is top secret and cannot be checked. Miss Wu may have found a golden husband. Wu Qing's heart was stung by the words Jingui son-in-law, Jingui son-in-law. Haha, then what does it mean to be ridiculed for the past 3 years? Wu Qing walked out of the police station. The more powerful and mysterious Xiao Feng became, the more disappointed she became. He could help her easily, but he had not said a word for 3 years. Big shot, what kind of big shot has nothing to do with her? She just wanted to live for herself. She picked up her phone and found a familiar number. Qian, are you free to go shopping with me? When Zhao Liu left the police station, his heart was pounding. When he came to a deserted place, he picked up his mobile phone and started editing information, sending out everything that happened during this period. Yu Ran looked at the message and smiled. Things went smoother than he imagined. He did find Zhao Liu and asked him to return the money. As soon as Yu Ran's identity was revealed, Zhao Liu almost trembled with fear and naturally he did not dare to shirk. Yu Ran asked Zhao Liu to return the money after Chu Xiong came to him. He expected that Xiao Feng would not let him pretend to take the credit. If Wu Qing confronts him later, he just needs to tell the truth, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. So even if Xiao Feng pressured him, Zhao Liu still said his name, because he was the one who asked Zhao Liu to pay back the money in the first place, and he was not lying. Does it matter that Chu Xiong went? It doesn't matter. As long as Zhao Liu is the first to say his name, Wu Qing will only thank him. In addition, the thing about calling the police was to expose Xiao Feng's identity to Wu Qing. Even if the police didn't tell him, Yu Ran would let Zhao Liu accidentally tell it. Xiao Feng is a big shot. Wu Qing suffered 3 years of injustice when a big shot deliberately became a son-in-law. Wu Qing hates deception the most. What will happen to the relationship between Wu Qing and Xiao Feng? Split instantly. And Yu Ran was not in Suzhou from the beginning to the end of this incident. Who would have thought that it was related to him? He only left a good reputation and left it alone. Wu Qing would only be more grateful to him. I hate Xiao Feng, but I am grateful to Yu Ran, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for why Zhao Liu helped Yu Ran? Nonsense, he didn't know which one to choose between the Yu family and the Chu family. Besides, Ken Yuran represent the Yu family, and Ken Chu Xiong represent the Chu family? Zhao Lu is not stupid, he naturally understands this kind of thing. The relationship between Xiao Feng and Wu Qing has reached the freezing point, and then it is broken only by the last straw. Regarding Xiao Feng's true identity, Xiao Feng will definitely say that he has reasons for not helping Wu Qing, but as long as his identity is exposed, what reasons can he have? The police station can't find Xiao Feng's identity, who can? There is only one person Wu Qing knows who can do it, and that is Yu Ran, so the final key lies with Su Qianqian. Qianqian baby, you have to work hard. Chapter 256 Xiao Feng's True Identity. Scumbag, Xiao Feng is a pure scumbag in this matter. The furious Su Qianqian scolded Xiao Feng, and next to her was Wu Qing, who was drinking sullenly. However, the two of them were not in the bar, which was too dangerous. They were chatting in So Kyunkin's residence. After Wu Qing left the police station, he went shopping with Su Qianqian, and finally couldn't help but talk about Xiao Feng at night. When Su Qianqian saw her best friend being wronged, she was filled with anger. This is my future sister. This Xiao Feng is too much. Forget it, I've been treating him like a dog for the past 3 years and looking for an opportunity to divorce him. Wu Qing was depressed and felt very uncomfortable. We will definitely get divorced. This kind of person is not worthy of our Qing family. But what identity should he hide? I don't know, I just said it's top secret. Wu Qing didn't even think about checking Xiao Feng's identity. She now felt that he was a stranger, nothing more. That won't work. We have to check. Qing, you gave up 3 years of your youth and your own marriage. If this BD is really rich and powerful, you must let him compensate you, otherwise why not? Su Qianqian also defended Wu Qing. Wu Qing had really suffered in the past 3 years. He supported the industry alone and had to accept all kinds of abuse, but Xiao Feng hid behind and said nothing. He doesn't look like a man at all, especially when Su Qianqian compares him with Yu Ran, the gap is huge. Wu Qing said nothing and continued to drink. His face was rosy and he was a little drunk. He leaned on Su Qianqian and cried silently. She was extremely wronged. If Xiao Feng really had no ability, she wouldn't be so sad. Why did you make me suffer so hard for 3 years if you had the ability? If you really don't like this engagement, why bother to fulfill it? Yu Ran, can you help me check Xiao Feng's identity? This Xiao Feng went too far. He actually deceived Qing for more than 3 years. Listening to So Kyunkin's voice on the phone, Yu Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "It's okay. Okay, but don't get too involved in this matter." Yu Ran thought about it and finally told Su Qianqian that it would be difficult to deal with Su Qianqian if he really made Xiao Feng anxious. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement, but she was still thinking. Is it possible that Yu Ran is not interested in Wu Qing? Don't you want me to get too involved in this matter? Could it be because Wu Qing is married, but Wu Qing has always slept in separate rooms, so Yu Ran needs to be reminded? Su Qianqian made up her mind that it would be best to recommend her best friend to Yu Ran, and her best friend had a very good impression of Yu Ran. I'm not a bad couple either. Most of Yu Ran's beauties work in groups, so it shouldn't be a problem to have a sister of my own. Wu Qing felt the headache left by the hangover and couldn't help but rub his temples with his hands. He felt a little uncomfortable but also a little comfortable. It was a strange feeling. She opened her eyes and looked at the guest room of So Kyunkin's house. She also stretched and looked at her slightly haggard self in the mirror, thinking to herself that she should drink less. After getting dressed, Su Qianqian had already prepared breakfast, and she was not polite. Only after Shiran sat down did she see the document bag next to her. Wake up and wash up. I asked my boss to investigate Xiao Feng's situation and put it on the table. If you want to see it, you can see it. Wu Qing looked complicated. Yesterday she said she didn't want to know what Xiao Feng did, but did she really not care? It can really be said that most women are duplicitous. After Wu Qing washed up and had breakfast, under So Kyunkin's gaze, he finally broke the seal and checked Xiao Feng's identity. Xiao Fengnan, 29 years old. Graduated from Kyoto Military Academy. His martial arts skill is at the 5th level of Huajin, and he last made a move 3 years ago. He once served as the Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Army and led the Battle of Taifeng Mountain and the Battle of Maihe in the Northern Territory, achieving excellent results. He was known as the God of War in the North and the youngest master of Daxia. Afterwards, he left the army for unknown reasons and chose to become a son-in-law of the Wu family. In addition to this introduction, there are various photos and other documents to support the story. Wu Qing had a complicated expression. The Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Territory, the Master of Martial Arts, even if she didn't have much contact with this aspect, she knew how high these identities were. The entire Wu family would have to praise a martial artist with Huajin level alone, but Xiao Feng showed nothing. Not to mention the identity of the God of War in the North, which was enough to help the Wu family soar to the sky. Wu Qing didn't think there was anything wrong with Xiao Feng not helping the Wu family. After all, the two were not familiar with each other. But what about myself? Haven't I been good to him in these 3 years? I gave him chances again and again, and was disappointed again and again. Is it really that Wu Qing is pretending to be noble as she hasn't consummated her marriage for 3 years? If she was really pretending to be noble, she would never defend Xiao Feng. She just hopes Xiao Feng can work harder, that's all. Su Jianqian was also frightened. Xiao Feng's identity was so exaggerated, no wonder it was a top-secret file in the police station. My boss is so awesome. I just called him last night and it was delivered this morning. Su Jianqian saw this and felt very nervous. Qing, his status is so high. If you reconcile with him, it will be an opportunity for you and the Wu family. Do you want to reconcile with him? Su Jianqian was actually a little hesitant. Theoretically, she should stand firmly on the side of divorce, but Xiao Feng's identity was too powerful. She is enough to protect Wu Qing and even the entire Wu family. It would seem even more strange if she insisted on persuading them to divorce. No, what's wrong with a high social status? I want a divorce, no matter how high my social status is, I will get a divorce. This is a decision. Wu Qing clutched the paper tightly in her hand. The higher her status, the angrier she became. What was the point of her 3 years of hard work? Su Jianqian stopped talking. She seemed to understand what Yu Ran said last night. This was not something she could get involved in. Just because Yu Ran is not afraid of Xiao Feng doesn't mean Su Jianqian can make Xiao Feng hate Yu Ran. Su Jianqian is just simple and kind, but not stupid. In her heart, Wu Qing's position could never be higher than Yu Ran's. She would never do anything that would be harmful to Yu Ran. Thank you for this, Qing, but I won't tell anyone about you. You can burn this file. It's enough for me to know this. I'm going to divorce him. Wu Qing was not a fool, so he naturally knew what this meant. Yu Ran was definitely not afraid of Xiao Feng, but that didn't mean she wanted to lead Xiao Feng to Yu Ran. This was called repaying kindness with enmity. Su Jianqian nodded and stopped trying to persuade him. She just gave Wu Qing a big hug. After Wu Qing left So Kyunkin's house, he sent a message to Xiao Feng. We'll get divorced tomorrow. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wu Qing didn't even want to negotiate with him. There was no point. She just wanted to get rid of Wu Qing. When Xiao Feng received the message, he was silent and did not reply. At that time, he did think of pretending to be a son-in-law for 3 years. First, it was to weaken his influence and also to let some people see that he had no ambition. But Wu Qing didn't know, and it was impossible to tell him these things. He didn't care about the entire Wu family, but Wu Qing did protect him for 3 years. He thought for a long time and finally replied with one word. No. Chapter 257 Wu Family Meeting. Xiao Feng didn't want to get divorced. He did have some thoughts about investigating Wu Qing at the beginning, but after 3 years, he didn't have any feelings for her. It's impossible. He saw how Wu Qing protected him, but he couldn't do anything within 3 years. If some unspoken rules were broken, some people would cause trouble for him. Now that he has finally been unblocked, Wu Qing wants to divorce him, but he disagrees. If you don't agree, then file for divorce. Wu Qing's message was very resolute, with almost no hesitation. Xiao Feng knew that Wu Qing did not like to drag things out. Forget it, just compensate her a little and let her calm down first. Xiao Feng felt that Wu Qing was just a little angry, and it would be fine once she calmed down. Besides, his identity had been exposed, and how could the snobs in the Wu family make Wu Qing divorce? That's impossible. When the time comes, I will compensate Wu Qing a little bit, and with everyone persuading him, Wu Qing will probably change his mind. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng felt much more relaxed and called Chu Xiang. Show me the intelligence about the Northern Territory in the past 3 years. Also, help Wu Qing. Once Wu Qing's affairs are dealt with, we should set off. Chu Xiang was very excited. The god of war was finally going to make a comeback. He immediately went to collect intelligence, contacted some old comrades, and started to help Wu Qing. Wu Qing did not go home for a week, but the Wu family was not surprised. Wu Qing had always been a workaholic, and he had to meet sales targets to support Xiao Feng, so it was normal for him not to go home. Xiao Feng returned to the Wu family normally, but his strength was enough for him to avoid anyone and he did not have any more conflicts with the Wu family. The end of the month soon arrived, and Bao Luanfeng and Wu Jingchong happily sat in the Wu family's meeting hall waiting for Wu Qing. In their opinion, there was no way Wu Qing would be able to complete the target, and Zhao Liu and his men were extremely difficult to deal with and would never be able to pay back the money. The news of Wu Qing receiving the reimbursement and Yuran's investment was not spread outside. Zhao Liu was not stupid, so there was no need for him to say anything to outsiders. So Bao Luanfeng and Wu Jingchong thought that Wu Qing was dead. Today, the July meeting of the Wu Family Council Hall begins. Please report on the situation of the companies you are in charge of. Wu Qingtian was responsible for presiding over the meeting, and everyone in the Wu family also began to report the situation. Wu's Jinggrun company made a profit of 1.58 million in July and attracted 2.8 million in investment, with profits increasing by 8% compared to the previous month. Wu's Tongtian company made a profit of 2.58 million in July. It has established a stable relationship with the Xiao family, and its profit increased by 5% compared to the previous month. Wu's Jiao Group lost 1.23 million in July and was not profitable. When each person reported the situation, some were happy while others were worried. Wu Qingtian did not say much, but asked the accountant next to him to record the situation and check the information. Finally it was Wu Qing's turn. Bao Luanfeng and Wu Jingchong both smiled. How are you going to fill such a big hole? Wu's Huamei company made a profit of 5.9 million in July, recovered 30 million in debt, attracted 30 million in investment, expanded the company's scale 3 times, and increased its profit by 56% compared to the previous month. In the last week, at Chu Xiang's suggestion, Wu Qing's company's sales soared, but Wu Qing didn't care. As long as the debt was paid back, everything would be fine. The smile on Bao Luanfen's face froze instantly, and Wu Jingchong even shouted out directly. Impossible, impossible! How can you collect the debt and attract investment? Wu Qing glanced at the hysterical Wu Jingchong, sneered, and looked down on him. Idiot! Now she doesn't need to worry about the future, nor does she need to worry about being bullied by others. Her attitude is countless times tougher than before. Wu Jingchong became even more angry and embarrassed when he saw Wu Qing's attitude. I see. Did you go to drink with that group of people? It's unexpected that the eldest daughter of the Wu family used this method to get back the money she owed. Wu Jingchong, if you can't speak, shut your stinky mouth. Wu Qing also stood up angrily. What did Wu Jingchong mean by drinking with her? Everyone knew what he meant. How dare this damn guy frame her like this? The other members of the Wu family were also whispering, and many people knew the situation of Wu Qing's company. Quiet! Wu Qingtian shouted angrily, and the accountant next to him nodded and said there was no problem. Wu Jing, shut up with you. Wu Qing can just get the money he owes. The people around him also nodded, agreeing with Wu Qingtian's words. Means are not the key, results are. Wu Qing suddenly felt a little chilly. Just get the arrears. They seemed to agree with what Wu Jingchong said. Why can you, Wu Qing, get the arrears? I know, brother, our Wu Qing is still pretty. Even if she gets married, people outside are flocking to her. Wu Jingchong's strange words made Wu Qing's anger reach its peak at this moment, but before she could stand up to refute, a voice came from outside. I did this. Xiao Feng walked over with his head held high, looking very different from the former son-in-law. When Wu Qing saw Xiao Feng, he didn't say anything, but the disgust in his eyes was undisguised. It was obviously Yu Ran who did it, and he wanted to take credit. The Wu family council was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. The next moment Wu Jingchong started to ridicule. Your son-in-law can get back 30 million, which is awesome. Wu Jingchong laughed heartily, and Bao Luanfeng also made timely follow-up shots. A son-in-law dares to talk so shamelessly. Are the people outside the door stupid? Everyone will be let in. The two security guards outside the door also hurriedly ran in, nodded and bowed to apologize to Bao Luanfeng. Bao Luanfeng was notoriously tough, and they didn't want to lose their jobs. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm going to ask the irrelevant people out right now. Xiao Feng stamped his feet fiercely at this time, and the evil energy on his body was revealed. I think you dare. Everyone present was restrained, and the two security guards did not dare to take action. What kind of fate are you willing to pay for 5,000 yuan a month? Rebellion, rebellion! Bao Luanfeng screamed in a high voice, and the people next to him also echoed. Kick him out! Xiao Feng looked at the group of people in the field with disdain. Xiao Feng had no intention of hiding his identity when he came today. Really? Do you know why Wu Qing's company's turnover is so high? This is done by the Chu family, do you know? Just as Xiao Feng was arrogant, a security guard hurried in from outside. Report, Chu Xiang of the Chu family is visiting. Suddenly a pin drop could be heard in the assembly hall, and only the sound of frantic swallowing could be heard. Please quickly! Wu Qingtian was the first to realize that Chu Xiang was the direct son of the Chu family. His status was so frightening that any leakage from the Chu family would make the Wu family's mouth water. Bao Luanfeng also calmed down, but his legs trembled slightly when he sat down. She is fierce, but not stupid. It would be abnormal if Chu Xiang came at this time and had nothing to do with Xiao Feng. But her stupid son Wu Jingchong still didn't think about it and was still roaring. I don't believe you can know someone like Mr. Chu. This must be a coincidence. Xiao Feng sneered, he was here to show off his muscles today. He glanced at Wu Qing from the corner of his eye and found that Wu Qing only had disgust in his eyes. In an instant, Xiao Feng's expression sank to the bottom of his face. Chapter 258 Just Want a Divorce. Xiao Feng did this kind of thing because he wanted to flex his muscles and gain favor in front of Wu Qing. In his opinion, he and Wu Qing only had minor conflicts. Wu Qing could tolerate his useless appearance for 3 years, let alone now. He also knew that Wu Qing hated deception, but he didn't deceive because he had his own reasons. Just as thousands of thoughts passed through Xiao Feng's mind, Chu Xiang soon strode in. Wu Qingtian quickly stood up to greet him. When Mr. Chu arrives, the whole Wu family will be in full bloom. Master Chu is indeed as good as the rumors say. Other members of the Wu family also began to agree, whether they heard it or not, they praised it first and then talked about it. Chu Xiong glanced around, with only contempt in his eyes. He had no good impression of such a family. If his eldest brother hadn't asked him to come, they would have deserved it. No need, Mr. Wu, I'm here today for my eldest brother. My eldest brother is called a waste by you. I heard that many people don't believe that he did the repayment. Chu Xiong stood slightly behind Xiao Feng to show his status. Wu Qingtian was also stunned on the spot. He used to think that Chu Xiong and Xiao Feng were friends at most, but now it seems that the relationship is between superior and subordinate. He had also heard that Chu Xiong was a rebellious man. How could this Xiao Feng be so virtuous as to make him surrender? Not only Wu Qingtian was stunned on the spot, but other members of the Chu family were also puzzled, but soon someone realized that Xiao Feng's identity was not simple. Oh, Mr. Chu, who said your eldest brother is useless? There is no such thing. Our Wu family has always been united and friendly. One person reacted, and the others also agreed as if they were waking up from a dream. They all saw that Chu Xiong was here to support Xiao Feng today. Yes, Mr. Chu, our Wu family is a family that loves each other. Xiao Feng is the son-in-law of our Wu family. How can we say that he is a waste? The people in the Wu family are also experienced people, and they hurriedly close the relationship with Xiao Feng. Regardless of whether they said it before or not, they will definitely deny it now. Xiao Feng is from the Wu family, so Chu Xiong will help the Wu family. They will still settle accounts. Humph, hum. Wu Qing sneered. This group of people really had breasts and mothers. At a glance, there were at least 3 or 5 people who usually made things difficult for her and were the most vicious ones. But now they are like a family that loves each other? Wu Qing's sneer made many people feel ashamed, but it was only fleeting. What's the use of face, interests are the most important. So, you are saying that my eldest brother is lying to me. Chu Xiong didn't want to speak at first, but when he saw that Xiao Feng had no intention of speaking, he had no choice but to continue speaking. Xiao Feng's eyes were already focused on Wu Qing at this time. No, there is no such thing. Young Master Chu and nephew Xiao Xian are the second son in his family who like to target Wu Qing. These things are all done by the second son's family. We and nephew Xiao Xian are a family that loves each other. The person who spoke was Wu Qing's uncle. He knew in his heart that he had to throw something out today, otherwise Chu Xiong and Xiao Feng might not give up. As for insulting Xiao Feng, almost half of the Wu family did it, but Wu Jingchong was indeed the most outrageous family, so it was naturally the most reasonable to push them out to support him. For the benefit of the family, it is natural to sacrifice Wu Jingchong's family. Bao Luanfeng said nothing, but Wu Jingchong could not resist his impulsive temper. What am I targeting? You have never called Xiao Feng a waste? You blame me for everything. Isn't he Xiao Feng a waste? He has lived in my Wu family for 3 years and has done nothing. What is he not a waste? Was Wu Jingchong wrong? That's right. Without Chu Xiong, Xiao Feng would still be the waste. A big family doesn't support idle people, but Xiao Feng does nothing. It's natural to call him a waste. But now Chu Xiong is standing up for Xiao Feng, who is Chu Xiong. He is the direct son of the Chu family. If he says a word, his Wu family will be in turmoil and will be unable to move forward, but if he says a word, the Wu family will reach a higher level. So what if you say something against your will for the sake of the Chu family? Be bold. Chu Xiong had a bad temper. When he heard that Wu Jingchong dared to insult Xiao Feng in front of him, he could not hold back and punched Wu Jingchong in the chest. Chu Xiong did not withdraw his force from this punch. Wu Jingchong felt that his internal organs had been torn apart. He instantly flew backwards and hit the main table of the Wu family meeting hall. His life and death were unknown. Don't drag him down yet, lest you taint Mr. Chu's eyes." Wu Qing's uncle spoke again, and several juniors carried Wu Jingchong out directly. Bao Luanfeng and Wu Jingchong's father also left the scene at the right time. Chu Xiong returned behind Xiao Feng again, his expression as usual. Xiao Feng didn't say a word during the whole thing, neither spoke nor objected. Everyone in the Wu family was pounding in their hearts, not knowing how it would end. Wu Qing looked at everyone in the Wu family sadly. Except for the eldest brother Wu Qingtian, who said nothing, the others regarded Chu Xiong and Xiao Feng as the emperor. Not only did she frantically slap Xiao Feng's stinky butt, but she didn't say a word even when one of her own family members was beaten. She, Wu Qing, really disliked and even hated Wu Jingchong, but how could the Wu family's behavior not chill her? "Nephew Xiao Xian, you see, you and our Wu family are all members of the same family. If you have anything to do in the future, just tell us and it will be taken care of by us. The Wu family almost said that I will be a dog for you, and you just need to give me some benefits. The Chu family will be enough to feed them if they miss a little." Wu Qing couldn't bear it anymore. "We are a family. Who is a family to him? I have already divorced him and we are no longer a family." Wu Qing knew that she would be the target of public criticism if she mentioned this, but she just wanted to say that she just didn't like Xiao Feng and wanted to divorce him. As expected, the leader was still Wu Qing's uncle Wu Tong. "Xiao Qing, what nonsense are you talking about? Nephew Xiao Fengxian and we are all one family. There is no divorce." People nearby also hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Yeah, Xiao Qing, don't talk nonsense. Where can you find such a good man as Xiao Feng? If you don't get the divorce certificate, it's not a divorce. You should live a good life. Yes, yes, a little conflict between husband and wife is nothing. You can't just decide your whole life casually." Wu Qing looked at the people around her, the sadness in her eyes became even stronger. These were her tribesmen. At this moment, they were all leaning towards Xiao Feng. Don't they know how much she has suffered in the past 3 years? They ridiculed her so much before, saying that she found a useless man, and now they are crazily praising Xiao Feng's stinky feet. What a rotten human nature! "I said, I want a divorce." Wu Qing said word by word with a firm voice without looking at Xiao Feng's expression next to him. Now Chu Xiong couldn't help it. "Sister-in-law, do you know who my brother is?" He had some reasons to hide it before. Wu Qing showed a trace of ridicule. "You know, isn't he the god of war in the north? Do I still care about his identity when I get divorced?" Wu Qing spoke word by word, and the whole audience was silent. Chapter 259 Exiting the Wu Family. God of War in the North. As soon as this word came out, the Wu family was extremely quiet. If it were just the Chu family, they would still want to try to get a hold of him, but with the status of the God of War in the North, they are not even qualified to get involved. This is a character who can truly destroy their Wu family with just one sentence. Such a golden son-in-law has been in the Wu family for 8 lifetimes, but he chose Wu Qing to get divorced. "Wu Qing, how can you treat the important matter of marriage as a child's play? You just want to leave. Have you ever taken the family seriously? Mr. Xiao, don't take it seriously." Wu Qing just said it out of anger. Wu Tong unconsciously began to call Mr. Xiao, and his body trembled. This is an opportunity for the Wu family, a great opportunity for Tongtian. Once they cling to Xiao Feng, even the first-class families in Suzhou such as the Chu family and the Ma family will no longer have to humble themselves. Yes, Wu Qing, this kind of thing cannot be decided casually. Master Xiao is such a good person, why do you want a divorce? Wu Qing, listen to my sister's advice, there are not many such good men left, don't be willful. Wu Qing looked at the ugly faces and felt nothing but sadness. Back then, these people mocked her for her poor vision, but now they are trying to persuade her to be cruel. Are family interests important? Of course they are. She, Wu Qing, works hard to create benefits for the family, but do family interests really trump everything else? Can we not care even about the will of the family members? Enough! There was an angry shout, and the whole place was silent. Wu Qing almost shouted with the loudest voice in her life. I said, I want a divorce. Then she turned to look at the silent Xiao Feng. Is this what you want to see today? Forced abortion, right? Since the agreement doesn't work, I will file for divorce tomorrow. The silent Xiao Feng finally spoke at this moment. I didn't force you to have a baby, I just wanted to help you. Some things are not what you think. I also had difficulties before. Wu Tong also took advantage of every opportunity. Yes, Mr. Xiao must have his own reasons. Look, isn't he actively trying to make up for you now? Xiao Qing is obedient. There are not many such good men left. Wu Qing didn't even look at Wu Tong, but looked at Xiao Feng fiercely. I don't care what your difficulties are, you have to divorce this marriage, or you have to divorce it. Wu Qing's aura of a hard-working strong woman instantly overflowed. She is not a vase that can be manipulated by others. Is it okay to chat in private? Xiao Feng saw that the crowd couldn't explain clearly, so he left without saying a word. As for the Wu family gathering, he didn't care at all. Chu Xiong also followed Xiao Feng and left, returning the scene to the Wu family again. Wu Qing, you are brave. This is your grandfather's agreement, and it is also the wish of our Wu family. You have no right to divorce at will. As soon as Xiao Feng left, Wu Tong's voice was no longer as gentle as before, and he directly scolded Wu Qing. He even moved out directly to Wu Qing's grandfather. This marriage contract was indeed left by her grandfather back then. I say it again, I want a divorce. Wu Qing's eyes were calm and indescribably cold. This is the will of the Wu family, you are not allowed to. Then I'll quit the Wu family. Wu Qing didn't want to listen to the nagging of the people in front of her all day long. Didn't she, Wu Qing, work hard for the Wu family before? Wu Qing. Wu Qing Tian, who was silent, spoke for the first time. Wu Qing looked at him with a much better expression than others. Brother, I know that this matter is my little sister's freedom. I hope you will fulfill it. I will withdraw from the Wu family today. Wu Qingtian's eyes were a little sad. He, the head of the family, had really failed. He needed to use his little sister in exchange for the family's interests, forcing the little sister to leave. No. Wu Tong was angry. If Wu Qing quits the Wu family, regardless of whether he divorces Xiao Fengli or not, the Wu family's new relationship will be ruined. He will never allow it. According to Article 21 of the Family Law, anyone has the right to choose to leave the family and become independent. Wu Qing, are you sure? Wu Qingtian spoke, his words a little decadent. Master! You still know that I am the head of the family. Wu Qingtian shouted angrily, and Wu Tong had no choice but to shut up. Wu Qingtian is a very stubborn person and follows family laws in almost everything. Therefore, he does not interfere in others' dealings with Wu Qing, but he does not give less to Wu Qing's things. Like a ruthless law enforcement machine, at this moment he seemed to have burst out the majesty of the family leader for the first time, and everyone else was silent. Confirmed, starting today, Wu Qing will withdraw from the Wu family. But, after Wu Qing withdraws from the Wu family, the ancestral hall will move you out, and you will no longer be part of the Wu family from now on. Before Wu Qingtian could finish speaking, Wu Tong interrupted angrily. According to the family law, the head of the family stipulates that anyone who withdraws from the Wu family is deemed to have left the house. Wu Qing's companies and her savings must be given up, including her garage. Wu Qingtian glared at Wu Tong, but he was met with Wu Tong's disdainful gaze. I understand. I will pack up everything and leave the house tomorrow. At this moment, Wu Qing no longer had any nostalgia for the Wu family and strode out. When Wu Qingtian saw Wu Qing's back, he felt mixed emotions in his heart. It is actually very simple to clean up and leave the house. Wu Qing packs some daily necessities, leaves all his bank cards and other items, and signs an agreement. Late at night, Wu Qing stroked the bed. This was the last time he slept here. Goodbye. Strange to say. It was obvious that she would lose everything tomorrow. She should have been tossing and turning today, but she was sleeping soundly at the moment. It seemed like the best day she'd had in 3 years. From now on, there will be no engagement, no verbal abuse, and no family. She Wu Qing will just be her Wu Qing. Very nice. Early the next morning, Wu Qingtian stood at the door and hesitated to speak when he saw Wu Qing dragging his suitcase. Brother, I know, I don't blame you. Wu Qingtian is one of the few people in the Wu family that Wu Qing still cares about. It is really difficult to say whether this eldest brother is good or not. It is extremely difficult to be fair. Brother is useless. You have suffered. I can't change the family rules. There is 1 million in this card. It is my own savings. You can use it. Wu Qing smiled. Brother, you're still worried that I'll starve to death outside, so there's no need. Wu Qing said no more and went straight out with the suitcase. Wu Qingtian looked bitter. Wu Qing's refusal to accept the card meant that she really wanted to break up with the Wu family. Wu Qing may still have some affection for Wu Qingtian, but it's not worth getting her involved with the Wu family anymore. Qing Qing. Su Jianqian lowered the window and waved to Wu Qing. Wu Qing sent Su Jianqian a message yesterday to pick her up. Qing Qing, have you really left the Wu family? Su Jianqian saw that Wu Qing was actually not in a good mood, so she didn't ask any more questions. Where are we going now? Go to court. When Xiao Feng received the call, his face was extremely gloomy. Wu Qing went to file for divorce. He obviously sent Wu Qing a lot of messages yesterday to ask her to meet, but Wu Qing didn't reply at all. He didn't even give him a chance to explain, and just gave him a court summons. Wu Qing, you are very good. Chapter 260 Divorce. After Xiao Feng hung up the phone angrily, his anger had already reached full level. In fact, his love for Wu Qing is not that deep, but as his wife, where does he put his face after being divorced on his own initiative? He is the god of war in the north, and his wife divorces him on his own initiative. Wouldn't he become a joke in the future? Wu Qing, I'll see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, but remember it was me who divorced you. Wu Qing picked up her phone and saw the message. She finally understood that sometimes people really laugh when they are speechless. She just replied with a good word quickly. She didn't care who abandoned whom, the last layer of shackles on her body was about to be released. Qing Qing, please come to my place for help. I feel very relaxed with your help. Su Jianqian jumped out of nowhere, holding Wu Qing's arm, and glanced at the message from Xiao Feng, showing a look of disgust. Well, as long as you don't dislike it, when will your boss come? He has helped me so many times before, and I haven't thanked him properly yet. Wu Qing turned off the screen of her phone. She had taken refuge in Su Jianqian since yesterday and still had the 30 million yuan gave her. This is not an asset of the Wu family, but she has no use for it at the moment, so she plans to return the money to Yuran. Yuran, he is very busy. Su Jianqian pursed her lips and raised her fingers. Today she might have to deal with that guy Lu Qingxiu. It's really annoying. She was the first one to snatch Yuran away from Lu Qingxiu. It's okay, just tell me when he comes to see you next time. Hey? It should be less than 2 days later. I'll tell Yuran and he will probably come over. At this time, Yuran was busy cooking with Lu Qingxiu. He was helping Lu Qingxiu. He had learned cooking skills for Lu Qingxiu before. Already together, he enjoys the process of doing all kinds of trivial things together. It seems like this is life. After finishing cooking, the two looked at each other and began to enjoy the results. After the meal, washing the dishes was left directly to the servant. The two of them sat on the sofa. Lu Qingxiu slightly clasped Yu Ran's hands. Are you busy lately? Fortunately, the Lu family is very stable now. With you as my backer, many projects can be expanded. Now the internet is in the spotlight, making money is easy, but you can't rely on the internet. Lu Qingxiu's vision is still quite vicious, but her field has also changed. In the past, she took over all matters of the Lu family, no matter how small or small. Now she only determines a general direction, and leaves the rest to the people below to freely develop. She herself pays more attention to martial arts. She entered the martial arts for a very short time, and her talent is very average. She is not as good as Lu Qingjian at all. Up to now, she is only at the 5th level of Mingjin. Lu Qingxiu was also very distressed even after using countless treasures from heaven and earth. Yu Ran's strength was too strong, and sometimes she and Yu Ran couldn't bear it, so Lu Qingjian had to help. Moreover, entering martial arts can eliminate impurities from the body and ensure youthfulness. Which woman wouldn't be tempted? The most important thing is that it is difficult for ordinary people to get pregnant with him, and even if they become pregnant, it is difficult to give birth. There is a high probability that the mother will die and the child will survive. So she had to improve her martial arts strength. For the first time, she felt that her talent was not enough. Before, she was in the shopping mall and was invincible. In martial arts, she was a real elementary school student. Lu Qingjian is very strong, but she has no sense at all. She is purely a gift from God, and her Yuanling body is too buggy. The same goes for Yu Ran. The protagonist in the book is an Jin, and Ming Jin has no understanding at all, and he can't help. Therefore, Lu Qingxiu had to put more effort into martial arts. What about you? What have you been busy with lately? Yu Ran leaned on the sofa and said with a smile. You, and you. Rogue. Although Lu Qingxiu was scolding, the expression of the iceberg female CEO was more like coquettishness. Looking at it, Yu Ran felt hot. Now he has guided everything on Xiaofeng's side. He just waits for the two to divorce, takes advantage of the situation, captures Wu Qing, and then drives Xiaofeng away from Suzhou. Xiaofeng's next destination will most likely be southern Xinjiang. I wonder how my lovely sister Li Shui is doing? He was very free before Xiaofeng went to southern Xinjiang, but he probably had to be busy when Xiaofeng left Suzhou and went to southern Xinjiang. Lu Qingxiu and Yu Ran were chatting when the phone rang at an inappropriate time. When Yu Ran saw that it was So Qianqian's call, he picked it up without hesitation. Hey, Qian, what's wrong? Oh, Wu Qing wants to treat me to dinner, okay. I'll go to Suzhou in 2 days. I miss you too, bye. When Lu Qingxiu also hung up the phone, she also laughed. Find us a new sister again? Wu Qing. Yu Ran did not avoid Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu heard it clearly. No way, Qianqian's best friend. Qian asked me to do her a favor before. She said she would treat me to dinner. Best friend? Isn't that better? Don't you just like this kind of tone? Besides, let alone best friend, she is Qianqian's mother. I'm afraid. Lu Qingxiu smiled and sat closer, as if to see the change in Yu Ran's expression. Ahem, Wu Qing and I are really innocent. I just helped Qian last time. Lu Qingxiu smiled and kissed Yu Ran's ear, and a stream of heat stimulated Yu Ran's heart. I know, but anyone can treat our young master Yu to dinner? Or a woman? Do you think I'm as easy to coax as that idiot Chu Qingkai? Lu Qingxiu was smarter than Yu Ran imagined. She didn't know how she found out about Su Jian, and Yu Ran didn't deny it. There was no need. Now I can infer the relationship with Wu Qing in just 1 or 2 sentences. Hey, my wife is too smart to be coaxed. Be brave, dare to meddle in your boyfriend's business, I will teach you a lesson today, you monster. Yu Ran picked up Lu Qingxiu and put his lips in his mouth. A formation appeared outside to block the sight of the inside and outside. What happened during the day? Now he can create an environment even if there is no environment. Wu Qing and Xiao Feng met at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two of them looked at each other without saying anything. They quickly got the divorce certificate and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wu Qing and Xiao Feng walked on opposite sides, clearly separated from each other. The two of them didn't talk a word from the moment they met until they left. Wu Qing didn't want to talk, and Xiao Feng couldn't lose face. Chu Xiong leaned on the latest off-road vehicle and curled his lips. Boss, there is no woman of your stature, and women can easily affect the speed of your knife attack. You should have left long ago. Xiao Feng snorted and was non-committal. When he was about to get in the car, he heard So Kyunkin's voice coming from over there. Ching Ching, just now my boss called and said that he plans to come to Suzhou today. It takes 2 hours to drive. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, so we can come for lunch. You can just go and invite him. There was actually quite a distance between the two cars, but Hua Jin's hearing was so amazing that Xiao Feng suddenly clenched his fists. You ran. Chapter 261 High Rewards. Yu Ran actually didn't plan to go to Suzhou in such a hurry, but the system gave him too much. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 4,000 points. Since Xiao Feng's hatred value reached 15, he received double rewards. The amount is larger and he will be given a junior 10 consecutive draws. The moment Wu Qing and Xiao Feng received their marriage certificates, the system's voice sounded in Yu Ran's mind. Yu Ran was stunned for a moment at first, but then he realized, how much? How much do you say? 4,000? Double, 8,000 points? System, you are really my brother. When has he ever seen such high points? Wu Qing is too valuable. Is this the benefit of having a young female protagonist? But then I thought about it, it's wrong, he hasn't won Wu Qing yet. Yu Ran thought deeply for a while before coming back to his senses. Why is the divorce with Wu Qing so important? This involves Xiao Feng's future plans. Xiao Feng ultimately turned the troops in the north into his own soldiers, which was not something he could do with his strength. He needs a lot of money and logistics. These were all provided to him by Wu Qing in the later stages. In fact, most people will ignore the role of logistics. In fact, logistics is the basis for supporting an army. For example, there are about 600 secret guards of the Yu family now. Do you have to pay them a salary? Not to mention too much, you have to pay 5,000 a month. Of course, Yu Ran's base salary for the Yu family's secret guards is 8,000. Just think of it as 5,000, which is 3 million a month. In addition to these, the pension for those killed in battle and the expenditure on martial arts resources are even more exaggerated. Yu Ran was able to command the secret guards with such peace of mind because his parents made a lot of money and he didn't have to worry about it. But can Xiao Feng not worry about it? Of course, if the soldiers follow you, at least you have to let others support the family. Assuming an army of 10,000 soldiers, the salary is 50 million a month, and the salary is 50 million. Where is the food and grass? What about the equipment? How much will these cost? That's why Yu Ran felt that Xiao Feng was not worthy of sympathy before. Did he really think that after a few winning teams, it would be yours? Without logistics you are nothing. As for expecting soldiers to be self-sufficient, it's too difficult. How much can be captured on the battlefield, so most armies must lose money. That's why generally only countries have armies. I can't afford it. In the book, Wu Qing established a business empire in Jiangnan province in the early stage to provide milk for Xiao Feng, otherwise the soldiers would follow him. Wu Qing's divorce from him and the breakdown of logistics proved that it was now impossible for Xiao Feng to recruit a strong team, and the way forward was almost blocked. This 4,000 points is understandable, but it's so cool. Brother Tong was really awesome today. Don't worship me, he is just a legend. So in order to reward Wu Qing, the biggest contributor, Yu Ran wanted to go to Suzhou today no matter what. The points were saved for the time being, and Yu Ran drew 10 draws in a row. However, Yu Ran curled his lips in an instant. The rubbish system gave him an earth-level intermediate skill called Shadow Technique, some healing medicine and detoxifying pills, and some useless charms. It was a rubbish lottery. The Shadow Technique is not very helpful to Yu Ran. It is a powerful martial art in the dark. It can be moved through the darkness, which feels like teleportation. It can be regarded as a supplement to the Lingzi step. Then he simply packed up and drove out directly. As Yu Ran drove to Suzhou, Su Jianqian was persuading Wu Qing earnestly. What am I going to do? Thank my boss. I don't need to go. Besides, I'm very busy in the afternoon. I have something to do at the company. That won't work. Doesn't that mean I'm alone with him? Wu Qing was a little anxious. If Su Jianqian didn't go, it would be inappropriate for her and Yu Ran to be alone together. What's the matter? Qing, you are my best friend. I trust you. I have something to do in the afternoon. Qing, I haven't been to the company for a few days because of your affairs. There are a lot of things in the company. I really can't skip work. Su Jianqian knew that Wu Qing would definitely drag her along, so she simply talked about the company's business directly. Moreover, it was because of Wu Qing that the company's business was squeezed out, so Wu Qing would definitely feel embarrassed to let her accompany him. As for whether there is anything going on in the company, even if there is nothing going on, you have to find something to do. You have to give Yu Ran some space. How could this best friend of mine escape from the clutches of the devil? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Su Jianqian was the one who made the greatest contribution to Wu Qing's capture. Humph, I wonder if Yu Ran will give her a reward. What reward should I give her? Yes, the reward is that next time she is with Lu Qingxiu, she will come first and let Lu Qingxiu watch from the side, which will PS her off to death. Apart from Chu Qingkai, Su Jianqian has the worst relationship with Lu Qingxiu. Su Jianqian liked Yu Ran in college, and she had no idea how much she was upset because of Lu Qingxiu's attitude towards Yu Ran. It would be strange if she liked him. However, for the sake of family harmony, she naturally couldn't cause trouble, but she still kept her attitude in her heart. Well, that's fine, but don't you have time to eat? Seeing Wu Qing taking the bait, Su Jianqian hurriedly chased after him. Really? Oh, my boss is coming soon. I'm leaving now. You can meet him yourself. I've got your phone number. Su Jianqian showed a satisfied smile when she left. Yu Ran's phone card only belongs to his woman. Qing, you can't escape. Besides, can Xiao Feng compare to Yu Ran even a hair? No, he can't. Su Jianqian left the scene humming a little song, leaving Wu Qing behind who was extremely nervous. Hey, where's Jianqian? Yu Ran got off the car and asked even though he knew the answer. Su Jianqian had just sent him a message and cheered him up, which made Yu Ran laugh and cry. Is your purpose so obvious? Jianqian said she's busy with company matters. Can you please give me a favor and let me treat you to a meal? It's an honor to be invited by a beautiful lady. Yu Ran walked to Wu Qing with a smile, and they stood side by side, forming a beautiful scene together. Wu Qing came to the highest standard restaurant in Suzhou. After all, Yu Ran was of that status, and he was afraid that he would not be able to get used to the food if it was too cheap. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Yu Ran and Chu Qingkai went shopping with each other at a barbecue stall late at night a few days ago and showed off their barbecue. It doesn't really matter whether it's expensive or not, as long as it tastes good. Wu Qing ate his meal elegantly while thanking Yu Ran. Mr. Yu, thank you so much. I am so grateful for lending me money and helping me collect my debts. I don't know how to repay you. Yu Ran wanted to say I will pledge myself to you but then swallowed it back. It would be better not to flirt with a girl like Wu Qing who was too serious since they were not familiar with each other yet. Nothing. I heard that you have severed your relationship with the Wu family. Then there is no point in asking for debts and borrowing money. It is not a favor. Wu Qing shook his head and said seriously. Not really. Let's put things in perspective. Mr. Yu's help was very important to me at that time, so I am very grateful to you. I heard that you left the house with nothing? So the money I used to treat me to dinner was borrowed from you. Wu Qing blushed for a moment, as if it was true. That. Ha ha ha, just kidding. I'll lend you this money temporarily. I've read Qinqin's proposal before and it's not a good idea. You can just continue to run the cosmetics company. I believe in your ability. If the money is not enough, let Qian give it to you. Financial companies are in the business of investing. Thank you, Master Yu, for your appreciation. They were half joking and half talking about business, with a good balance of relaxation and tension, and the atmosphere between them became much more familiar. Chapter 262 Conflict with Xiao Feng. After eating happily, Wu Qing and Yu Ran chatted happily. From time to time, you could see Wu Qing covering her mouth and laughing. Sometimes you can see Wu Qing's trembling flowers without having time to hide his smile, and his chest rising and falling, which is very eye-catching. Yu Ran was satisfied and happy, but Xiao Feng's fist not far away made a crunching sound. He refused Chu Xiang's suggestion to go to the restaurant. Doesn't this make him, Xiao Feng, following Wu Qing, very inferior? Hua Jun's eyesight was enough for him to see clearly from 1,000 meters away. It happened that Yu Ran and Wu Qing chose the seats by the window. Every move by Wu Qing and Yu Ran made Xiao Feng's veins bulge. When had Wu Qing ever smiled at him like this? However, Xiao Feng didn't think about the situation he and Wu Qing were in before. You are a useless son-in-law. If you don't scold you will be fine, and you will smile every day. You really treat him as a saint. When Yu Ran and Wu Qing walked out of the restaurant talking and laughing, Xiao Feng still couldn't hold it back and walked straight to Wu Qing with a gloomy expression. Is this the reason why you want to divorce me? Xiao Feng didn't look at Yu Ran, he wanted to ignore him directly. He stared at Wu Qing, trying to get Wu Qing to give him an explanation. Wu Qing was about to say something when Yu Ran directly pulled Wu Qing behind him. Wu Qing was a little stunned when he looked at his solid back. This was something she had never experienced before. You also know that she is divorced? What qualifications do you have to care about her affairs after the divorce? Why are you trying to cause trouble based on your reputation as the god of war in the north? Yu Ran sneered, not taking Xiao Feng seriously at all, and deliberately emphasized the word past. How dare a washed-up war god dare to be arrogant in front of him? To put it bluntly, even if he is the real god of war in the north, he is not qualified to be called him. Can a private soldier have a relationship with him in the southern military region? Xiao Feng's face instantly turned cold, and the cold air he exuded caused the surrounding pedestrians who wanted to watch the excitement to stay away. Making trouble? Are you the one who got in the way of our divorce? Xiao Feng did not continue, but the people around him seemed to understand, saying that Yu Ran was a mistress who interfered with other people's feelings. Some good people have already turned on the camera to record this wonderful moment. Fight! Fight! The surrounding audience was shouting in their hearts, and they had even imagined the drama of two men snatching a woman. Most of them were on Yu Ran's side, because without him, this boy was really handsome. TCH, it's a joke. I've only met Wu Qing for the second time today. The last time she came to solicit investment, you, Xiao Feng, went to the Wu family to be the son-in-law for 3 years. You have a lot of connections, but you looked at your wife. After 3 years of running around to support himself, he didn't make any money, and he didn't care at all about the various pressures on Wu Qing. There were insults from the family inside, and rumors spread by people outside. Xiao Feng, besides hiding behind women, what else would you do? Today it is you shouted at me, you deserve it. Yu Ran's eloquent speech, coupled with his extraordinary temperament, and compared with Xiao Feng, it can be said that he is a judge of superiority. Wu Qing's eyes were wet behind Yu Ran, and Yu Ran told all the grievances he had suffered in the past 3 years. He was simply the best substitute for her. Also, everyone filming nearby should stop. This is a matter of the girl's reputation. If any news is leaked today, my family will definitely sue the Yu family for infringement of privacy. If you think no one can find you online, why don't you give it a try? As soon as Yu Ran became so angry, the people around him hesitated and put away their mobile phones. They didn't dare to turn a deaf ear to what Yu Ran said. The Yu family can't find you? What's going on? The Yu family is all about the internet, not to mention that it won't be a matter of minutes before the richest family really wants to mess with you. For some reason, Wu Qing's tears flowed down desperately, as if a valve had been opened and could not be closed at all. Xiao Feng was shouted at by Yu Ran, and the people around him looked at him with disdain. They immediately felt a little confused and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran shouted loudly. "Stop! Who allowed you to leave? You scumbag!" Yu Ran deeply understood the principle of hitting a man as early as possible. At that time, he stepped in front of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng could not bear the grievance, and deliberately wanted to try Yu Ran's kung fu, so he smashed his fist directly at Yu Ran's face. Yu Ran grabbed it with his left hand and attacked Xiao Feng with his right hand at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Feng was called the god of war in the army, so he was not easy to deal with. He used his other hand to block Yu Ran's attack, and bent his right leg towards Yu Ran's abdomen. Yu Ran naturally responded with claws, kicked off his left leg, and turned 360 degrees in the air. However, his left hand did not let go of Xiao Feng's fist. In order to prevent dislocation, Xiao Feng took the initiative to release it, but it played into Yu Ran's hands. Xiao Feng attacked with his face. Xiao Feng made fists with his hands to block Yu Ran's kick, then stepped back dozens of steps, suffering a small loss. Good. There are more and more people watching. This is a downtown area, and the people in Daxia love to watch the excitement. People around them started to applaud. They were very satisfied with the show, which was wonderful. Little did they know that both Yu Ran and Xiao Feng had restrained their strength, otherwise most of the people here would have been shocked to death by the aftermath if they had used all their strength. These idiots were still clapping their hands and applauding. Just like those stupid netizens on the internet who don't know anything. Xiao Feng looked a little worried, but he also knew that he couldn't stay any longer at this moment. Too much exposure would not be a good thing for him. Although he was slightly inferior today, it was just a martial arts competition after all, not a battle. He didn't care about it. He was sure of winning with all his firepower. Xiao Feng wanted to leave, but Yu Ran showed a smile and came to Xiao Feng in an instant. Xiao Feng didn't react at all. He didn't expect that Yu Ran would actually dare to use martial arts in front of others. Xiao violated the prohibition with force, and using force at will has always been the target of severe punishment in Daxia. Snap! A crisp sound sounded, and Yu Ran's palm came into close contact with Xiao Feng's face. Xiao Feng covered his face in disbelief, never expecting that Yu Ran would slap him. Everyone should punish this kind of scumbag and give him a lifetime to make him realize the reality. Okay, good fight. There was actually a group of onlookers who joined in and cheered very much, as if Yu Ran had invited him to do it himself. However, these people were really not arranged by him. It can only be said that justice is at the heart of the people. Xiao Feng's face was gloomy, and the aura on his body could not be concealed. Yu Ran slapped Xiao Feng and stood in front of Wu Qing. If Xiao Feng was violent, he would protect Wu Qing. As for other people dying in the aftermath, it's not his fault. Who told you to like watching theater? But if Xiao Feng fell into the trap so easily, the plot would be game over. Taking the first shot was considered legitimate defense by Yu Ran. The Lingzi step he used just now had no impact on the people around him. Others only seemed to think that Yu Ran was extremely fast. Xiao Feng was basically dead once he took action. He finally suppressed his anger with reason and left in a hurry with the words wait. Xiao Feng, wait! Wu Qing stood up and took the initiative to stop Xiao Feng. Chapter 263 Mountaineering Kiss. Xiao Feng, you came here 3 years ago with my grandfather's marriage contract, and I, Wu Qing, did not hesitate to fulfill my grandfather's last wish. You know very well how I, Wu Qing, have been in the past 3 years, but you hid your identity and deceived me. Today I, Wu Qing, divorced you, and we are far apart, but today you slandered Mr. You and ruined my reputation. Today we have broken off our friendship and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Don't ever come to see me again. What Wu Qing said was so resounding that many people around him began to applaud again. Okay, this girl is pretty good. I've heard that the legitimate daughter of the Wu family married a useless son-in-law, but she never treated her harshly. This girl's character is definitely good. You also know? How dare such a son-in-law slander other people? A scumbag! Wu Qing's words directly nailed Xiao Feng to the pillar of shame. Yu Ran and Xiao Feng were fighting just now, and everyone was just watching for fun. Now that the real boss has come to an end, his heart naturally has a bias. But Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and he spoke truthfully. Immediately, the criticism was one-sided towards Wu Qing and Yu Ran, and even a passing Chinese ant spat at Xiao Feng. Bah, such a good girl, let a scumbag like you take advantage of her. No man has a good thing. He was obviously unhappy when there was a busybody nearby. Hey, ant, what are you talking about? What does it mean that men are not good things? We are different from this person. Why, if you want to quarrel, you are not a good person. The ant put her hands on her hips and looked like she was about to curse. The people next to her also left angrily. Xiao Feng couldn't help it anymore and left the scene in a few breaths. Seeing the show coming to an end, the group of people watching felt that it was not enough, so they left to look for the next show. Only some CP fans with red eyes had already imagined a novel about a domineering president falling in love with me. Let's go, there's nothing to say to this kind of person. Yu Ran casually pulled away the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce, which made the CP fans next to him crazy and cautious. He was indeed a domineering president. Wu Qing also calmed down and got in the car. What are your plans for the afternoon? Well, everything is fine. Where do you want to go, Mr. Yu? Are there any famous attractions in Suzhou? There are quite a few. Does Master Yu know anything about it? Well, the most famous things in Suzhou are the Miu Airport and the high mountains. How about we go hiking? Wu Qingdeng covered his mouth and chuckled. Suzhou did have mountains several hundred meters high. If Yu Ran was willing to go, she would naturally be willing to accompany him. After the episode just now, the relationship between Wu Qing and Yu Ran quickly became closer, and Yu Ran was already laughing in his heart. Xiao Feng's appearance was really an accident. He didn't expect to meet Xiao Feng at all. Xiao Feng directly accelerated the process between him and Wu Qing. What a good guy! The slap he gave him was his reward. Yu Ran and Wu Qing came to Huashan, a high mountain in Suzhou. The scenery here is beautiful and it is a dating destination. Although it is a mountain, most of it is stairs and flat ground, but there are some inclines. Even Wu Qing can handle it with ease. There's no point in climbing the stairs. Let's go to the undeveloped mountainous area. Naturally, Wu Qing would not dampen Yu Ran's interest and started walking on undeveloped mountainous areas. The muddy mountainous areas were several times more difficult to walk on than the flat areas. In addition to the difficult to walk muddy areas, there were also some trees, weeds, and rocks blocking the way. It was countless times more difficult than before. Wu Qing came out to see Yu Ran today, naturally dressed beautifully. At this time, there were a lot of mud spots in his clothes, and even some mud on his arms and legs. What's even more troublesome is that Wu Qing is wearing high heels. Walking on an ordinary road is quite peaceful, but walking a few steps on this mountain road is a bit too much for his legs. Yu Ran was fine, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as running like flying. Looking at Wu Qing, who was struggling to move forward next to him, Yu Ran naturally stretched out his hand. "No, follow me, don't lose me." Wu Qing hesitated for a while, and finally took Yu Ran's hand and started climbing the mountain. The temperature in Yu Ran's palm was a little high, which made Wu Qing feel a little warmth, but it quickly turned into sweat in this summer. Sweat mixed with soil and weeds dripped onto the ground, and Wu Qing was a little reluctant even with Yu Ran holding him. "My legs and feet felt like they were reaching their limit." Yu Ran seemed to have some sensation and stopped to ask. "Wu Qing, are you okay? If not, can we take a break?" Wu Qing thought for a while and shook his head. "It should be halfway up the mountain, not far ahead. Let's go there to rest." Yu Ran did not reject Wu Qing's proposal and deliberately slowed down a bit. Wu Qing naturally felt Yu Ran's care and buried this small touch deep in his heart. However, an accident happened when he was near the halfway point of the mountain. When he was going uphill, Wu Qing's foot was not stable when he lifted it, and he squatted on the ground with an ouch. "What's wrong?" Yu Ran also looked anxious and knelt down to check. "Master Yu, I'm so sorry. My foot is sprained." Wu Qing was a little embarrassed. He was obviously going out to play with Yu Ran, but he didn't want to twist his foot halfway. "My fault, I took the mountain road on a whim. Let me take a look." Before Wu Qing could say anything, he saw Yu Ran reach out and grab her injured ankle. Suddenly the whole person became hot and hot. "How could I grab the girl's feet casually?" Yu Ran not only caught it, but also reached out and poked it, asking again and again. "Does it hurt here?" Wu Qing snorted and nodded shyly. Yu Ran spent a little energy and went in to help Wu Qing relieve the pain. Wu Qing's expression suddenly became surprised. "Master Yu, what is this?" "A small application of martial arts, but you can't take the next step." Wu Qing also knew the urgency of the matter, nodded, and asked sheepishly with a blush on his face. "Then what next?" "I accompanied Yu Ran out to climb the mountain, but I didn't expect to become a dragster." "Ah!" Wu Qing exclaimed, but Yu Ran didn't answer and directly picked her up. The way the princess held her made Wu Qing exclaim. "I'll take you out." Wu Qing also wanted to say that it was okay to carry it on his back, but he didn't say anything after hearing what Yu Ran said. Wu Qing and Su Jianqian were about the same figure, about 165 centimeters tall. The way Yu Ran held her was so that she could wrap her arms around Yu Ran's neck. A man's unique breath hit her nasal cavity, making her feel dizzy. This position is surprisingly comfortable. Wu Qing was actually a little dazed during the next journey. Her world was only filled with the scent of Yu Ran, which made her a little intoxicated. She went from being a young lady with no worries about food and clothing to being forced to take on a heavy burden after her parents died, and she was saddled with an incompetent son-in-law. This kind of pressure made her hope for countless times in the past 3 years that a great hero would appear who could protect her from wind and rain. Now, her ultimate hero appears. Wu Qing's eyes were a little blurred, and he even moved closer to Yu Ran involuntarily. Under the stimulation of hormones, she moved closer involuntarily. "We're here." The moment Yu Ran lowered his head to tell Wu Qing happened to meet him and their lips met. Unexpected but beautiful. Chapter 264 Exciting Mountain Climbing. The two kissed suddenly, but they didn't stop. Wu Qing was intoxicated by the powerful hormonal scent and took the initiative to wrap his arms around Yu Ran's neck. Naturally, Yu Ran was not willing to be a minor sufferer and took the initiative to attack with his tongue, attacking Wu Qing's lips. "Mom, what are these beautiful brothers and sisters doing?" "Children don't watch, that's an adult's business." "Oh. Actually, I know it is. In the TV series, it is called love. Go, go, you know nothing. A conversation between a little girl and her mother came from the side. Wu Qing's face turned red after he stopped. Just now, Yu Ran said that when he reached the mountainside, other travelers would naturally appear. This is good, I actually forgot about it and kissed Yu Ran here, it was so embarrassing. Yu Ran's face looked normal, and it wasn't the first time he was seen. There was nothing to be ashamed of. He carried Wu Qing to the stone bench on the mountainside to rest. Wu Qing closed his legs and looked into the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort. Yu Ran gently held Wu Qing's ankle. Wu Qing was about to kick it away, but he still held back and let Yu Ran hold her ankle. Yu Ran took off her shoes, and the flesh-colored stockings underneath were slightly damp with sweat, making Wu Qing feel ashamed. She began to worry about whether her shoes and feet would smell and make Yu Ran uncomfortable. But she overthought it. She was a very clean person, and she was even more dressed up today. Although she had walked a lot and was sweating, she didn't smell much. To be honest, it has a unique feminine flavor, which makes many men who like it fascinated. Well, the foot injury will be fine in half an hour. Yu Ran gently squeezed Wu Qing's little feet. It had to be said that they were even more attractive than Su Jian's, and decorated with flesh-colored stockings, they looked even more attractive. Wu Qing snorted, looking even more seductive in this situation. However, at this moment, Yu Ran definitely had no intention of fighting outdoors. He helped Wu Qing put on the high heels and then took out 2 bottles of water from the storage space. One of the bottles was handed to Wu Qing, who drank tons of water to relieve fatigue and heat. Let's go to the top of the mountain. Well, my feet are not healed yet. Wu Qing was a little puzzled. He clearly said half an hour would be enough, but Yu Ran had to go up the mountain in advance and he couldn't keep up. Yu Ran smiled slightly, continued to hold him up, and strode towards the mountain. It's just that if you're not well, how can I hug you if you're well? In the past, the small roads were inaccessible, but now there are many people on the main roads. People going up and down the mountain can't help but look at Yu Ran. A man and a princess were carrying a girl up the mountain. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. It turned heads immediately. Some couples are traveling. When the girls see this scene, countless little stars appear in their eyes. In their eyes, this is simply too romantic. Hug me and hug me, I want to be like them. The boyfriend next to her looked at her speechlessly. Do you want to see what kind of figure they have? How can I hold you in my arms? What do you mean? You think I eat too much? I'm not only 150 pounds, why can't you blame your girlfriend? You're a scumbag. FKU, uncle. Get out of here. Separate. Yu Ran didn't know that there was such a wonderful drama happening next to him, and he unknowingly became a nightmare for many male compatriots. But Wu Qing didn't care about that. She was extremely satisfied snuggling in Yu Ran's arms. She wished that time could be suspended so that she could always stay in Yu Ran's arms. The view here is nice. When Yu Ran approached the top of the mountain, he stopped. There were many people on the top of the mountain, but there were no people here. Wu Qing raised his head buried in Yu Ran's arms and looked into the distance. Although the mountain was not high, he could still see a lot of Suzhou scenery. The blue sky and white clouds near the mountain, without the hustle and bustle of high-rise buildings, are set off by some unknown flowers below, forming a beautiful scenery. It's so beautiful. Wu Qing murmured that it was not her first time coming to Huashan, but this time she felt extremely profound and beautiful. You see, this is a high mountain with no human habitation. It is the best place to vent your emotions. You have been squeezed too much in the past 3 years. Vent it out. I believe you will usher in a better you. Wu Qing was in a daze, whether he was attracted by the scenery on the mountain or thinking about Yu Ran's words. Wu Qing didn't speak, didn't respond, and didn't move for 10 minutes, just looking into the distance. Perhaps thinking of something, Wu Qing took the initiative to get off Yu Ran, looked at the scenery outside the mountain, and began to build up his voice. She roared down the mountain with the loudest voice in her life. FK the engagement. FK my husband-in-law. FK the family. FK Yin Yin. With each roar, Wu Qing's mood became more intense, and finally she took a deep breath. FK the shackles. Wu Qing has been someone else's child since he was in school. He has excellent grades and outstanding abilities. He has always followed the rules, including his previous engagement. This was the first time she said dirty words, and she suddenly felt extremely happy. After roaring, Wu Qing's heart clicked, as if the shackles were really broken, and the unparalleled feeling of joy made her laugh loudly. Yu Ran, I like you. The last shout made Yu Ran smile, and he shouted again. Wu Qing, I like you too. In fact, Yu Ran only had contact with Wu Qing for one day on the surface, but in the book he already knew Wu Qing very well. He was kind and trustworthy, had extraordinary ability, thought about others, and was an absolute beauty. How could he not be moved by his heart? I, Lao Yu, want to give good girls a home, and Wu Qing is one of the best girls. Wu Qing sat on the ground and laughed happily, and Yu Ran also sat next to him and laughed. The two looked at each other, and their smiles spilled over the screen. Yu Ran, I am really, really lucky to have met you. Today's day is more wonderful than I have been in all the years before. Yu Ran smiled. Today? Today has not passed yet. Since we want to be wonderful, do we want to experience something more exciting? Wu Qing looked at Yu Ran with a hint of expectation. Is there anything more exciting? She thought this was already very bold. Yu Ran didn't say much and directly picked up Wu Qing hung. Hurry up! Wu Qing hugged Yu Ran's neck and was about to ask something, but he saw Yu Ran leaping directly from the mountain. Ah! Wu Qing was frightened at first, but then laughed again. Exciting and wonderful, it was completely different from her previous life of more than 20 years. She completely fell into the arms of this man. As for her status, she didn't care. Qian had already told her many times. She doesn't want these, what she wants is to hold her own happiness in her own hands, this is the best. Chapter 265 Xiao Feng enters southern Xinjiang. Human beings have always been looking forward to flying in the sky. When Yu Ran transformed his energy, he flew in the air with great enthusiasm. The same is true for Wu Qing now. Although she is not flying herself, she can feel the same when Yu Ran takes her flying, especially the pleasure of diving and suddenly soaring into the sky, which is indescribable. You have to experience it yourself to feel the beauty of it. After flying for a while, Yu Ran landed on the roof of a high-rise building. The originally empty top floor was filled with a sumptuous dinner. There are 99 roses around the dining table, and the surrounding area is decorated with 99 kinds of flowers, just to create the most perfect atmosphere. At this moment, Wu Qing was stunned. She suddenly understood what Yu Ran meant by the next exciting thing. The unique location and decoration of this restaurant will surely make any woman fall in love with it and go crazy for it. Wu Qing kissed Yu Ran's neck, walked gracefully to the dining table, and bowed to Yu Ran. Thank you for the dinner, Mr. Yu. I am flattered. Yu Ran smiled. Wu Qing was the kind of person who was extremely well behaved, but in his heart he wanted some little excitement as a spice. After hearing what Yu Ran said, it would be a lie if she didn't feel moved. This scene was arranged by Yu Ran, asking Lu Zitong to do it, but the idea was his. After dinner, Wu Qing went down from the rooftop to the presidential suite that had been booked long ago, without any hesitation. She went to the bathroom to wash off the dirt on her body today. She wanted to be in the best condition to greet Yu Ran in the next baptism. She has been married for 3 years but is still clean. Xiao Feng doesn't even have the qualifications to touch her. Today, after only spending 1 day with Yu Ran, she is willing to give him her most precious thing. Maybe this is love. Another thing is that Wu Qing didn't know whether Yu Ran knew about her and Xiao Feng's situation. Although this was her second marriage, this was her first. Dry wood and raging fire, thunder and lightning. That day, Yu Ran and Wu Qing slept soundly, but Xiao Feng tossed and turned and had sleepless night. He hated it. Yu Ran took Wu Qing away so easily. He didn't know that Yu Ran and Wu Qing were progressing so quickly, otherwise he might have really wanted to jump off the building. 3 years of living as a son-in-law in Suzhou and Wu Qing's departure left him with no attachment to this city. Brother, my family said they don't want to get involved in these things. Chu Xiong lowered his head, feeling a little lost, not knowing what expression to use when meeting Xiao Feng. The Chu family has made it clear that they don't want to get involved. It's up to you, Chu Xiong, whether you want to follow. Xiao Feng was angry. He originally wanted the Chu family to fully support him, then make Suzhou his base, and bring all his old comrades here. It turned out that the Chu family was unwilling to help, and Xiao Feng was very angry. But then he sighed again. It's okay. I don't blame you. I just wanted you to give it a try. The Chu family asked Chu Xiong to help him, but he himself did not take side. If he really became successful, could he destroy the Chu family? Given the relationship between him and Chu Xiong, he could only treat him well. But once something happened to him, the Chu family would stay out of it completely. If Chu Xiong died, he died. Even Xiao Feng thought that the Chu family might cut off ties with Chu Xiong at any time. There must be a reason why a family can be passed down. The legitimate son is not worth mentioning in the face of family interests. But then he thought of Yu Ran, this damn guy was so lucky, he got all the family's dividends, but there was no dispute at all, and a trace of jealousy began to emerge in his heart. Xiao Feng leaned back on his chair and began to think about what to do next. He was alone now, and it was impossible to compare with the 5 major families. He had to have his own team. The events in the northern border in those years echoed in his mind, and then he thought of something that was not too important back then. He once saved the team in Nanjiang. Nanjiang once promised to serve him as their master and even betrothed their saint to him. But at that time, he had great power, and the northern war god didn't care about a small southern border. But today is different from the past. What he lacks most now is the capital to start, and southern border is enough to give him this capital. Chu Xiong, get ready, we are going to southern Xinjiang in a few days. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1000 points. Since Xiao Feng's hatred value reached 55, he received double rewards. The system settled points for Yu Ran on time the next day. After all, Yu Ran blocked it when he did that. He was so angry that every system of it had to be isolated. Tisk, 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 this Xiao Feng is too stingy. He is only 55, and he is completely incomparable to Ye Chen. Even though I didn't do anything, Xiao Feng hated him so much. Wu Qing still pursued him openly after the divorce. It seems that this male protagonist is very possessive. Then if I snatch Xiao Meng Meng away again, will the male protagonist spiral up to the sky and explode? Tisk tisk tisk, it's exciting just thinking about it. Yu Ran turned sideways and teased Wu Qing, who was lying on the bed. Wu Qing was still sleepy and bit Yu Ran's finger directly, but he didn't use his teeth. The feeling was incredible. Yu Ran was naturally not a ruthless person, and took good care of Wu Qing, and even called Su Jianqian to take care of him together. The two of them cooperated unexpectedly on this kind of thing. Su Jianqian originally wanted to find an ally, but Wu Qing couldn't stand Yu Ran's bull-like physique, and he had a good relationship with Su Jianqian. Such a small exciting thing made she enjoyed it even more. For many days in a row, Yu Ran felt a little happy and reluctant to miss Shu. Wu Qing and Su Jianqian were really as gentle as water, and they fully demonstrated the dewiness of Jiangnan women. It's a pity that Suzy is not here, otherwise it would feel awkward. Time flew by, and the 7 days of joy made the three of them satisfied. Yu Ran also helped Wu Qing enter martial arts. But on the 8th day, a message from a secret guard came, and Yu Ran knew it was time to leave. This is the secret guard he left in southern Xinjiang to look after Li Shuai. Xiao Feng has already arrived in southern Xinjiang, so he has to join in the fun. Before going to southern Xinjiang, Yu Ran returned to Suzhou first to talk to his group of women. According to the long-established policy, Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi followed Yu Ran and traveled around the world. Huang Lingmeng liked this kind of thing very much. The next stop in southern Xinjiang is the imperial capital. Naturally, we have to meet with the Yun family in the imperial capital to resolve Yun Yi's affairs. Others have their own things to do. Lian and Liu Zitong, who are most likely to go together, plan to take the Yu family's secret guards to explore the battlefield outside the territory first. With the help of the southern military headquarters, Yu Ran doesn't care too much. The two Huajings are not considered weak in the north. After making arrangements together, Yu Ran was ready to leave, but before leaving, Lu Qingxiu walked over quickly. "What's wrong with Qingxiu? Is something wrong?" Lu Qingxiu nodded. "You made a big fuss in Suzhou, but I bought all the videos. I checked it out, and it seems that like Lin Fan and Ye Chen before, are you going to deal with that Xiao Feng?" Chapter 266 Li Shui's marriage partner. Yu Ran had to admire Lu Qingxiu. He even met Xiao Feng once. The Yu family's secret guards were responsible for everything. It was naturally impossible for the secret guard to tell Lu Qingxiu the news, but Lu Qingxiu still deduced the correct answer, which was shameful. Sure enough, smart people are smart people. He relied on the conditions of the prophet to plan, but Lu Qingxiu still saw through it. If he really played against Lu Qingxiu, he even felt that he could not win. You must know that in the book, after Yu Ran was killed by Xiao Feng, Lu Qingxiu planned her revenge on her own and almost killed Xiao Feng. It's a pity that the Son of Destiny was defeated by Xiao Feng with one move. A terrible woman, but fortunately she is my own woman now. Yes, you have seen this. My Zioxiu is really smart. Yu Ran kissed Lu Qingxiu on the face. There was no need to hide this kind of thing, not to mention that Xiao Feng now had a legitimate reason to harass his woman Wu Qing. It's natural to deal with him yourself. Well, you shouldn't do some things by yourself. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me and we can brainstorm ideas. The relationship is good. If anything happens, I will definitely ask my wife to take action. As for brainstorming, just listen to Lu Qingxiu. If Yu Ran didn't have the content in the book, it would be great if his brain was half that of Lu Qingxiu's. He possesses the prescient condition plus system and has never underestimated anyone, especially Lu Qingxiu, who has been a big boss in all 3 books. Lu Qingxiu seemed to take advantage of Yu Ran's dependence. The corners of her mouth curved beautifully and she gently straightened his collar. "Be careful with everything." The sound of the helicopter came from the top of the building. Liu Zitong was a little annoyed. He was not around. Can the young master really take care of himself? But when he thought of the arduous task that the young master had given him, Liu Zitong straightened his back. "Let's set off and target the battlefield outside the territory." Lu Qingxiu stood silently on the rooftop until she saw the helicopter disappear. Lu Qingjian pulled Lu Qingxiu's sleeve slightly from the side. "Sister, do you miss brother Yu?" "Well, a bit. It obviously took a long time for him to go to Suzhou before, but this time it may take longer to go to southern Xinjiang. But we also have our own things to do." Lu Qingjian nodded obediently. She was not good at using her brain. She just had to protect her sister and listen to her words. "When you come back, I will give you a brand new Jinling." Lu Qingxiu murmured to herself, then strode out of the house. Chu Qingkai on the other side was slightly lost in thought, then stroked his belly and waited for you to come back. In the territory of the southern Xinjiang Wu clan, Li Shui walked around and inspected, and the surrounding tribesmen all saluted spontaneously and respectfully. See the saint! The people of the southern Xinjiang tribe were very excited, as if seeing the saint was a great reward. Apart from anything else, the saint was a rare talent seen in southern Xinjiang for 100 years in recent years. The 19-year-old Huajin was simply astonishing. Li Shui just nodded slightly and continued to patrol the territory of southern Xinjiang with a normal expression. After she left, there were whispers behind her. The saint is so good, why would she marry a man she doesn't know? Don't talk nonsense. I heard that man saved the lives of many elders in our southern Xinjiang, so I want to marry the saint to him. He saved the elder's life, but he didn't save the saint's life. Why did he marry the saint to him? Who knows what the elders are thinking? Such an outstanding saint is our greatest hope for revitalizing southern Xinjiang. Now she wants to get married. How good can that man be to be worthy of our saint? Li Shui listened to the rumors and remained calm on the surface, still greeting other tribesmen in a friendly manner. After arriving in her room, Li Shui kicked off her little feet and the saint's shoes flew to the east and west sides. She habitually slumped down on the sofa. What? It's something everyone in the tribe knows. What does saving your lives have to do with marrying me? I don't know if De Guo knows these things. Li Shui slumped on the sofa in despair, took out her mobile phone from under the sofa, looked at the device that still had zero signal, and could only sigh. She thought that when she returned to southern Xinjiang with her mobile phone, she could contact De Guo at any time, but who knew that there was no signal in southern Xinjiang? You are right. Southern Xinjiang is in the mountains and there is no infrastructure construction. Where can the signal come from? So it was really her first time to play a game outside. When she clicked on the familiar king of pesticide, it still reminded her that there was no network. Li Shui pouted, saying that if she didn't play for a season, her rank would lose diamonds. Damn it! But soon she took out a PSP game console from underneath. Well, let's play stand-alone games. Before leaving, De Guo understood him and gave her a bunch of game consoles and anime. Her sisters gave her a bunch of cosmetics and clothes. When she returned to southern Xinjiang, the elders were stunned to see the large and small bags. Lying on the sofa, Li Shui played the game skillfully. With her unremitting efforts, she finally cleared another level. But she didn't have the excitement of the past. Instead, she buried her head in the pillow. Big pot, if you don't come, I will really marry someone else. Your Highness the Saint. While thinking about it, a knock on the door outside interrupted Li Shui's thinking. Li Shui hurriedly got dressed and put on 2 pairs of shoes in a hurry. When she first came back, she was criticized a lot by the great elder because of this incident. Li Yan, what do you want from me? Li Yan is one of her maids and can be regarded as her little assistant. When Li Yan saw Li Shui, she had already returned to her solemn appearance as a saint. The elders are discussing something. Let me ask the saint to come over. I understand, lead the way. Li Shui didn't say much, and followed Li Yan's footsteps to the highest standard reception hall in southern Xinjiang. It was also the first time for Li Shui to come to this reception hall. It was said that it had not been opened for decades. It seemed that the man he was receiving was indeed a distinguished guest to southern Xinjiang. Although it was of the highest standard, it was actually just a few tables and chairs made of sandalwood and mahogany. After all, Li Shui had seen the prosperity of the outside world and did not look excited. Instead, he naturally glanced at Xiao Feng next to him, as well as Chu Xiang and Zhang Hao standing behind him. This time Xiao Feng only took the 2 of them with him. Li Shui's eyes swept across Xiao Feng's face and curled her lips. She looked far different from a big pot. I have to say that the skin of the big pot was so beautiful that it made me drool. The great elder of southern Xinjiang stood up tremblingly, looking very old. Benefactor, this is the saint I told you about. She is the most talented person in our southern Xinjiang for half a year. She has already entered Huajin at the age of 19. Before Xiao Feng could speak, Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao behind him were both shocked. 19-year-old Huajin was so much younger than them, yet he was even stronger than them? The great elder turned to look at Li Shui. Shuier, this is the benefactor I told you, your engagement partner. Chapter 267 A Surprise from Heaven. Li Shui just glanced at Xiao Feng without showing any expression. Xiao Feng's strength was indeed not weak, at least at the 5th or 6th level of energy transformation. But so what, compared to the big pot, it was just weaker. Although she couldn't understand the outside world through her mobile phone, the Yu family's secret guard also told her about Yu Ran. She, Li Shui, became stronger at the age of 19 and could be called a top genius, but in her eyes, genius was just the threshold to meet Yu Ran. Xiao Feng is not amazing enough. Xiao Feng was also sizing up Li Shui, and he had to say that Li Shui's hung had red lips and white teeth, and she had an outstanding appearance. The saintly attire of southern Xinjiang also had a different flavor to her body. Although she looks a bit young, considering her age, it is acceptable. The flaws are not hidden, and coupled with Li Shui's top martial arts talent, this engagement is much better than imagined. Nanjiang did not use crooked melons and split dates to deal with him, and he was still very satisfied. Her Royal Highness the Saint is very beautiful and very powerful. Xiao Feng did not hesitate to praise him, and showed a measured advance and retreat, hoping to gain favor in front of Li Shui and the elders of Nanjiang. The elders of southern Xinjiang are also quite satisfied with Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng is not only powerful, but also their savior. He is also very polite and polite. If he can become a good friend of Qin and Jin with the saint, it will definitely be a good deal. Then the benefactor said this, is he satisfied with our saint? Don't just talk about being a benefactor. My name is Xiao Feng. Okay, then I ask you to shout to brother Xiao, Shuier is the most outstanding woman in our southern Xinjiang. Even if you marry you, please treat the saint kindly. Li Shui didn't say anything. Although Xiao Feng seemed pretty good, she just didn't like it. She just liked big pots. But it was not easy for her to disobey the elders' orders. Southern Xinjiang was a whole. She had grown up in southern Xinjiang, and several elders loved and cared for him. She really treated him like his own granddaughter. Even though she was reluctant in her heart, she still had no objection and obeyed the elders' opinions. Xiao Feng was waiting for a response when he saw a loud noise in the air, followed by the sound of a helicopter landing, and then a loud sound. Yu Ran, the legitimate son of the Yu family in Jinling, visited southern Xinjiang. Li Shui suddenly became excited, the big pot was really coming. Xiao Feng's face was extremely ugly. Why did he come to southern Xinjiang and Yu Ran followed him? This was because he was sincerely opposing himself. No matter how closed southern Xinjiang is, they still have some understanding of the outside forces. What's more, Li Shui has spoken out everything about Yu Ran in front of them, so they naturally know about Yu Ran. Nanjiang also knows not to neglect, and this legitimate son Yu Ran is different from other legitimate sons. This is the only heir of the Yu family. Please quickly invite Mr. Yu to come to the meeting hall. All the important people in southern Xinjiang are here, not to mention that Yu Ran has a good relationship with Li Shui, so he was naturally invited here. It's just that Xiao Feng's face became more and more gloomy, and the faces of Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao next to him were also extremely ugly. They all knew about the grievances between their eldest brother and Yu Ran. The elders were busy meeting Yu Ran and did not notice anything unusual about Xiao Feng. In their view, Xiao Feng was already one of their own, so they naturally did not shy away from it. Li Shui was the only one who noticed the change in Xiao Feng's expression. Could this idea have any grudge against De Guo? Then I take back what I just said about him being okay, then this Xiao Feng is definitely not a good person. Li Shui, just help my relatives but not take care of me. Master Yu, please come in. Yu Ran was wearing a formal suit, holding his head high and having an extraordinary temperament. He only looked at a few women from southern Xinjiang with blurred eyes. Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi walked side by side, their outstanding beauty and temperament overwhelming all the women present, unable to lift their heads. What a handsome and temperamental legitimate son of the Jinling Yu family! Yu Ran was visiting on behalf of the Yu family this time, so he naturally put away his usual casual clothes and resumed his status as a noble young master. Having met everyone in southern Xinjiang briefly, Yu Ran looked at Xiao Feng with a look of disbelief on his face. Hey, you actually came to southern Xinjiang? Why don't you have the shame to stay in Suzhou? Yu Ran and Xiao Feng seemed to have met by chance, and Yu Ran took the lead in attacking. But Xiao Feng clearly saw the flash of pride in Yu Ran's eyes, which seemed to say, I caught you. What does it have to do with you where I go? Xiao Feng's voice was low and his emotions could not be heard. He had to suppress his emotions and there was no room for failure in his journey to southern Xinjiang. At this moment, the second elder also became curious. It was obvious that there was some conflict between the two people, and he asked a question that everyone here was curious about. Young Master Yu and Brother Xiao know each other? Xiao Feng didn't reply, just snorted. Yu Ran smiled slightly. Of course I know him. Mr. Xiao is a big shot in Suzhou. Oh, what is Mr. Xiao's identity? The second elder asked curiously. DK. The first elder shouted loudly, and the second elder could only retreat. I'm just curious. Xiao Feng did not reveal his identity when he came here. It is reasonable for the second elder to be curious. However, the first elder believed that since Xiao Feng did not reveal his identity, there was no need to ask, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. But in Xiao Feng's eyes, it was more like the first elder and the second elder singing together to find out his identity from Yu Ran. The appearance of Yu Ran made his view a little biased. It's okay. I have an electronic version of young Master Xiao's identity here. I just checked it a few days ago. I wonder if young Master Xiao wants to inform the great elder. Xiao Feng glared at Yu Ran, and Yu Ran simply admitted that he had helped Wu Qing investigate his identity, even though Xiao Feng had been sure that Yu Ran had done it before. But when Yu Ran said it himself, it was completely different. It was obviously a naked provocation. What's more important is that Yu Ran said such a thing on purpose. If he refused to let others know his identity, wouldn't it just arouse suspicion? Of course, my identity is not something shameful. Then why did Mr. Xiao bother to deceive others in Suzhou for 3 years? Yu Ran deliberately described the concealment as deception, which made Xiao Feng even more angry. Yu Ran handed over the tablet, and Li Shui took it smoothly, and gave Yu Ran a look like you've finally arrived. Although she is a saint here, she is too young in southern Xinjiang, and it is difficult for her to interrupt most of the time. However, other elders here do not know how to read electronic products, so she needs to do it for them. The elder looked at Xiao Feng's identity and began to whisper. The god of war in the north, no wonder he can save us. But not anymore. That's not important, but why do you want to go to Suzhou to become your son-in-law? Yes, we in southern Xinjiang can also accept a son-in-law. When Xiao Feng heard the discussion among the elders, his veins popped out. There was actually someone who wanted him to be his son-in-law. I came here today because I wanted to see cousin Li Shui, but I didn't expect to meet Xiao Feng. So I have to say that Xiao Feng is not a good man, and I also ask the elders to reconsider the engagement. Chapter 268 Give Zhang Hao a slap. Yu Ran's suggestion made the elders in southern Xinjiang frown. What do you mean by not being a good person? Xiao Feng himself was even more furious. Yu Ran ruined his first marriage and wanted to ruin the second one. As for the chance encounter, Yu Ran said, he didn't believe a word of it. Yu Ran must have deliberately targeted him. As the talker in southern Xinjiang, the great elder also pondered for a moment before speaking. Master Yu, what does this mean? Although Li Shui and Yu Ran are cousins in name, in fact they are not related by blood at all. It's just that Yu Ran's mother Zhang Mei had some relationship with this place back then. Naturally, they cannot treat Yu Ran as a junior. This man Xiao Feng, the god of war in the north, is already a thing of the past. Elder, why don't you think about why he has become a thing of the past, and then think about his purpose of coming to southern Xinjiang? Although the people of southern Xinjiang are upright, it does not mean that they are stupid. Yu Ran is just a little bit. Yu Ran believes that the great elders of southern Xinjiang will understand that not many people are real fools as people become mature with age. Yu Ran, how dare you slander Big Brother? As Xiao Feng's former four-beast general, Bao Hujonghao couldn't see Yu Ran being so slanderous to Xiao Feng, and out of anger, he actually attacked Yu Ran directly. Zhonghao's sudden use of force was unexpected by everyone. This was the most important parliament hall in southern Xinjiang. Zhonghao made a big mistake in such an open manner. Before Yu Ran could take action, Huang Lingmeng beside him snorted coldly, and a wave of energy and coercion went directly towards Zhonghao. Not only did Zhonghao not restrain himself, he still shot at Yu Ran angrily. Just as Huang Lingmeng was about to take action, Yu Ran gently pulled her right hand. Huang Lingmeng understood and did not move again. This situation should really be shown better. Yu Ran gently tapped a finger with his other hand, and Zhonghao's furious punch was like hitting a boulder, unable to move forward half a minute. Then with a slight exertion, Zhonghao was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Ran suddenly stepped forward and gave Zhonghao a loud slap in the face. Bang! This crisp sound also shocked everyone present. Others felt that Yu Ran's attack was decisive and fierce, without giving any dignity, and slapped Zhonghao directly on the face. The first elder, second elder, and Li Shui frowned slightly. The speed and strength Yu Ran controlled were top-notch. Especially the speed, even Xiao Feng didn't react, otherwise Xiao Feng would never let Zhonghao be insulted like this in public. You. After Zhonghao was slapped, he took a few steps back. Substantial anger shot out from his eyes, and his fighting spirit soared. What are you? Do you have the right to speak here? In terms of strength, you are not qualified to interrupt even if you are a secret? In terms of status, you dare to make noises even as a follower? In terms of actions, this is the most important meeting hall in southern Xinjiang, and you also dare to take action? If it weren't for the sake of the elders, you would have just taken action outside, and I would have killed you and no one else would have said anything. Yu Ran retorted unceremoniously. He didn't have the slightest fondness for these people. Because of the relationship between the southern military headquarters and his own secret guards, Yu Ran would have some respect for the soldiers, but these few people in front of him were not worthy at all. When Xiao Feng was deposed as the god of war, these four beast generals actually took the lead in forcing Xiao Feng to return. Later, they even resigned from the battlefield and left directly, causing Daxia to begin to fall into a disadvantage on the battlefield outside the territory. If they had been shot by the southern military headquarters, they would have been shot. Such people have no sense of family and country and are not worthy of the word soldier at all. As a result, the northern border did not deal with them, and Yu Ran couldn't figure it out at all. But yes, the Northern Army is a private army, and they are not from the same group as the Southern Military Department. Their system is relatively loose. The four beast generals are not considered deserters if they run away during the battle, but they are not considered good generals if they abandon their soldiers while they are still on the battlefield. At that time, Beijing also deliberately let his own people take over, so he did not hold him accountable, but Yu Ran obviously looked down on such people. Zhonghao was a little overwhelmed with anger at this time, but Xiao Feng held his shoulders, and the gap between Zhonghao and Yu Ran was too big. Yu Ran's words just now have already put Zhonghao on the fire. If Yu Ran really kills Zhonghao, Nanjiang won't say anything. Yu Ran, you have gone too far. You have taken action in the southern border area. I will definitely seek redress for Zhonghao's grievances. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely have a fight with you. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Yu Ran was ecstatic in his heart. He knew that Xiao Feng would not say a word when Zhang Hao was beaten. Otherwise, how could he, the boss, lead the team? There would be points for beating the protagonist. By the way, show off your muscles in front of Nanjiang, so that the subsequent development will be easier to spread. Kill two birds with one stone. He would not still have that disdainful expression at this moment. Have you forgotten the slap I gave you in Suzhou? Coincidentally, Zhang Hao also received a slap. We are really not part of the same family. We don't belong to the same family. Yu Ran's behavior of adding fuel to the fire naturally aroused Xiao Feng's anger, but he still needed to maintain reason and grace in front of everyone in southern Xinjiang. Great Elder, I wonder if there is a place in southern Xinjiang where we can fight with each other. I, Xiao Feng, want to fight Yu Ran. This. The first elder was quite entangled at this time. One was the legitimate son of the Yu family, and the other was the benefactor of southern Xinjiang. No matter who happened to him, he would be blamed. Don't worry, Great Elder. This is a matter between the two of us and has nothing to do with Nanjiang. It just allows you to see our strength. I think Nanjiang doesn't like embroidered pillows. The corners of Yu Ran's mouth raised slightly, and I beat you Xiao Feng to pieces, to see how you still have the nerve to harm my family, Li Xuet. Since young master you also said so, I, an old man, dare not disobey him. However, there is a saying that the old man still said. No matter who wins, if conditions permit, the other side will be spared. If anything happens to young master you or Xiao Xiao, I will be the south. It's hard to explain the territory. Nature. Yu Ran was the first to agree. Now that Xiao Feng is beaten to death, what will happen to his points later? Only 30,000 points can be used to enter the Grand Master. I am going to harvest it from this sheep. If I win, I will have one life left. Naturally, Xiao Feng did not dare to actually kill Yu Ran. He also knew that the woman next to him was Huang Lingmeng, the young leader of the Southern Military Department's generation, and Yu Ran's engaged wife. If he really wanted to kill Yu Ran, the Southern Military Command would definitely send out a master to destroy him. He still had big things to do, but he didn't want to die with Yu Ran. Don't worry, you don't have that chance. Yu Ran's mouth was sarcastic, but he didn't take it seriously at all. The Grand Elder of Southern Xinjiang quickly found a canyon for Yu Ran and Xiao Feng to fight in. The canyon was extremely wide, with mountains on both sides and no grass growing at all. No matter how violent the battle is, it will not have any impact on the surrounding environment. It is a perfect fighting place. The Great Elder and the others can also live on the top of the mountain and have a panoramic view of this battle. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 269 Martial Arts Rules on the Battlefield. Before the battle, there is naturally a cheering session between the two sides. Brother, you must show that boy some color. Chu Xiong was very unhappy with Yu Ran when he was in Suzhou, but he couldn't do anything to him regardless of his family background or strength. Brother, help me take revenge. Zhang Hao's face is still burning with pain. As a four-beast general who was once admired by thousands of people, he has never encountered such humiliation. If his strength was not so far behind, he would definitely go on stage to seek justice at this moment. Don't worry, dear brothers, I will teach him a lesson. A flash of light flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. Although he couldn't kill people, there were many ways to make Yu Ran miserable, which might be more relieving than killing people. Compared with Xiao Feng, who was full of passion, Yu Ran was quite gentle. Huang Lingmeng helped Yu Ran tidy up his collar and dusted off his body. Return safely. After saying that, he placed a kiss on Yu Ran's cheek. Yun Yi also placed a kiss on the other side of Yu Ran's cheek. Master, come on. Wow! Faced with the same kind of encouragement over there, this side is obviously more interested in people from southern Xinjiang, and everyone has a cautious look in their eyes. The man was envious of Yu Ran's treatment, and at the same time felt sad in his heart. The two immortal women were so harmonious. How could Yu Ran be so virtuous and capable? Women yearn for this kind of relationship. Southern Xinjiang worships martial arts. This feeling is very much like a wife preparing for her husband before going to war. Idle people like this kind of gossip. Almost everyone looked at Yu Ran. Yu Ran and Xiao Feng jumped down from the mountain. The hundreds of meters of mountain peaks were like walking on flat ground to them. The two landed steadily, and sparks burst out in their eyes. There was no excessive nonsense, no one shouted start, the two of them just stood firm, and Xiao Feng took the lead in attacking. He arrived in front of Yu Ran in an instant at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. There was no breath in his hand, but there was a secret hidden in it, and he slapped Yu Ran's chest fiercely. Chu Xiong saw it clearly from above and said with emotion. The elder brother used Bengzhong as soon as he came up. It seems that the battle is going to be quick. But when he saw that Yu Ran remained motionless and allowed Xiao Feng to attack, everyone above him was sweating coldly. Even Li Shui was extremely worried. Although she knew that Yu Ran was very strong, she didn't know the specifics of Yu Ran. Strength. Only Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi's expressions did not change. In their eyes, Yu Ran is bound to win. I saw that Yu Ran still stretched out a finger and easily touched Xiao Feng's palm. Xiao Feng's palm stopped 30 centimeters from Yu Ran's chest, unable to take another half step forward. Zhang Hao suddenly laughed. Idiot, he is just a playboy, just a showman with no actual combat experience. Big Brother's collapse palm contains collapse force, this idiot's right hand will definitely be scrapped. Hearing Zhang Hao's voice, others looked at the scene below in surprise. However, the expression of the person involved, Xiao Feng, was not as relaxed as Zhang Hao and the others thought, and his eyes were full of solemnity. Yu Ran's move seemed to be light, but in fact it was extremely powerful. He seemed to understand why Zhang Hao was crushed by one finger before. Tishan refers to a move that Yu Ran has not used alone for a long time, a stepless technique that integrates the whole body's strength. The fingers have the smallest stress surface and the most concentrated power, so they are naturally the most useful, not all for show. As the saying goes, great force can produce miracles, Benli is nothing compared to this force. After the collapse force was exhausted, Xiao Feng took a few steps backwards, remaining motionless as a mountain, with a fierce golden light emitting from his hands. Huge fingerprints followed Xiao Feng's retreating path. Broken star. Xiao Feng struck out with another palm, which was offset by the huge fingerprints, but before he could recover, he saw several more palm prints in succession. Poyun. Split the sky. The situation on the field changed drastically. Just now it was Xiao Feng who was attacking, but now Xiao Feng started to parry Yu Ran's continuous yang finger. Yun Yi looked at Zhang Hao and snorted coldly. He didn't understand anything and dared to talk nonsense. Zhang Hao didn't change his expression and continued to observe the battle situation. Sister Ling Meng, the name of Xiao Feng's martial arts is shouted so loudly, it sounds very powerful, but the power seems to be average. Just like what Yun Yi said, Yu Ran shot out 5 yang finger and 5 fingers in succession, and Xiao Feng could only barely resist one finger with each palm. But at this moment, Yu Ran had already stretched out all 5 fingers, turning them into palms, and his power increased several times. This is a common problem on the battlefield. In order to confuse the enemy's judgment and thinking, if I talk about the powerful fist or the sky-breaking fist, who do you think is stronger? Of course the sky-breaking fist sounds powerful, and the powerful fist sounds silly. So this is where the battlefield often misleads you. My name is very weak, but the power is very strong, and you will underestimate the enemy. If you are negligent, you will be injured or even die. The battlefield is a matter of life and death. It is completely different from our domestic battles. Different, as long as it can kill people, I will use any method. Huang Lingmeng looked at the scene below and sighed with emotion. He hadn't been to the battlefield for a long time. Although Xiao Feng's name sounds sharp, in fact, these broken stars are a way of expressing the collapse palm, used to show that the enemy is weak. The martial arts at the peak of the Xian level are not weak, but they are basically useless in the Battle of Huajin. Possibly solve the opponent. Only then did Yun Yi understand that the battlefield was treacherous and changeable, and she could only be considered a rookie. When Yu Ran turned his fingers into palms, Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly. This was no longer a power that Beng Zhang could withstand. Changing his moves decisively, the power of heaven and earth instantly gathered around him, forming an air pocket similar to a black hole between heaven and earth. Martial skills swallow. The black hole headed towards the giant palm, shattering it instantly, and then attacked Yu Ran with lightning speed. The name of the martial skill is misleading. Huang Lingmeng clenched her fingers slightly, shouting the martial skill devouring. It misled you that it was a defensive skill of the devouring martial skill, but it was actually an earth-level attack martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. It's definitely not an earth-level primary martial skill, otherwise Yu Ran's finger-turning palm wouldn't be so easily shattered. Huang Lingmeng knew that she would not lose, but Yu Ran might not know about such a little trick. She actually forgot to remind Yu Ran before. Can Yu Ran see it? Of course Yu Ran knew, very clearly, just kidding, he knew his big wool protagonist 10,000 times. Even his fighting skills and fighting methods are very clear. An attack as dark as a black hole came instantly, and Yu Ran's thunder fist, which had already been charged up, attacked the black hole. The thunder fist instantly collided with the black hole with great force. The aftermath of the explosion made the two mountains unstable, and rocks began to fall downwards. Standing on top, Huang Lingmeng and others felt the deepest feeling. There was a feeling that the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The collision of earth-level martial arts was so terrifying. For a moment, the electricity and the aftermath of the black hole explosion briefly dazzled everyone's eyes. When they came back to their senses, they saw that Yu Ran had already disappeared from his original position. And Xiao Feng's body was already stained with blood. What happened? Chapter 270 Suppressing Xiao Feng. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng was stained with blood. Huang Lingmeng couldn't help but smile, but the faces of Zhang Hao and Chu Xiang opposite him didn't look good. Most people didn't see clearly what happened just now. Only the great elder looked at Yu Ran with a slightly solemn look. Xiao Feng also became solemn at this moment, and Yu Ran actually came out of his shadow at the moment when the aftermath of the explosion occurred. This technique is extremely clever and extremely fast, but it is not flawless. The energy of heaven and earth coming out of the shadow fluctuates violently. If it were a normal battle, Xiao Feng would never fall for it. But the violent collision just now concealed the violent fluctuations of Yu Ran coming out of the shadow. An unnoticed close-up, Yu Ran's thundering punch hit the almost defenseless Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng hadn't cultivated a high level of combat consciousness on the battlefield and passively operated defensive martial arts, Xiao Feng would have been left dead or disabled with this punch. But even if the defensive martial arts were running, they still couldn't block Yu Ran's move, and his internal organs were all shaken by the thunder fist. Blood spurted outward from the wound on his chest, and Xiao Feng failed to swallow the blood spurting from his mouth, making Xiao Feng look like a bloody man. One move brings blood. Yu Ran was pleasantly surprised. The shadow technique was more powerful than he imagined. Although the vitality of heaven and earth fluctuated greatly, he had not mastered it yet. If he had mastered the shadow technique, Xiao Feng would most likely not be able to react just now, and he would be killed or injured with one punch. The special earth-level martial arts skills are truly extraordinary. Products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Praise the system. The corner of your mouth curls up, host, you finally understand the power of this system. The situation on the battlefield has changed dramatically. Naturally, some people are happy and some are worried. Xiao Feng's injury looked serious, but it was actually very serious. There was no trace of moisture in Yu Ran's thunder fist move just now. Up to now, the power of thunder and lightning brought by Ben Lei fist is still running wildly in Xiao Feng's body. It's not easy to resist ground-level martial arts. Xiao Feng now looked at Yu Ran less aggressively than before, but he couldn't understand why Yu Ran had so much combat experience. He had captured the opportunity just now, but according to the information he knew, Yu Ran had only been studying martial arts for a total of 2 years. Is this the legendary genius? After Xiao Feng was bleeding, Yu Ran would not let go of this good opportunity. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him was Yu Ran's consistent policy. It's just that Xiao Feng, who was bleeding, could only dodge left and right at the moment. Occasionally, he blocked Yu Ran's punch, took a few steps back, and then started to dodge again. The rhythm on the court has been completely controlled by Yu Ran. Xiao Feng can only parry and has no power to fight back. Master Yu is going to win. Everyone in southern Xinjiang sighed, and some women even looked shy. Young Master Yu is handsome, strong, and from a good family. I really want him. The atmosphere in southern Xinjiang is inherently open, and most affairs between men and women are not covered up too much, and women are extremely unrestrained when they meet the man they like. The eyes of the women around her sparkled when they saw Yu Ran's performance. Only Li Shui's expression didn't show much joy. She felt that she hadn't reached that point yet. Xiao Feng was injured, but not so injured that he couldn't even fight back. Xiao Feng dodged while dispelling the violent thunder and lightning power in his body. Yu Ran was not in a hurry and boiled the frog in warm water with punch after punch. If you don't show any flaws in your body, it doesn't matter if you, Xiao Feng, are clumsy. If you want to defend and counterattack, I have to show you the flaws. I don't even use martial arts, and there is no time difference in the connection. If you Xiao Feng hides it, you can only hide the plane ticket home. Yu Ran is not in a hurry. Is Xiao Feng anxious? Of course it was urgent, just as Yu Ran said, he was at a disadvantage and was injured, so how could he and Yu Ran afford it? Yu Ran didn't even use martial arts, giving him no chance to defend and counterattack, eating away at his physical strength and body like a frog boiling in warm water. If this continues, he will really have no chance to counterattack in 10 minutes. This kind of battle is actually very frustrating. Close combat is not just a battle of martial arts. If your opponent has enough fighting awareness, he will not give you the preparation time to release your martial arts. It was obvious that Yu Ran was an expert in this field, which made Xiao Feng breathless. This kind of battle is more enjoyable to watch, and the feeling of punching to the flesh makes everyone around watch extremely happy. The winner of a martial arts duel can be decided in a second. Everyone can only marvel, but they don't think it's good to watch. Just like the martial arts confrontation between Yu Ran and Xiao Feng just now, Xiao Feng was seriously injured in 1 second, and most people didn't see what happened. Everyone could clearly see this kind of punch that hit the flesh, and they couldn't help but start to cheer up. Master Yu will definitely win. Come on, come on. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Master Yu, come on, if you win, I will be your woman. For a while, there were cheers on the field, and the women from southern Xinjiang were even more uninhibited. Huang Lingmen's forehead flashed when he saw it. I glanced at the shouting woman next to me, and I didn't expect that the woman not only refused to restrain herself, but actually straightened her chest and winked at Huang Lingmeng. Women in southern Xinjiang are inherently wild, with a lot of skin exposed, giving them an exotic look if you look closely. However, as a saint, Li Shui was severely restrained. At this moment, she was somewhat envious of the women who cheered Yu Ran up. She also wanted to, but she couldn't do it. She is a saint, so she must control her words and deeds and not go too far. Xiao Feng was punched away by Yu Ran again, this time the distance was further than before. It seemed that Xiao Feng had reached a desperate situation. When Yu Ran bullied him again, Xiao Feng was furious. He decisively gave up his defense and even took the initiative to attack with punches. It seemed like a lose-lose style of play with Yu Ran, which aroused even more cheers from southern Xinjiang. It's just that the audience above didn't notice the flash of light in Xiao Feng's hand. If Yu Ran really swelled up to the point where he thought Xiao Feng couldn't breathe, he might not have noticed. But would Yu Ran do it? Not at all. He valued Xiao Feng more than Xiao Feng imagined. He was always paying attention to Xiao Feng's movements. At the moment when Xiao Feng's light flashed, Yu Ran suddenly did something that left everyone confused. He suddenly pulled back his strength and quickly moved towards the rear with Lingzibu. The audience above looked at each other in shock, completely confused as to what was going on. Xiao Feng was even more frightened at this time. He could no longer retract the fist in his hand and could only attack Yu Ran straight away. But before he came into contact with Yu Ran, his hand suddenly glowed with golden light. Everyone came to their senses after this change. Yu Ran was trying to avoid this recruiting force. If Yu Ran hadn't used up his strength just now and collided with Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng's martial arts would have been at its strongest when it fell on Yu Ran. With one punch, Yu Ran would be in danger. What an ingenious calculation! But at this moment, Yu Ran avoided it, and Xiao Feng was completely at a disadvantage, and his inability to withdraw his martial arts became his ultimate Achilles heel. Yu Ran soared into the sky as if he was sentencing him to death, with thunder and lightning surging in his hands. This punch determines the outcome. Chapter 271 Past Events in Southern Xinjiang. Yu Ran was condescending and struck Xiao Feng with his thunder fist with the force of heaven and earth. Xiao Feng could not think of counterattack at this moment. A layer of iron armor-like objects appeared around his body. Unfortunately, iron is more conductive. Xiao Feng fell directly 100 meters away and hit the mountain. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Brother! Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao had no time to worry about the ground shaking and the mountains shaking at their feet, and ran frantically down the mountain. They just couldn't fly because of their secret strength. When they ran down the mountain, Xiao Feng was already dying. Yu Ran didn't look at him at the moment. Compared to Ye Chen and Lin Fan, Xiao Feng had the fewest trump cards, almost none. Hiding one's clumsiness on the battlefield was tantamount to courting death. There are very few trump cards that can deal with the peak of transformation strength, and not everyone can turn into a beast and go crazy like Ye Chen. Yu Ran stepped into the air and headed towards the location of the Great Elder of Southern Xinjiang. Zhang Hao and Chu Xiong were in no mood to care about what Yu Ran was doing at the moment. They were urgently feeding Xiao Feng healing medicine. Chu Xiong also picked up Xiao Feng and ran outside with large strides. Congratulations to Mr. Yu for winning. The Great Elder of Southern Xinjiang looked kind and congratulated Yu Ran. You're welcome, Elder. I was not ruthless during the battle and spared Xiao Feng's life. Others couldn't tell, but the Great Elder of Nanjiang must have known that he was keeping his hand. The Great Elder of Nanjiang was truly the pinnacle of energy transformation. Li Qi. Realm, Peak of Energy. Friendliness 30. Under systematic inspection, nothing is hidden. Thank you for following the rules, little friend. Nanjiang is very grateful. The Great Elder actually saluted for the first time, and Yu Ran hurriedly helped him up. He did not dare to accept such a salute. The Elder's words are serious. I, Yu Ran, am not a secretive person. As early as in Jinling, my mother said that Li Shui was my fiancé and asked me to develop a relationship with her. Li Shui and I can be considered two people. We are in love, so I came here today to propose marriage to the Elder and ask him to marry Li Shui to me. After Yu Ran defeated Xiao Feng, he told the Great Elder his reasons. In fact, he and Li Shui haven't reached that level yet, but the little girl hugged his thigh before leaving and told him to come and save her from the fire and water. Zhang Mei also loves Li Shui very much, otherwise she would not have agreed to this marriage to Yu Ran. So even if the protagonist is not here to propose marriage, he will still come. Although Li Shui is dry and average-looking, she can still cultivate relationships. Although Li Shui didn't speak at the side, she was also full of joy. In fact, she didn't particularly yearn for marrying Yu Ran, but compared to marrying Xiao Feng, marrying Yu Ran was definitely better. As Yu Ran said, she and Yu Ran had not actually reached the point of discussing marriage, but they still had a foundation for their relationship. Moreover, Yu Ran has many friends around her, and Yu Ran respects her hobbies, so she can play games to her heart's content, which is great. Master Yu, I'm sorry to have to obey you, but I cannot agree to this matter. Great Elder, how, hey? Yu Ran wanted to thank him, but the Great Elder suddenly told him no, leaving him stunned. Suddenly he slapped his head. It seemed not good for him to marry a saint girl without any proof. Continued to add. Great Elder, Li Shui and I are in love. I didn't prepare anything when I came to southern Xinjiang, but the betrothal gift must satisfy the Great Elder. I plan to help southern Xinjiang provide electricity, internet, and water, and allow the children of southern Xinjiang to go there. Studying in Jinling, I will take care of everything in between. This condition is not unfavorable for southern Xinjiang. Southern Xinjiang is located in a remote area and does not even have 3 links. Li Shui only got a mobile phone in Jinling. Water is provided from wells and springs, and there is no electricity. In addition, we also help children from southern Xinjiang go to Jinling to study. Among them, household registration issues and population migration issues are also quite troublesome. Therefore, the conditions given by Yu Ran perfectly meet the needs of southern Xinjiang. This is also what Xiao Feng does for southern Xinjiang later in the book. Naturally, he could not do worse than Xiao Feng when he proposed marriage. The Great Elder's eyes first flashed with astonishment, then surprise and excitement. Just like Yu Ran said, this temptation is almost irresistible to southern Xinjiang. But the Great Elder then flashed with disappointment and determination, and finally silently shook his head. Master Yu, I'm really grateful that you can bring such changes to southern Xinjiang, but I really can't agree. This time it was Yu Ran's turn to be stunned, and blurted out his doubts. Why? He really couldn't figure out why Nanjiang had any reason to refuse. The Great Elder turned around silently, with some vicissitudes in his voice. People cannot stand without trust. Since we in Nanjiang promised to marry the saint to Xiao Feng before, we will naturally not break our promise. The Great Elder looked at the personnel in southern Xinjiang not far away, with a trace of unbearable expression on his face. I know this is difficult to understand. I know clearly that Xiao Feng is in a difficult situation now and may even be hostile to those families, but I still have to fulfill my promise. However, southern Xinjiang has always kept its promises. If not for this, southern Xinjiang would have been destroyed long ago, so even if no matter how difficult Xiao Feng's situation is at the moment, I will not break my promise, otherwise, wouldn't our southern Xinjiang become a wallflower on both sides? For the first time, Yu Ran felt that he had a problem. It seemed that he thought of everything too simply, and not everything could be solved with profit. He thought he had shown his muscles and talked about Xiao Feng's plight. At this moment, he was more valuable to southern Xinjiang, and the Grand Elder would choose him without hesitation. But the Great Elder did not do this, and the Great Elder's voice continued. Master Yu, let me tell you a story. The story is also very simple. Back then, the two forces were hostile. They were both trying to win over the smaller forces around them. However, one of the small forces chose to join the powerful side. The result was unexpected by everyone. What happened was that the originally weak side won a great victory, and then everyone thought that the other side would be liquidated, but what no one expected was that the victorious side was extremely courageous. They just killed the culprits and the blood-stained people, and retained the neutral and conservative forces among those forces, but left an agreement that they were not allowed to enter the secular world without permission. Now we habitually call these forces it's a hidden family, and Nanjiang is that small force. The great elder finished speaking slowly and turned around again. That's why Nanjiang is based on trustworthiness and promises 1,000 pieces of gold. Yu Ran understood somewhat. This situation was not introduced in the book. Yu Ran was also surprised that there was no water or electricity in such a large southern Xinjiang. It turns out that he is the loser. Without the approval of the 5 major families, it is naturally impossible for anyone to help. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot step into the secular world. Naturally, he has no source of money and cannot hire people. It's no wonder that after Xiao Feng became the real leader of the northern border, he made the southern border accessible to water, electricity, and the internet. This thing sounds simple to say, but it's quite troublesome to actually do it. But it's okay for Yu Ran. If Li Shui was her wife, I believe the 5 major families would give him a good deal. It's me, Meng Lang, but I won't give up. Yu Ran gave a slight salute to the elder, and then left. If there was no other option, he could only steal the marriage. Feeling a little bored, he unconsciously turned on the satellite phone. A nice female voice came from the phone. Yu Ran, did something happen? Chapter 272 Lu Qingxiu's idea. Before, Lu Qingxiu came to her when he was in doubt, so Yu Ran would not be stubborn. As a character whose intelligence is close to the ceiling in the book, he still believed in Lu Qingxiu. That's it. Yu Ran quickly told everything about his experiences in southern Xinjiang, basically in detail. He also wanted to see what kind of advice Lu Qingxiu could give. Well, you're saying that people in southern Xinjiang value their promises and are unwilling to break them. Lu Qingxiu tried her best to make her voice warmer, and after Yu Ran left, she became the iceberg female CEO again. That's right. I didn't expect that southern Xinjiang wouldn't be tempted by such a huge profit. I'm a little at my wit's end. Yu Ran was a little helpless. Yu Ran, you value interests too much and ignore some things. It's not that there are people who don't value profits but value promises. Just like Liu Zitong, at what price do you think he will betray you? Liu Zitong betrayed me? It seems that there is really no possibility. If Liu Zitong dares to betray him, his legs will be broken. Then under what circumstances do you think Liu Zitong might betray? Yu Ran racked his brains and finally thought of a possibility. Did I sleep with Qing Yi? Lu Qingxiu couldn't hold back her smile there. Yu Ran, who had so many plans, could be so stupid sometimes. That's pretty much what it means. You did something embarrassing to Liu Zitong first, so you want Nanjiang to break its promise. Just asking Xiao Feng to do something that is sorry for Nanjiang. That's not right. How can Xiao Feng do something that is sorry for Nanjiang if he is not stupid? Yu Ran learned to answer quickly, but later felt something was wrong. It is true that Xiao Feng will not do anything that would be sorry for Nanjiang, but this is a marriage contract. In the end, Li Shui is the key. What if Xiao Feng does something that is sorry for Li Shui? For example, messing around and having a bad character. Lu Qingxiu no longer played riddles. She felt that today's Yu Ran was clumsy and a little more angry than before. In the past, he was both wise and brave, which made people watch him. Yu Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, what Xiao Feng did in Suzhou was not honorable. He just wanted to take advantage of it. If Xiao Feng himself was not a good match, this marriage would not have happened. The great elder still values Li Shui very much, and Li Shui also has a deep friendship with Nanjiang, otherwise she would not say a word when the great elder said about the engagement. So all he had to do was reveal that Xiao Feng was not a good man. It was such a simple truth, but he didn't expect that he was so good at calculating interests before that he ignored the most basic strategy, which was a bit stupid. I understand, but if I tell the great elder directly, they may not believe it. Lu Qingxiu's smiling voice came from the phone. I have prepared it for you a long time ago. I have packaged the previous recordings and Xiao Feng's deeds and sent them to your mobile phone. You can find a place to accept them. Lu Qingxiu thought that this might happen when she bought out Xiao Feng and Yu Ran's videos. In addition, if the Great Elder still refuses to break off the engagement after knowing these things, it means that he is lying to Li Shuai. When the time comes, you can directly steal the marriage. I believe Li Shuai will be willing to go with you. After Yu Ran hung up the phone, he really felt like the clouds were clearing. Maybe this is what the so-called authorities are obsessed with. He had always thought that Xiao Feng and Nanjiang were just interested in each other and using each other, but he never expected to defeat him at the most fundamental level. I understand. Yu Ran flew towards the nearest city and found a place with internet access to receive Lu Qingxiu's documents. Yu Ran was traveling very quickly now and arrived in the town in less than an hour. Seeing the document sent by Lu Qingxiu, Yu Ran couldn't help but clicked his tongue. It was so comprehensive. It contained a complete black history of Xiao Feng, and there was even black material about Xiao Feng being a son-in-law in the Wu family. Of course, the audio clip between Wu Qing, Yuran, and Xiao Feng is the purest trump card. Even his wife angrily scolded Xiao Feng when they were together day and night. What else can illustrate the problem better than this? Yu Ran's mouth curled up. Xiao Feng, you are going to die next, society will die. The next few days were surprisingly peaceful in southern Xinjiang. Xiao Feng was recuperating and preparations for the marriage of the saint were in full swing in southern Xinjiang. Although the protagonist of the marriage is Xiao Feng is not happy at all at this moment. As Nan Xinjiang's uncle, Nan Xinjiang still gave him very high treatment, and there were many Nan Xinjiang people serving him in the surrounding area. There are many people with mixed opinions, and sometimes Xiao Feng feels that having good ears and eyesight may not be a good thing. He hears some sounds every day, some that make him furious. Oh, what do you think the Great Elder thinks? Mr. Yu is a talented person and is very skilled in martial arts. I don't want him to be like this. Harem, don't talk about it. I want a man who loses to become a saint. I really don't know what the Great Elder thinks. Hey, I know that this Xiao Feng once saved the former Great Elder and the others on the battlefield. In order to repay him, the former Great Elder had an engagement with the saint. Ah, isn't that just trying to repay a favor, and you didn't save the saint, so why did you let the saint marry? Hey, please keep your voice down. I feel that young Master Yu is really good. I heard that young Master Yu is willing to steal a marriage. Can we help him? Ah, really? Xiao Feng's veins popped out in the room. Most of these southern Xinjiang people only knew about Jin's strength and had no idea how good Hua Jin's hearing was. Every word he said was like a knife piercing his heart. Brother, the date has been set. Just 5 days later, tomorrow the Great Elders will ask you to go to the council hall to discuss the marriage contract process. Chu Xiong happily came to report the situation to Xiao Feng. The marriage process in southern Xinjiang is very different from that in the Central Plains. Xiao Feng must be familiar with the process to avoid problems. Xiao Feng's expression was a little silent and he just nodded. Chu Xiong also saw that Xiao Feng was in a bad mood and did not dare to mention Yu Ran's matter. Zhang Hao was even more silent, and Yu Ran's punch shattered their confidence. The silence that silenced Xiao Feng was not a failure this time. Victory or defeat was a common occurrence for military strategists, and he would not care about 1 or 2 victories. He was silent because Yu Ran was clumsy. The information he collected was that Yu Ran was good at using a sword. Yu Ran fought him without using his sword at all. He defeated him in the field of fists and kicks where he was most proud. The double blow made him feel a little uncomfortable. Know if you have a chance to get revenge. Yu Ran is even younger than him. His strength may be growing faster than him. The second reason is naturally because of the gossip in southern Xinjiang. No one is a true saint, so he will pay some attention to it. However, the person who can become the god of war in the north has such a strong mind. When he went to the meeting hall the next day, Xiao Feng had already changed his clothes, adjusted his mood, and went to discuss his future affairs. This was actually his first wedding. There was no wedding ceremony at all when he married into the Wu family. He and Wu Qing didn't even have a bridal chamber, so it couldn't be considered a real marriage at all. Xiao Feng swept away the previous decline with his head held high. He was not only a genius in martial arts, but also a genius in military command. It was impossible for a small thing to break his confidence. When he arrived at the meeting hall, Yu Ran sat aside and smiled at him strangely. That smile made Xiao Feng shudder. Could this be the Hung Men banquet? Chapter 273 The public is furious. Xiao Feng originally wanted to ask Yu Ran why he was here, but after thinking that it was disrespectful and seemed like he was inferior, he ignored him and deliberately sat at the head of the guest seat. That was the position prepared for him by the great elder of southern Xinjiang. Yu Ran didn't say anything. The higher he sat, the harder he fell. The great elder of Nanjiang glanced at Yu Ran and said nothing. Yu Ran was extremely benevolent to Nanjiang. If he did not let Yu Ran enter the meeting hall, it would appear that there was something wrong with his treatment of people in Nanjiang. What's more, Yu Ran is Li Shui's family member, and he and Li Shui are still cousins on the surface. Although they are not related by blood, both mothers recognize them. It is also reasonable from a regulatory perspective. Xiao Feng, now let me introduce to you the wedding process in southern Xinjiang. I will mention anything that needs your attention. Great Elder, please speak. Today, Xiao Feng has returned to the confident Xiao Feng, and he speaks quite calmly. The elder nodded and secretly said that Xiao Feng was quite good. Even if he was a little worse than Yu Ran, he could still be considered a hero among people. First of all, our southern Xinjiang dress is different from that of the Central Plains. We will carefully prepare our traditional clothes, including colorful dresses, headscarves and various exquisite jewelry. The groom should also wear our traditional clothing, such as robes, hats, etc., showing handsomeness and solemnity. We will prepare this part for you, but then you have to measure your figure accordingly, and the wedding clothes will be tailor-made. Xiao Feng has no objection to this. It is normal for people to do as the locals do and accept wedding attire from southern Xinjiang. The next step is to welcome the bride. On the wedding day, the groom will lead the bride-to-be team to the bride's house amidst cheerful music and a lively atmosphere. There are usually drummers, dancers, etc. in the wedding procession, singing and dancing along the way. After arriving at the bride's house, she will be warmly welcomed by her relatives and friends. They may also deliberately make things difficult for the groom, such as asking the groom to sing, dance or answer questions, etc., to add a happy and festive atmosphere. The groom can only pick up the bride after completing the test. So you need to prepare the drummers and dancers yourself. You can hire our people from southern Xinjiang, or you can find them from outside. These are all you need to do, including preparing a few songs. Apart from singing by himself, it is not difficult for Xiao Feng to do anything else, but the biggest problem is that he is out of tune. It is impossible to get married if he can't sing well. Wedding celebrations are usually held behind the groom's house. If you don't have it, Mr. Xiao, we can also rent the land in southern Xinjiang to you. At the celebration, a host will preside over the ceremony, and the couple will perform a series of rituals under the witness of everyone, such as reciting Nika, the Imam chanting sutras, praying for the couple, and asking the couple if they are willing to become husband and wife. Afterwards, the couple will perform dancing, singing and other performances to celebrate with their relatives and friends. These rituals were quite unique, very much in the style of southern Xinjiang tribes. Even Yu Ran listened very seriously, and they were very interesting insights. In the wedding ceremony of the saint, I have practiced martial arts for generations in southern Xinjiang, so there will be brave men who challenge you. If you lose, you will not be able to marry the saint for the time being. Of course, you must be a native of southern Xinjiang. After saying that, the great elder glanced at Yu Ran. Yu Ran shrugged innocently. When was he going to challenge? Xiao Feng said nothing and did not cause trouble to Yu Ran. He was naturally not afraid of other warriors in southern Xinjiang. Finally, we have the habit of returning home after the wedding. For a period of time after the wedding, the bride and the groom will go back to their parents' home to visit their parents, relatives and friends. In other words, you have to stay in southern Xinjiang for a period of time after the wedding, which can be as short as 1 or 2 months. As long as half a year. The last point made Xiao Feng frown. His time was actually very precious. 1 month here was okay, but half a year was a bit. Yu Ran also frowned. Half a year was a bit too long. If Xiao Feng ran away, he would still have to follow behind. Although Xiao Feng was very pressed for time, after thinking about it, it was more important to settle the wedding dust first, and he could talk about it later when he returned home. Great Elder, I understand. Xiao Feng performed a junior ceremony and assumed the role of the groom. He also glanced at Yu Ran. This guy was a bit too calm and felt like he was not holding anything back. Just as he was thinking about it, there was suddenly a mess outside and he didn't know what they were shouting about. The expressions of the Great Elder and Xiao Feng changed slightly, and they looked at Yu Ran at the same time. Yu Ran walked out with an indifferent expression. He had finished listening and there was no need for him to stay here. The elder didn't want to cause trouble, so he gave a slight salute to the wrinkled old woman next to him. Mr. Zhang, please help Xiao Feng measure the size. Granny Zhang was of great seniority, but her martial arts skills were average and she only had secret strength, so she did not participate in the southern Xinjiang war. Even the Great Elder had clothes made by her when he got married, and he is considered a living fossil in southern Xinjiang. Granny Zhang nodded and was about to take Xiao Feng out when she heard the angry sounds of people outside. Let's go find the Great Elder. We saints cannot marry such people. The Great Elder's heart skipped a beat. Yu Ran was no longer here. He didn't know what happened, so he walked out quickly. As soon as he went out, he ran into a mighty team from southern Xinjiang, led by Li Shang, the second person in southern Xinjiang's generation after Li Shuet. As soon as Li Shang bumped into the Great Elder, he immediately shouted loudly. Great Elder, I don't agree with the saint's marriage. The saint must never marry such a person. Yes, Great Elder, we don't agree. The crowd was so angry that the Great Elder was so frightened that he didn't know what to say and could only yell. Quiet! The peak energy aura combined with the majestic voice finally silenced the chaotic crowd. The Great Elder was now confused as to what Yu Ran had done to make almost everyone in southern Xinjiang oppose this marriage. Li Shang, tell me. Li Shang calmed down, but still couldn't help the anger in his heart. Great Elder, saints cannot marry. This Xiao Feng is a complete villain and a coward. He is not a good person. The Great Elder had sharp eyesight and could see that Li Shang was speaking from the heart. Li Shang, don't talk nonsense. How much do you know about Mr. Xiao? Great Elder, forget it, come and see for yourself. Li Shang didn't know how to explain it, so he walked quickly in one direction. The crowd quickly moved out of the way, and the elder followed Li Shang. Next to him was a 5 or 6-year-old child, who spoke timidly. Great Elder, the saintly sister cannot marry a bad person. The eldest elder had a dark streak in his head. He had no idea what was going on or what kind of ecstasy soup Yu Ran had poured into his tribe, yet they all spontaneously opposed the marriage. Xiao Feng wanted to follow the elder to have a look, but the crowd stopped him and refused to let him go. Some even shouted insults. Trash, scumbag. Xiao Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and flew towards the Great Elder from the sky. The crowd watched Xiao Feng go there too, and even more clattered behind him. Before Xiao Feng could fly even 100 meters, he saw a huge projection. Chapter 274 Death of Xiao Fengxi. What was being projected on the projector at the moment was the image of Wu Qing's angry accusations. Xiao Feng, you came here 3 years ago with my grandfather's marriage contract, and I, Wu Qing, did not hesitate to fulfill my grandfather's last wish. You know very well how I, Wu Qing, have been in the past 3 years, but you hid your identity and deceived me. Today I, Wu Qing, divorced you, and we are far apart, but today you slandered Mr. You and ruined my reputation. Today we have broken off our friendship and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Don't ever come to see me again. After this paragraph and Wu Qing's video ended, a lot of PPTs appeared immediately, with various pictures and text on them to prove Xiaofeng's point of view. Then he posted about Xiaofeng's situation at Wu's house. He cleaned the house all day long and had nothing to do. He didn't care when he was insulted, and his wife just looked on with cold eyes when she was scolded. In the Wu family, he looks like a pure grandson. In the video, what kind of efforts Wu Qing made, and later the oral description of Xiaofeng going to the council hall to force a marriage, what made Wu Qing finally betray the family, and Wu Qing's angry accusations. A whole loop was played, and now the great elder really understood why the people in southern Xinjiang were so angry. It's okay for you, Xiaofeng, not to be able to beat Yu Ran, but what you do is completely unmanly. The son-in-law did nothing and let his wife get scolded. He didn't help Wu Qing even though he had the ability. He helped Wu Qing and then led others to force Wu Qing to betray the family. Although Xiaofeng's complete betrayal of the family is not entirely due to Xiaofeng, it is definitely the most intuitive reason. This PPT and video are extremely vivid, and the image of Xiaofeng's scumbag instantly comes to life on the page. It's no wonder that the people in southern Xinjiang are so angry. Such people will not be welcome anywhere. The great elder naturally knew that it was Yu Ran who did it, so he lowered his voice at this moment. Xiaofeng, is this true? It's really not that the eldest elder is optimistic about Xiaofeng. It's hard for anyone to imagine that in a position of transformation, the northern god of war would accept being a son-in-law in someone else's house and let his wife protect him from the wind and rain. But the reality is so magical. Xiaofeng was silent for a moment. Xiaofeng, why don't you dare to speak? Just tell me whether the above is true or false. The voice in the crowd came out of nowhere, and the entire southern Xinjiang was boiling in an instant. Yes, you said it is true or false. The people in southern Xinjiang were so angry, but Xiaofeng said nothing. Everyone had the answer in their hearts. Scumbag! Rubbish! A group of women from southern Xinjiang were yelling at Xiaofeng. Such people are not worthy of marrying her, the saint of southern Xinjiang. Great elder, I don't agree with the saint's marriage. This person is not a good match at all. We can't push the saint into a pit of fire. Li Shang stood in front of the great elder, pointed angrily at Xiaofeng, and vented his anger on Xiaofeng. I won't make clothes for such a person. I don't know when Mrs. Zhang walked out of the crowd on crutches and looked directly at the elder. Li Qi, this is the fate Li Kuang promised. Let him marry her. Shuer is a good girl and cannot be ruined by such a person. Li Kuang was the former great elder. Except for old lady Zhang, no one else dared to call the two great elders by their first names. Li Qi knows that Mr. Xiao, if this matter is true, I will forgive you for cancelling the engagement. Seeing that old lady Zhang was angry, Li Qi didn't dare to ask any more questions, so he turned to Xiaofeng and said. Xiaofeng didn't speak. He was angry but speechless. Would anyone believe him if he said there was a reason for all this? No one would believe it. He was no less angry than the people in southern Xinjiang, and Yu Ran disrupted his marriage again. The Wu Qing before, the Li Shui now, the hatred for seizing his wife was multiplied by 2. Such anger made him no longer able to be calm. But at this moment, Yu Ran wasn't even there. He didn't know who to direct his anger at. He just glanced down coldly and flew directly towards his house. At this moment, Zhang Hao could no longer hold back his violent temper and yelled at everyone in southern Xinjiang. It's obviously your engagement. If you cancel it, Cancel it. What do you think my elder brother is? After Xiao Feng left, everyone in southern Xinjiang had already stopped, but when Zhang Hao yelled like this, their anger rose again. Bah! A toad wants to eat swan meat. He is also worthy of marrying our saint. Let alone the saint, ask if any of our southern Xinjiang women are willing to marry him. That's right, we are not responsible for the engagement. If you have the ability, go find the person who gave you the engagement. Zhang Hao couldn't resist everyone's words. He snorted and left the scene. The Great Elder also lowered his head at this moment. The former Great Elder was his mentor and his most important guide. At this moment, he was being denounced by everyone in southern Xinjiang because of an engagement. He felt mixed emotions in his heart and was not in the mood to talk about anything else. He just went to find a quiet place to think. Li Shui clearly saw the noisy scene in southern Xinjiang in her boudoir, but Yu Ran did not communicate with her. She was actually a little aggrieved during this period. She thought Yu Ran gave up on her, which was actually true. She didn't speak for him in front of the Great Elder, but what should she say? The Great Elder and the people from southern Xinjiang raised her up, so she really couldn't say anything. Li Shui curled her lips and took out the pair of flat shoes she was planning to run away from and put them on the shoe rack. She was ready for Yu Ran to come find her. She and Yu Ran had run away from marriage, but she didn't expect that Yu Ran had never thought about this at all. She felt that since she was escaping from marriage, Xiao Feng and Nanjiang would only vent their grievances on her and Yu Ran. Although it was a bit unfair to Yu Ran, it was widely rumored that Yu Ran wanted to steal the marriage. She felt that Yu Ran shouldn't care. But now it's better, she doesn't have to run away from marriage and break up with Nanjiang. Yu Ran's move directly put Xiao Feng at the forefront of the storm. What's the matter with suddenly feeling relaxed? Well, let's play 2 more games. Just when Li Shui took out the game console, she heard a knock on the door. She knew it was Yu Ran, so she didn't move and shouted directly. There's no one inside. Yu Ran opened the door and saw the carefree Li Shui. He couldn't help but go up and pinch her chubby little face. It was so soft and comfortable. Legal Lolita seemed pretty good too. Why don't you thank me for inviting you to watch such a big show? Thank you for what you did. Aren't you trying to eliminate your competitors and marry me? Li Shui pouted and said nonchalantly. After speaking, Yu Ran pinched her face. Why are you thanking me? If I don't do this, you will be separated from southern Xinjiang by snatching the marriage. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Li Shui curled her lips and didn't refute. Yu Ran still knew her very well. She really meant to do something big without saying a word. In Jinling, Yu Ran called her the ever-changing witch. How could she really be so well behaved? You want me, Before Li Shui finished speaking, Yu Ran kissed her directly. The lips parted for a long time, and Yu Ran licked his lips. Well, thank me like this. Chapter 275 The Furious Xiao Feng. Li Shui saw Yu Ran's sly smile and touched her lips, as if she was thinking about something. For a moment, she didn't know whether she was in a daze or thinking about it. Is this what kissing feels like? Li Shui touched the warmth still remaining on her lips and murmured to herself. De Guo Guo, I have decided that if I want to marry you, I must marry you. Li Shui's relationship with Yu Ran was only close to a thin line, but after Yu Ran's robbery and the kiss just now, the wallpaper was finally opened. Li Shui will think of the novel she read, which once said that if kissing a person makes you feel comfortable, then you and him must like each other. Li Shui felt like this just now, it was wet and numb and comfortable, and her little tongue licked her lips flexibly to savor the aftertaste. When Yu Ran heard Li Shui's words, he smiled with satisfaction. It's great. This Shui is also easy to coax. Then he continued to move closer to let Li Shui continue to feel comfortable. This time Yu Ran's attack became more fierce, prying open the shell's teeth, stirring up the fragrant tongue, and guiding Li Shui's actions step by step. His hands also began to behave irregularly, and he followed the trend. Suddenly Yu Ran's attack stopped a little. This Shuer was too small and had no feeling at all. Forget it, let's just kiss her. Yu Ran was kissing comfortably here, but Xiao Feng was quite miserable there. After Xiao Feng returned to the room with a cold face, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, but he didn't want the anger to attack his heart, and a mouthful of blood dyed the wall red. Not only that, the injury Yu Ran had caused to him before had not healed. With this movement, the scabbed wound opened again, and the white bandage was dyed red in an instant. Xiao Feng felt dizzy from all internal and external injuries. He suddenly fell to the ground and blood began to spread around him. Brother! Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao, who arrived late, looked anxious. Then Chu Xiong rushed to find the great elder of southern Xinjiang. Perhaps the only one in southern Xinjiang who has no prejudice against them now is the great elder. He wants to find the great elder to save Xiao Feng. Li Qi meditated in front of the monument of the great elders of southern Xinjiang, but his heart could not calm down. When he looked at the tombstone of Li Kuang, the seventh elder of southern Xinjiang in front of him, he had a lot of thoughts in his heart. I am Li Kuang, so if I teach you, you can call me Li Kuang. Only by being crazy and crazy can you lead me to become stronger in southern Xinjiang. The conversation between master and disciple seems to have happened yesterday, but now they are separated by heaven and earth. Xiao Feng brought Li Kuang's engagement, and he would choose Xiao Feng even if he refused Yu Ran's generous gift. In addition to credibility, he also had a little selfishness. He didn't want Li Kuang's experience to be stained. Li Kuang actually told him about this matter. Li Kuang did not agree to the engagement easily. He saw that Xiao Feng had the appearance of a dragon, combined with his young age, strong strength, and respected status. As long as Nanjiang follows Xiao Feng, he may be able to follow the dragon and lead Nanjiang out of the mountains. It was said that it was a life-saving grace, but in fact Li Kuang passed away less than a month after returning to southern Xinjiang, so the kindness faded away. An ordinary great elder would never give up a rich son-in-law like Yu Ran to choose Xiao Feng. But Li Qi is Li Kuang's successor, how can he see Li Kuang's reputation being tarnished? Even though Xiao Feng's previous deeds aroused public indignation in southern Xinjiang, he still felt that there might be an explanation and still wanted to work hard. When the engagement was cancelled, he had mixed feelings in his heart. Did he really want Li Kuang to be saddled with the loss of credibility after his death? Li Qi closed his eyes. He seemed not to be a qualified great elder, but just a poor imitator of Li Kuang. What should he do? Great elder! A gentle knocking sound outside interrupted Li Kai's contemplation. Li Qi bowed to Li Kuang's tombstone and left slowly. Second elder, what's going on? It was the second elder who held the key. He had previously said not to disturb him if there was nothing important, but less than an hour had passed before he was disturbed. Could it be that Yu Ran did something earth-shattering again? Chu Xiong came over and told us irritably that Xiao Feng had fainted and blood was flowing all over the floor. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He hoped we could treat him. Li Qi thought for a moment, finally nodded, and took the doctor from southern Xinjiang to Xiao Feng's residence. When Li Qi saw Xiao Feng lying on the bed, his expression became a little ugly. Xiao Feng's condition looked very bad. He was still bleeding from the trauma. Even if the energy flow continued, he might die from excessive blood loss. External injury is still a trivial matter, internal injury is the key. If Xiao Feng cannot wake up, the problem will become particularly big. The doctor glanced at Xiao Feng with some displeasure. He was also present at the previous incident and was very unhappy with this scumbag. However, adhering to the principles of a doctor, he still examined Xiao Feng. As soon as the doctor retreated, Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao couldn't wait to come forward and asked anxiously. Doctor, how is my brother? The doctor gave them a somewhat unhappy look, but he didn't pretend to be cold. The internal injuries caused by the anger, the internal injuries lead to the previous trauma, the syncope caused by the two injuries at the same time. The trauma is still a minor matter. If the internal injuries are not treated, he will not survive for 3 days. Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao were stunned for a moment. Zhang Hao rushed forward, grabbed the doctor's arm, and begged. "Doctor, please save my brother. We will pay for it no matter how much it costs." The doctor threw away Zhang Hao's arm impatiently and glanced at Li Qi. "Great Elder, you should know that there is only one way to save his injury in southern Xinjiang, but I don't agree with this method." Chu Xiong was even more impatient when he heard the doctor's words. "Doctor, what are you talking about? Human life is at stake, any method can be used, and you can decide what price to pay. My Chu family is also a first-class family in Suzhou, and I can afford the price." The doctor glanced at him coldly, and then looked at the great elder. "Vulgar, what you have is not worth mentioning here. Li Qi, I warn you, don't let your mind wander. He just met Li Kuang by chance. You know whether he really saved Li Kuang?" After the doctor finished speaking, he walked out without looking back. Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao looked at each other, wanting to stop but not daring to stop him. Li Kuang looked at Xiao Feng on the bed and remained silent. He didn't know what he was thinking. He understood what the doctor just said. The doctor was also an older generation in southern Xinjiang. Li Kuang had to be polite in front of him. He had treated him before. The people of southern Xinjiang are all over southern Xinjiang. He has a high reputation in southern Xinjiang. When he heard about the internal injury just now, he knew how to treat it as soon as possible. The doctor also understood, so he gave up that idea. Even if Xiao Feng is saved, Xiao Feng may not care about the favor of southern Xinjiang. In the eyes of the doctor, Xiao Feng is a complete outsider. Without the engagement with Li Shui, the doctor cannot use that thing to save him. But does he want to watch Xiao Feng die? Li Qi let out a long sigh, and a voice spread throughout southern Xinjiang. "All people with positions in southern Xinjiang come to the council hall for a meeting." Chapter 276 Nine-Colored Heavenly Lotus. Li Qi walked out of the house and looked at Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao again. "You should come and listen in person. After all, we are discussing the matter of rescuing Xiao Feng." Chu Xiong and Zhang Hao looked at each other, and Chu Xiong walked out. His family was richer, and if Nanjiang was unwilling, he could also pay a high fee for treatment. Yu Ran was having a nice chat with Li Shui when he suddenly heard that the great elder was going to have another meeting. "What's the custom in southern Xinjiang? Don't you find it annoying to have meetings every day?" Yu Ran was a little helpless, but he could only stop. Li Shui gave Yu Ran an apologetic look, and hurried to the ground to find the coat that had been thrown away casually. After putting it on, he hurried towards the meeting hall. As a saint of southern Xinjiang, it was impossible for her to miss such a meeting. Yu Ran was also bored and immediately followed. He is now considered to be the saint's husband-to-be, so it shouldn't be illegal. As soon as he entered the meeting hall, he saw Chu Xiong looking at him with gritted teeth, and his eyes seemed to burst out with anger. Yu Ran didn't tolerate him and scolded him loudly. "What are you looking at? With your level of novice, I'll kill you just like killing a chicken. Besides, I won't spoil you. Are you, the Chu family, qualified to go against me?" Chu Xiong was scolded by Yu Ran without saying a word. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. Sadly, what Yu Ran said seemed to be reality. Although the Chu family is a first-class family in Suzhou, they might not have dared to touch the Yu family in the past, but they are far behind now. What's more, Chu Xiong can't represent the Chu family at all. If the Chu family knows that Chu Xiong dares to confront Yu Ran in private, he, Chu Xiong, will be expelled from the Chu family the next day. His personal sorrow will never be compared to the family's interests. Chu Xiong was like a boring gourd, and Yu Ran had no interest in continuing to scold him. He glanced around and didn't see Xiao Feng. Yu Ran was a little uninterested. What's the point of a meeting without Xiao Feng? Yu Ran sat down next to Li Shui, and put his hand on Li Shui's thigh dishonestly. The people from southern Xinjiang next to him looked at their hands and noses, pretending they didn't see anything. Even the witch Li Shui turned red when she was treated like this by Yu Ran on such an occasion, but she just patted Yu Ran's hand and motioned for him to take it away. Seeing that Yu Ran remained motionless, Li Shui did not try to persuade her, but instead hold Yu Ran's hand with your hand and interlock your fingers. Yu Ran couldn't help but laugh. He had to say that the southern Xinjiang woman had such a good character. She dared to love and hate. Even Li Shui, a special saint, had such a personality in her bones. This is also the reason why Li Shui escaped from the marriage before. If she doesn't like it, she just doesn't like it. She can fulfill the engagement for southern Xinjiang, or she can escape for herself. Otherwise, how could she be called the variety witch? The great elder glanced at Yu Ran and said nothing. If he is strong, he can do whatever he wants. Seeing that people were gradually arriving, the great elder sat at the head, coughed slightly, and started today's theme. Just now, Mr. Xiao suddenly became angry because of some unexpected accident. In addition, the previous injuries have not healed yet. Internal and external injuries suddenly broke out. Now his life is in danger. Now we are discussing how to save Mr. Xiao. Everyone in southern Xinjiang is looking at me, and I am looking at you. Although they hate Xiao Feng, it does not mean that they will watch Xiao Feng die. Naturally, they will save him if he can. What else does the great elder want to discuss? Just when someone stands up and is ready to speak. The doctor stood up first. The doctor's seniority and reputation were very high. Seeing the doctor stand up, the others also fell silent. I went to see young Master Xiao for his injuries. He suffered both internal and external injuries. He was suffering from a burning sensation. Ordinary medicine could no longer cure him. To save Xiao Feng, the only way to save Xiao Feng was with the 9-color Tianlian from our southern Xinjiang. Now everyone thinks he can save Xiao Feng. Still not saving. After the doctor finished speaking, he sat down minding his own business. In an instant, Nanjiang exploded, and even Li Shui, who was holding Yu Ran's hand, was startled. 9-colored lotus? Yu Ran recalled the contents of the book, but it seemed that there was very little mention of this thing, which only meant that it was a very important item in southern Xinjiang. This is impossible. I don't agree with the 9-color Tianlian going to save an outsider. The first one to stand up turned out to be the second elder. As the deputy of the great elder, he and the great elder agreed in most situations. This time he was the first to object, which immediately caused a wave of controversy. You're right, what is the 9-colored heavenly lotus? It is the treasure of our clan in southern Xinjiang. Don't even think about using it to save Xiao Feng. This is what the third elder said. Li Qi looked a little bitter. He knew that there was a lot of opposition, but he didn't expect that even the second elder and the third elder didn't support it. Why should Xiao Feng be qualified to use our 9-colored heavenly lotus? Even if he is engaged to the saint, he is not qualified, let alone now. There was a lot of discussion below, and Li Qi slowly stood up. Let me tell you, what Xiao Feng used was only one petal of the 9-colored heavenly lotus. This petal only takes 10 years to grow. We in southern Xinjiang owe Xiao Feng a favor. This petal of the 9-colored heavenly lotus, consider it a return of favor. The doctor's eyes widened angrily and he slapped the case. I said Xiao Feng was unworthy, let alone the favor he owed Li Kuang. Why should all of us in southern Xinjiang repay it? I had objected to the marriage contract of the saint at the beginning, but now I want to use my southern Xinjiang 9-colored heavenly lotus. Unless you step over my body today. Granny Zhang also slowly stood up. I also think that Xiao Feng is not qualified to use our 9-colored heavenly lotus. He has not done anything with southern Xinjiang. The 9-colored heavenly lotus is not something he can get his hands on. Yu Ran was confused and poked Li Shui quietly. What is this 9-color Tianlian? Why is there such a big reaction in southern Xinjiang? Li Shui said softly. 9-color Tianlian is the treasure of our southern Xinjiang clan. It is a peerless treasure that has been passed down since the founding of southern Xinjiang. It can suppress our luck in southern Xinjiang. The petals can also heal all kinds of injuries and detoxify all kinds of poisons. The whole flower, according to legend, flowers can compete for luck and win the fortune of heaven and earth. Yuran frowned slightly. Then why did the former great elder still fall seriously ill and die? Theoretically, the former great elder should not die after taking it. Why didn't he take it? Li Shui used a special sound transmission method to tell Yuran this time. The great elder led the troops in southern Xinjiang and were completely wiped out on the battlefield outside the territory. In the end, he was the only one left to return to southern Xinjiang. He felt that he was a sinner and refused to take the 9-colored heavenly lotus no matter what. He eventually died of his injuries. Li Shui felt a little depressed after the message. The former great elder Li Kuang was called the best great elder in southern Xinjiang in history. At that time, southern Xinjiang was also the strongest, with 5 people at the peak of Guangguajin. At that time, Li Kuang led people to the battlefield outside the territory, thinking that after performing meritorious services, he would be lifted from the restrictions in southern Xinjiang and become a master. He never thought about leaving and never returning. He was the only one left with a broken body when he returned. In fact, no one in southern Xinjiang blamed him. It was just that he blamed himself too much and refused to take the 9-colored heavenly lotus. He died sadly 3 months later. Yuran also understood everything. Li Kuang refused to take 9-color Tianlian, how could he, Xiao Feng, take it? Chapter 277 Yuran saves Xiao Feng? When Yuran and Li Shui were talking quietly, Li Kai's expression was very bitter, to the extreme. Granny Zhang and the doctor were the 2 most senior people in southern Xinjiang. They called the former great elder Li Kuang by his first name, but no one said anything. Both of them are opposed to this matter, and it is basically impossible to use the 9-colored heavenly lotus. It is impossible for him, Li Qi, to suppress everything. But he still wanted to fight for Xiao Feng, no, I should say for Li Kuang. Having said that, Xiao Feng saved my former great elder after all, and the engagement is a fact. Now that the engagement is cancelled, our southern Xinjiang still owes Xiao Feng a favor. If we watch Xiao Feng die in our southern Xinjiang, where can I rest my conscience? Nanjiang abides by the agreement, and it is not empty words to value the promise. Even the doctor and old lady Zhang were a little silent when Li Qi said it. It's okay that the engagement with Xiao Feng was terminated, but the worst thing is that he owed a favor and watched Xiao Feng die in southern Xinjiang without saving him. Then southern Xinjiang's reputation would be really bad. Although Li Kuang finally ruined all the elites of southern Xinjiang, it is undeniable that he made outstanding contributions to southern Xinjiang. It is impossible for southern Xinjiang to really separate Li Kuang from southern Xinjiang. The silence for a moment was finally broken by the doctor. I would rather bear the infamy than use the treasure of my family. It can be said to the outside world that I refused treatment. I will bear the responsibility. If anyone scolds me, I will die to apologize. Mr. Doctor. What did you say, Doctor? Mr. Doctor, how can I let you take responsibility? As soon as the doctor said these words, the entire meeting hall stood up. None of their parents and children had ever received treatment or help from a doctor. If doctors are forced to death, their generation will definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame in southern Xinjiang. Chu Xiang, who had been silent until now, stood up. I don't know how important the 9-colored heavenly lotus is. I know that it costs a lot to southern Xinjiang. We are willing to bear some of it. As long as you give me your opinion, our Chu family is also a first-class family in Suzhou. Money skills are other things. As long as we can do it, I will definitely complete it. Chu Xiang's words did not resonate with anyone. Everyone looked at him without saying a word, but their eyes were filled with the word rejection. Chu Xiong's mentality was shattered by his previous speech. At this time, he felt a bit like breaking the pot and said through gritted teeth. If my eldest brother dies, I will spare no effort to publicize throughout the country how ungrateful and self-destructive you are in southern Xinjiang. I will make your southern Xinjiang hang on the pillar of shame in history. The doctor raised his eyes and glanced at Chu Xiong, his voice calm. If anything goes wrong, I will take the responsibility myself. But you don't have to think about the 9-colored Tianlian. Li Qi, I'm warning you not to let your mind wander. Li Qi lowered his head and didn't know what to do. Today, the doctor and Mrs. Zhang could be said to have crushed the elder's face on the ground. In the past, the doctor and Mrs. Zhang hardly participated in any decision-making in southern Xinjiang, but today they unanimously opposed him. The 9-colored Tianlian is the most precious treasure in southern Xinjiang and is closely related to everyone in southern Xinjiang. Even if the doctor has to bear the eternal infamy, he will commit suicide to apologize. Unwilling to use. Li Qi felt that he was far behind compared to these old people in southern Xinjiang today. The doctor was joking. I will take full responsibility for this matter. It was my presumption. After this time, I will step down from the position of Great Elder. I may not be suitable for this position. When the matter developed to this extent, even Chu Xiong could not say anything. Even if the Great Elder and the doctor were willing to bury Xiao Feng with him, they were not willing to use the 9-colored Tianlian. Chu Xiong clenched his fists. Was he going to watch his elder brother die like this? Just when everything was settled, a handsome boy who had been ignored raised his hand. Well, let me ask a question. As long as Xiao Feng is saved, there is no need for the 9-colored heavenly lotus or any apology. Yu Ran's voice was neither loud nor quiet, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Being stared at by the entire meeting hall, even someone as strong as Yu Ran felt goosebumps rising. Li Shui swept across and held Yu Ran's hands tightly, with a look of surprise on his face. Guo, do you have a way to save people? Li Shui knew that Yu Ran would never joke about this kind of thing, and Li Shui would be very sad if the great elder doctor was missing anyone. It would be best if Yu Ran had a way to solve it. It should be possible. I'm not sure. I'm only 90% sure. Why didn't you tell me earlier, Guo? Li Shui smiled instantly, and many people from southern Xinjiang present breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Ran looked innocent. You didn't even ask me. How do I know that if you want to save people, you have to use the 9-colored heavenly lotus? I have healing medicine. The doctor frowned slightly. Mr. Yu, I'm not questioning you. Mr. Xiao's injuries are very serious. The internal and external injuries have combined to make him angry. General healing medicine will not be effective. Don't worry, doctor. Of course I am confident before I dare to say anything. But I have to see Xiao Feng's appearance first. Besides, I know his injuries very well. Chu Xiong suddenly became excited when he heard that his elder brother was saved, but Yu Ran's words made him not so happy. There was nothing wrong with what Yu Ran said. Xiao Feng's injuries were all caused by him. How could he not be clear about it? Everyone in southern Xinjiang suddenly jumped out of the sad atmosphere just now, and many people came over and eagerly surrounded Yu Ran. Master Yu, how do you want to save this person? Master Yu, what do you need to prepare? Yu Ran was suddenly dizzy due to the noise, but the doctor was still dignified, and with a sharp scolding, everyone dispersed. Whatever are you doing around Mr. Yu? Get out of the way. Then the doctor turned to Yu Ran and his voice became much softer. Master Yu, please come with me to see Master Xiao's injury. Mr. Yu nodded. Xiao Feng can't die now, his wool hasn't been harvested yet. What's more, he thinks Xiao Feng may not die. Is the protagonist still the protagonist if he dies so easily? Ye Chen was beaten half to death by him, but he directly entered Huajin. Now Xiao Feng is beaten to half death. Who knows what will happen? Will I save him this time or ruin his chance? But Sir Doctor and the Great Elder, I saved Xiao Feng this time on behalf of Nanjiang, not myself. The Great Elder understood what Yu Ran meant and sighed. I know that even if I repay Xiao Feng's life-saving grace this time, Xiao Feng will have nothing to do with me in southern Xinjiang from now on. Yu Ran also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains from this visit. Nanjiang is completely disconnected from Xiao Feng, which is naturally a great joy for him. As for whether the rescue of Xiao Feng can be successful, it is inevitable. Yu Ran has already asked the system. And what Yu Ran didn't expect was that the system not only told whether Yu Ran could be saved, but also talked about things related to the 9-colored Tianlian. Xiao Feng can be rescued. The 9-colored heavenly lotus is a very good magic weapon. It is best for the host to hold it in his own hands if he has the chance. Chapter 278 Huang Liang Yi Meng. Yu Ran was a little surprised that the system's over-the-top eyes actually evaluated the 9-colored Tianlian as a good magic weapon. That means the 9-colored heavenly lotus is definitely a treasure, otherwise the system would never be able to appreciate it. In the past, when Yu Ran got those treasures, the system would only say 2 words, garbage. The evaluations received are not as good as the items in the mall. Today, Yu Ran unexpectedly heard a good magic weapon from the system, and he was determined to decide on this 9-colored heavenly lotus. Of course, you can't rob it by force, but you must have it in your own hands. I heard from Li Shui before that the 9-colored Tianlian was related to luck, so it would definitely not be used normally. Once it is used, there must be a difficult child of luck. So he was going to decide on this favor in southern Xinjiang. The doctor brought Yu Ran to Xiao Feng's temporary residence. When Zhang Hao saw Yu Ran arriving, he immediately became angry and spoke angrily. Yu Ran, what are you doing here? Are you watching a joke? Yu Ran glanced at him disdainfully. Xiao Feng hadn't woken up, and he didn't even have the desire to slap him. Yu Ran ignored him, but Chu Xiang became nervous and pulled Zhang Hao's clothes. Tiger, please keep your voice down. Yu Ran is the only one who can save Big Brother now. Zhang Hao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked in a low voice. Old Xiang, Yu Ran has a grudge against Big Brother. Will he save Big Brother? Don't kill Big Brother. Zhang Hao and Chu Xiang naturally called each other by their previous names. One was named Baohu and the other was named Mang Xiang. Yu Ran's hearing was quite good, so he naturally heard Zhang Hao's muttering. If you keep asking me to believe it or not, I won't save him? Will it take that much trouble for me to kill him? When Zhang Hao heard this, he immediately fell silent and did not dare to speak again, for fear that Yu Ran would no longer save Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng can survive, it doesn't matter if he is humiliated by Yu Ran. Yu Ran is indeed a little irritable at the moment, and he can indeed be saved, but the pills he already has on his body are not good, otherwise Nanjiang would not say that he cannot be saved. You have to buy from the system mall. This is your first time buying something in the system mall. The virgin product has to be given to Xiao Feng? I'm so angry. But what made Yu Ran even more angry was that the pills recommended by the system were really expensive. System, are you trying to steal money? 1,000 points of healing medicine. I'll do a task. It only costs 1,000 points to conquer a heroine. Host, this system is indeed foolproof. 1,000 points will definitely cure the disease. The medicine will cure your illness. I'm not a kind person. Xiao Feng heals so quickly and he won't be grateful to me. Just reduce it for me. Xiao Feng can take it and other medicines will take effect. Even if he can't get out of bed for half a month, all is okay. Yu Ran was speechless. As long as the medicine was used to cure the disease, all he had to do was keep Xiao Feng alive. As long as other medicines could help Xiao Feng recover, his mission would be completed. Well, according to the request of the host, the currently recommended medicine is Demon Spirit Pill, which can cure internal injuries. Xiao Feng will also wake up. Other injuries cannot be cured, but he can recover by taking other medicines. This is already the cheapest elixir given by this system based on the current situation, there is no more. The system also added that it was afraid that Yu Ran, a stingy host, would say it was too expensive and that it should be lower. The system, a cheaper one with side effects will do. It's best if it doesn't lift anything, becomes a sissy or something like that. 500 points still made Yu Ran feel very sad, and he was still a little reluctant to part with it. There is really no such thing as a host. If it is produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. If it has side effects, why would it be called a high-quality product? Yu Ran was a little helpless. It turns out that high-quality products also have disadvantages, even if they want to do so. But it's good to think about it. After all, he is helping Nanjiang repay a favor. If Xiao Feng has any problems along the way, he won't be able to explain to Nanjiang. Yu Ran chatted with the system for a long time. It seemed to others that he was standing there without moving for a long time. For a moment, Chu Xiang and Zhang Hao felt their hearts twitching. Even former enemies hoped that Yu Ran can cure Xiao Feng. Master Yu, is there any hope? If it doesn't work, it's okay. I will take responsibility. Seeing Yu Ran's lack of movement, the doctor also asked. Yu Ran came back to his senses, looking a little hurt. Of course it can save Xiao Feng, but there is some physical pain. It is just one of my life-saving elixirs. It can help Xiao Feng treat his internal injuries and he will wake up soon. Yu Ran's pain is real. 500 points. If Xiao Feng doesn't give him 1 to 2 to 30,000 points later, he will really lose money. The doctor was also a little silent. He could understand Yu Ran's mood. The elixir that could treat such internal injuries must be extremely precious. Of course he didn't know that Yu Ran could come up with something better, he just threw away the demon spirit pill to save money. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood. Yu Ran took out a brocade box. The packaging was extremely exquisite, and the inside was made entirely of jade. You could tell it was extraordinary at first glance. As soon as the demon spirit pill was opened, a faint scent of elixir immediately surrounded the room. Chu Xiang and Zhang Hao even felt that some of their old injuries were getting better when they smelled it. They immediately understood that Yu Ran was not joking and could really save Xiao Feng. The doctor was even more surprised. As a doctor, he understood the value of this elixir better. This is definitely the best elixir in the box. Yu Ran gave the elixir to the doctor, but he was not willing to give it to Xiao Feng. When the doctor saw the round and round elixir, his heart felt like it was tickling, and he really wanted to collect it and study it carefully. But looking at Xiao Feng lying on the bed, I could only sigh and let's return Xiao Feng's favor first. Yu Ran didn't stay there anymore and walked out directly. The doctor carefully gave Xiao Feng the pill and waited for the change. About an hour later, Xiao Feng woke up, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Brother, you finally woke up. Zhang Hao had an impatient temper and rushed over in an instant. Seeing Xiao Feng wake up, his heart was full of joy. The same thing happened with Chu Xiang beside him. The doctor took out a yellowed record book and started to record something. The demon spirit pill has an ominous grade and a light medicinal fragrance. Its function is to heal internal injuries. After taking it, the patient wakes up after being seriously injured within an hour, and the patient's internal injuries have basically disappeared. Xiao Feng was still a little confused at this moment. Didn't he just see a man holding a thunderbolt in his hand? He was still telling him about God's will, miracles and the like, and seemed to want to teach him some martial arts. But why in the blink of an eye were Zhang Hao and Chu Xiang beside him? Under the narration of Zhang Hao and Chu Xiang, he understood his previous situation and was seriously injured and dying. Could it be that the previous encounter was a dream? Was it a flashback? But he was extremely impressed by the man with the thunder in his hand, and it didn't seem like a dream. Xiao Feng let out a long sigh and stopped thinking about it. He finally woke up, otherwise it would be useless even if he had learned martial arts. Just think of it as a dream. Mr. Xiao, the internal injuries have basically healed, and the external injuries still need to rest for a few days. Just don't get angry these days. The doctor finished speaking and left here. Xiao Feng looked at the doctor's back and couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He knew that he and Nanjiang were completely dead. Chapter 279 Li Qi resigns. Let's not talk about the complicated expression on Xiao Feng's side. Yu Ran received a warm welcome here. When the news came that Yu Ran had rescued Xiao Feng, the entire southern Xinjiang was boiling. Hey, have you heard that young master Yu helped us treat Xiao Feng in southern Xinjiang and helped us save the 9-colored Tianlian? The two children of southern Xinjiang elders whispered, ignoring the ordinary members of southern Xinjiang who were cleaning up. Hey, have you heard? Mr. Yu saved Mr. Xiao regardless of previous suspicions, and also saved the 9-colored Tianlian for us. Hey, have you heard? Xiao Feng attacked young Master Yu and seriously injured him. Young Master Yu helped him treat him regardless of previous suspicions, and even saved the 9-colored Tianlian for us. As a result, the news became more and more outrageous, and by the time it reached Yu Ran's ears, it had already become. Hey, have you heard? Xiao Feng attacked young Master Yu and was seriously injured. He actually asked us to use the 9-colored heavenly lotus to treat his injuries. In the end, young Master Yu saved him regardless of the past suspicion and saved the 9-colored heavenly lotus for us. Yu Ran looked at Huang Lingmeng next to him with a confused look on his face. Huang Lingmeng shook his head. This had nothing to do with her. She had been practicing with Yu Ran these days. There is no time to spread this, and besides, this information is actually of no practical use to Yu Ran. This time Yu Ran has gained the friendship of almost all the senior officials in southern Xinjiang, which is enough. Yun Yi also rubbed her lower abdomen. Huang Lingmen's strength was good. She could not bear such torture at the late stage of her dark strength. Don't talk about going out to cause trouble, most of the time you don't want to move. It is said that after Yu Ran treated Xiao Feng that day, he was a little angry with Li Shuet, but now it is not good to be on his territory. So I had to ask Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi-san to rehearse. After a week, the strength of these people improved a lot. And Yun Yi was even more shocked by how fast she broke through. Within a year or so of knowing Yu Ran, she had gone from an ordinary person with no talent to the late stage of Anjin. Even in the Yun family, she is an absolute genius. But she doesn't particularly care about the Yun family's struggle for power now. She just plans to be her policeman and Yu Ran's woman in Jinling, which is enough. After a week of treatment, Xiao Feng finally recovered. When he left southern Xinjiang, he only spoke to the elder with a complicated expression. I thought that southern Xinjiang was the place where he would rise, but I didn't expect that he would still fail. Yu Ran's destruction made him angry. Even if Yu Ran saved him, he would not be grateful to him at all. Yu Ran did not save him for no reason, just to gain a favor from southern Xinjiang, and it was just an exchange of interests. But he knew in his heart that he was by no means Yu Ran's opponent now, but revenge did not lie in a moment. He had to strengthen himself, and strengthen himself quickly. Otherwise, with the speed of Yu Ran's breakthrough, the possibility of Yu Ran actually becoming a master and seeking revenge would be infinitely close to zero. Brother, where are we going now? Zhang Hao's mood was not high either. Although they came out on their own, they always felt like a lost dog. Go to the imperial capital. Xiao Feng knew in his heart that if he wanted to break through quickly, he could only go to the imperial capital or the battlefield outside the territory, but if he wanted to go to the battlefield outside the territory, he also needed to report to the imperial capital. He still has his last relationship, Li Fengling, the eldest lady of the Li family. On the day Xiao Feng left, the great elder held another meeting. The old man's figure was a bit stooped, as if he had aged 20 years suddenly and lost a lot of energy. Although he is the apprentice of the former Great Elder, he is actually close to 100 years old. Even though the martial arts realm has made him physically older than middle-aged, the incident in southern Xinjiang has had a great psychological impact on him. Big. There were not many people in the meeting this time, including the 9 elders of southern Xinjiang and the Saint Li Shui. Yu Ran did not join in the fun. Without Xiao Feng, he did not care much about the internal development of southern Xinjiang. Li Shui looked at the obviously old elder above, with mixed feelings in her heart. She was jointly raised by several elders. After her mother passed away when she was 10 years old, her talent was unanimously recognized by southern Xinjiang, and several elders spared no effort to cultivate her. She lived up to expectations. At the age of 19, she broke the record in southern Xinjiang and was considered the top talent in the entire world. But she understood that without the Great Elder and Yu Ran in her life, she might not be able to achieve this level in her life. Li Qi glanced at the assembled people and coughed lightly. I'm calling everyone to a meeting just to say one thing. In view of my previous mistakes in judgment on southern Xinjiang affairs and the serious consequences, and because of my selfish neglect of the development of southern Xinjiang, I announced my resignation as the Great Elder and my withdrawal from management. Layer, go and be the protector and evangelist of southern Xinjiang. Guardian refers to the defender of southern Xinjiang, and evangelist refers to the identity of teacher. Li Qi seems to have decided to train the next generation of southern Xinjiang. Great Elder. The second elder stayed on the spot, and the other elders seemed unresponsive. Li Shui stared blankly at the first elder above, with tears already in her eyes. Needless to say, I have made up my mind. I will admit it was my mistake. The trouble I brought to southern Xinjiang before is far less than my contribution in the past few years. According to the rules, I am indeed no longer qualified to be the Great Elder. I recommend Saint the female successor. The Saint is one of the most talented people in our southern Xinjiang from ancient times to the present, and she will definitely lead southern Xinjiang to go further. After Li Qi finished speaking, he breathed a long sigh of relief, but Li Shui noticed that Li Kai's rickety back seemed to be much straighter. Li Shui didn't speak. She wanted to refuse, but who would be responsible for her refusal? The second elder and the others knew in their hearts that Li Kai's suggestion was correct. Li Shui was not only exceptionally talented, but also had a vision for the new era, and had a very good relationship with Yu Ran, Huang Lingmeng and other favored men from the outside world. No matter from which point of view, she is the best candidate for the Great Elder of southern Xinjiang. As for her age, it doesn't matter, they old guys will protect her well. As long as Li Shui is doing it for the good of southern Xinjiang, they don't care about anything else. Li Shui was silent, but Li Qi showed a smile. Shui'er, southern Xinjiang will be handed over to you from now on. Your succession will be a good thing for you. Mr. Yu is outstanding, but there are also many outstanding women around him. With Nanjiang as your backing, you will be more confident. In addition, I feel that my tao may lie with the professor. If Mr. Yu really has a way to lift the ban on my southern border, we must have a Grand Master. Li Qi smiled. He was also at the 9th level of energy transformation. There was a huge gap between him and Li Kuang. Li Kuang could become a master at any time, but he was still far behind. But these days, he has also figured out that he has been following Li Kuang's path for the sake of learning, and his rise started when Li Shui became stronger, for the sake of teaching. Perhaps the path of teaching is the path that truly suits him. Only when the path transforms the realm can he become a master. Chapter 280 Li Shui succeeds as the Great Elder. Li Shui will obey the order of the Great Elder. Li Shui knelt down on one knee and took the ring representing the Great Elder of southern Xinjiang. Several elders around looked at Li Qi and were speechless. They have known and worked with Li Qi for decades. Although Li Qi has been the elder for only a short time, their friendship is very deep. In the past, the opposition to Li Qi was just for business, and there was never any intention of targeting. Now that Li Qi has abdicated, he can't help but feel a little desolate. Li Qi also felt the surrounding eyes and smiled. Old friends, why are you looking so bitter? I didn't die or run away. I just want to pursue my own path. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. I'm much more relaxed than you now. From now on, Shuai will be left to you. This is the last time I'll call her that. Well, after today she will be the 9th generation elder of southern Xinjiang. I'll obey. The fact that Li Shui became the new generation of great elders in southern Xinjiang swept across the entire southern Xinjiang like the wind, and all the people in southern Xinjiang were shocked. Li Qi has only been in power for 3 years, and he resigned as the great elder today. Not only that, he also passed the great elder on to the saint. You know, there are 8 elders behind the great elder. If it weren't for the news from the elder's house, they would have thought it was a joke. With the announcement of the celebration of Li Shui's succession as the great elder, the people of southern Xinjiang also woke up from a dream and began to celebrate lively. No matter what, the succession of the great elder of southern Xinjiang is a big matter in southern Xinjiang. Yu Ran also raised his eyebrows. This Li Qi looked dull, but in fact he had really good eyesight. If it weren't for Yu Ran, Xiao Feng would definitely be the one who could lead southern Xinjiang to take off. After Xiao Feng severed ties with Nanjiang, Li Qi knew that he had a bad relationship with Yu Ran, so he took the initiative to relinquish his position to Li Shui. In this way, Yu Ran would not dislike Nanjiang because of Li Qi, but would dislike Li Shui because of Li Shui. The relationship with southern Xinjiang is even closer. The seamless connection between the male protagonist and the villain, Li Qi is clearly the shortest successioned elder in southern Xinjiang, but he has become one of the most important elders in southern Xinjiang. After Xiao Feng said goodbye, Yu Ran actually planned to tell Li Shui to go to the imperial capital, but now it seemed that he would have to stay for a while longer. For the next period of time, Yu Ran practiced with Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi almost every day. He originally wanted to see Li Shui. Li Shui was so busy with the handover matters from the Great Elder that she had no time to say anything to Yu Ran. The Great Elder's succession celebration will be held in 7 days, and it will originally take longer. However, because there are many finished products from the saint's wedding celebration prepared previously, they can be used directly. The time was shortened a lot, of course because of Li Shui's suggestion. She knew that Yu Ran's time was very tight and she couldn't delay here for too long. If it were really a few months later, Yu Ran would definitely be gone. This is one of the most important moments in his life, and I really want Yu Ran to witness it together. On the day of the celebration, as soon as it was dawn, I could feel the warm atmosphere. The singing and dancing outside and the sound of musical instruments had already begun to play. For today's celebration, Yu Ran rarely practiced the exercises yesterday and had a full night's sleep. Early this morning, Yu Ran put on his formal clothes, his posture was upright, and his noble gentlemanly attitude was completely different from before. It's very much like when I first came to southern Xinjiang. Going a little further outside, I saw a group of dressed-up boys and girls from southern Xinjiang, each wearing their traditional costumes and holding their traditional musical instruments in their hands. Yu Ran has been in southern Xinjiang for almost a month without knowing it, and he doesn't know anything about southern Xinjiang. The plucked instrument inlaid with animal bones is the riwapu, the instrument that looks like a dulcimer is called the karongkin in southern Xinjiang, and the extra-long instrument that is more than 1 meter long is called the tanpole. In addition to these, there are also some musical instruments that I can't name, but the sound is very harmonious and joyful. The boys and girls in southern Xinjiang danced separately, and some men even boldly invited women to play and dance together. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere and some hormonal restlessness. Youth is so good. Yu Ran sighed, suddenly realizing that he seemed to be in his youth too. He envied them what they were doing. So he pulled Yun Yi to join the singing and dancing team. At this time, Huang Lingmeng felt a little embarrassed. She had never learned this. When Yu Ran invited her, she could only politely refuse. Yu Ran used to be called an uneducated playboy, and these things were also involved. As the eldest lady of the Yun family, Yun Yi cannot avoid learning these. Dancing is also an important diplomatic etiquette. After Yu Ran joined, the boys and girls became even more excited and walked all the way towards the ceremony. Flowers and ribbons have been arranged on the roadside leading to the ceremony. The colorful ribbons are fluttering in the wind among the sea of flowers, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. Even Huang Lingmeng calmed down at this moment and admired the decoration of the ceremony. Every time I walked, there were red lanterns hanging high, highlighting the festive atmosphere. A girl next to me was also very excited. Young Master Yu, you and the saint also had the same arrangement when you got married, but well, it might be more grand than this. The blankets you will be walking on will all be flower blankets. Yu Ran smiled and said nothing, took out a box of chocolates from his arms and stuffed them into the girl's arms. Thank you Ji Yan, this is the chocolate outside, it's delicious. The girl thanked Yu Ran, then caught up with the team in front, and distributed the chocolate to her friends to taste together. Is it the wedding to the saint? It should be the wedding to the great elder now? Hey, Li Kai's appearance as the great elder is a bit popular and makes people's skin crawl. Still, the wedding to the saint sounds comfortable. But these days, he has not been told about his marriage to Li Shui. Although he thinks it is certain, can Li Shui still marry outside the country now that he has become the great elder of southern Xinjiang? You can't let him get married, then his mother might beat him to death. Putting aside these messy thoughts, Yu Ran still rushed to the celebration site. At this time, the celebration site was already filled with gongs and drums, firecrackers were blasting, and there were huge crowds of people. It was so spectacular. The sun has just risen, but the streets are already empty. It's just that the protagonist of the celebration hasn't arrived yet. Li Shui is in the dressing room. The makeup artist next to her is meticulously touching up her makeup. The clothes customized by Mrs. Zhang for her are hanging aside. She looked at herself in the mirror, with willow eyebrows and starry eyes, graceful eyebrows, bright eyes and good gaze, apricot eyes and peach cheeks. A touch of rouge dyed her lips a little darker, making her lips white and red, with a beautiful nose and cherry lips. She was already outstanding in appearance, but today her eyes are even more beautiful, her teeth are whiter, and her bones are as smooth as ice. Obviously, beauty is incomparable, but Li Shui is nervous, not only to succeed the great elder, but also in the previous discussion of the elders' meeting, the elders felt that they could confirm the engagement relationship with Yu Ran at this celebration. But the elders told Li Shui not to tell Yu Ran about this news. This was Li Kai's last order when he left office. Chapter 281 Wishes at the celebration. Li Shui didn't understand why Li Qi didn't tell Yu Ran in advance, although the possibility of Yu Ran refusing was very low. But what if? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Li Shui looked at herself in the mirror, a little lost in thought, and unconsciously touched her chest, feeling suddenly frustrated. A vast plain, impoverished, and a natural airport. Yu Ran probably prefers older ones, as all the women around him do, but she is the smallest and shortest. She had also heard Yu Ran complain more than once that Lu Zitong was a Lolita control, but she seemed to be the legal Lolita? It's just that she was usually cute, but now she is extremely talented, so she should be qualified to marry him. Li Shui was thinking aimlessly, but she heard 3 consecutive drum beats outside, and she knew that the celebration had begun. When Li Shui stood on the ceremony stage, there was a sea of people below, and they were almost touching each other, with only 10 centimeters between them. But she managed to catch a glimpse of Yu Ran in this sea of people. His handsome young man's temperament and white clothes made him stand out among the troops in southern Xinjiang. At this moment, he was holding Huang Lingmen's hand and saying something. As if he felt Li Shui's gaze, his eyes moved to the ceremony stage. She smiled at Li Shui and said nothing, but Li Shui suddenly felt at ease. Deguo is still the same Deguo. The accent she deliberately continued in order to pretend to be stupid has now become her exclusive title. Her Mandarin is very good, but she still likes to call him Deguo, because calling him Deguo is like meeting him for the first time in life. On the battlefield in the secret realm of the sea and sky, the sound of a cauldron when she asked Yu Ran for urgent help, and the magnificence of Yu Ran's sword. The celebration begins. A shout from the host next to her brought Li Shui back to reality. Li Shui stood gracefully in the crowd. As a saint, she already had a beauty that overshadowed southern Xinjiang. At this moment, under her careful dress, countless women were eclipsed. The surrounding southern Xinjiang people burst into violent cheers and threw the paper cranes that had been prepared from their arms into the sky. Li Shui smiled slightly, used her energy to fly into the air, and randomly selected 5 paper cranes. Xiaoxiu is so beautiful today. Yun Yi couldn't help but sigh, today's Li Shui is completely different from before. The clothes for the celebration are antique, and she is the kind of classical beauty that can only be seen in costume TV dramas. Incomparably beautiful. Yu Ran nodded gently. To be honest, he was shocked when he first saw her. She was already stunning without any makeup, and even with a little makeup, she looked gorgeous. Li Shui gently opened the paper crane with a soft voice. I hope the saint can lead us out of southern Xinjiang. Although Li Shui is now the great elder, because there is no one to succeed the saint, everyone still prefers to call her the saint. The great elder always seems a bit old-fashioned. Thousands of paper cranes are part of the celebration and represent the wishes of the people of southern Xinjiang. Going out of southern Xinjiang is the wish of southern Xinjiang people for generations after being locked in southern Xinjiang. This was a very normal and difficult wish before, but everyone seemed to see hope in Li Shui. I will definitely work hard towards this goal. After that she opened the second note. I hope the saint can increase the wages of our gardeners. Li Shui was a little dumbfounded. The levels of the 2 notes were completely different. Under normal circumstances, when a saint declares her wish in public, she wants to realize it or work hard. If she feels that it is unreasonable, she will not declare it. However, this is rare in southern Xinjiang's succession celebrations, and the people of southern Xinjiang will not embarrass their great elder. That's fine. The salary level has been raised from the original 3rd grade to the 2nd grade 5th grade. Taking care of the flowers and plants is also very important. Oh yeah! Several people below were cheering. Apparently they were the ones who took care of the flowers and plants. Although their salary was only raised by half a level, it was at least increased by 30%, which was a great joy for them. There were also many people around with envious eyes. They were lucky to be able to draw out of tens of thousands of paper cranes. I hope the saint can give me a box of chocolates. Li Shui bit her lip, took out the chocolate that Yu Ran had given her and handed it to a little girl who looked only about 10 years old. She might have just eaten the chocolate distributed by Yu Ran, so she wrote down the wish on the spur of the moment. A box of chocolates is almost everywhere outside, but it is a rare treasure in their southern Xinjiang. The little girl took the chocolate with a smile on her face, put it in her arms and ran to her mother's arms in front of everyone. This was her treasure and she couldn't give it to anyone else. I hope the saint can lead southern Xinjiang to glory. Li Shui nodded gently. In fact, there were many such blessings for southern Xinjiang. Almost every elder drew 2 or 3 paper cranes like this, representing the simple wishes of the people of southern Xinjiang. When the last paper crane was opened, Li Shui's face turned red, but she still read it out. I hope Sister Saint and Brother Yu Ran will give birth to a little saint to play with me. Yu Ran was originally enjoying the joy of the celebration. He really liked this atmosphere, but he didn't expect that he would have his own things to do. As soon as this was said, everyone looked towards Yu Ran. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were puzzled, wondering if Yu Ran had written it himself. Yu Ran was not bored enough to do such a thing. He saw a little boy in the corner being held high by his father, with his head held high. I wrote it, I wrote it. Li Shui smiled unconsciously. Li Shang's younger brother Li Tian, who is currently 5 years old, probably was influenced by Li Shang and admired Yu Ran very much. Mr. Yu, this is everyone's wish. Will you accept my request and become the husband of my southern border saint? Li Shui paused and smiled with curved eyebrows. Of course, this is also my wish. What was originally a difficult request now seemed like a natural outcome and not at all abrupt. But Li Shui didn't want Yu Ran to think that she was pursuing him because of Nanjiang's wish, so she added a sentence. Women in southern Xinjiang are always bold and will take the initiative to pursue their loved ones when they meet them. Agree, agree, agree. The cheers around me filled the entire sky. Li Qi watched silently in the corner. This was the daughter he raised, and even if he left, he would pave the way for her. Yu Ran would definitely not refuse, as he knew it clearly in his mind. However, Yu Ran's initiative to propose was completely different from theirs. They took the initiative to represent southern Xinjiang and gave Yu Ran face, so Yu Ran would naturally give something in return. Moreover, Yu Ran was engaged to Huang Lingmeng before, so if Yu Ran accepted Nanjiang's request, it would not make Huang Lingmeng feel uncomfortable, nor would it cause any problems in the relationship between the southern military and Yu Ran. And he agreed to it in front of everyone in Nanjiang. Then the whole of Nanjiang would support Li Shui. Would Yu Ran dare not treat Li Shui well? This is the last thing I can do. Li Qi left silently, but he did not look gloomy. Huang Lingmeng beside him nodded to Yu Ran. She didn't care much about these things. Yu Ran also understood that. He instantly flew into the air and came to Li Shui's side in a flash. Southern Xinjiang also became quiet in an instant. The sound of their 10 fingers interlocked was neither loud nor soft, but the whole of southern Xinjiang could hear it clearly. I do. Chapter 282 The Holy Son of Southern Xinjiang. The sudden scene at the celebration caught Yu Ran off guard, but he did not hesitate at all. The relationship between Li Shui and him had been determined from the moment Li Shui was reluctant to leave and asked him to come to southern Xinjiang. At this moment, the cultivation was officially completed. Yun Yi looked a little envious from below, but Huang Lingmeng was relatively calm. His engagement with Yu Ran was much more grand than this. As Yu Ran's first official engagement partner, there is nothing else to care about. Yu Ran's agreement made Li Shui smile, and she kissed Yu Ran directly on the lips. Yu Ran, who was forcibly kissed in public, was stunned at first, and then cooperated. Li Shui's poor kissing skills required his cooperation. Wow! Alas! Oh yeah! There were cheers below. Yu Ran and Li Shui's marriage seemed to be a destined marriage in southern Xinjiang. They cheered wildly for the saint who had found a good husband. There were also a very small number of die-hard fans of the saint who felt sad, but they had already been drowned in the cheers of the crowd. Yu Ran gave Li Shui enough face in public and did not take the initiative to attack, but only guided Li Shui to be romantic. Although Li Shui was bold after being released from the shackles, after all, thousands of people were watching, so she restrained herself in time. The blush on his face seemed to be due to a lack of oxygen, but the smile on his face could not be cut off. Yu Ran took a step forward. I will always be kind to Saint de Rocher. Today I prepared a gift for Saint de Rocher's coronation. It seems that today will become our engagement gift. Then Yu Ran magically took out a piece of paper. Everyone here was a little confused and didn't know what Yu Ran wanted to do. But they also knew that Yu Ran would not joke at this time, so they stretched their necks to see what was on the paper. The paper in Yu Ran's hand was clearly visible to Li Shui who was behind her. There was an extremely shocked look on her face. The elder took in the changes on Li Shui's face. He was even more curious about Yu Ran's engagement gift. What kind of gift could make the saint look like this? After the Yun family proposed and decided, the local blockade in southern Xinjiang will be lifted, electricity, water and internet access will be allowed in southern Xinjiang, and children in southern Xinjiang will be allowed to go to Jinling to receive education. Just 2 or 3 lines, Yuran read it slowly and slowly. The entire southern Xinjiang was eerily quiet, and the elders all opened their mouths. This gift doesn't sound like much, as the 3 links have basically been implemented in any small city in Daxia, but in southern Xinjiang, which has been blocked for more than 100 years, this news is tantamount to nuclear bomb level. Yuran handed the paper to Li Shui coolly. No, it has the seal of the Yun family and the permission of the other 4 major families. I rushed to have them deliver it in the past few days. When Yuran handed it to Li Shui, he saw Li Shui looking at him with tears in his eyes and full of affection, as if he was trying to rub Yuran into his heart. Yuran was embarrassed to see it, but the atmosphere at this time was not suitable for doing these things. How could the second elder and other elders still sit firmly on the Diao Yute? Paper as heavy as Mount Tai. In an instant, countless elders burst into tears. They had waited for countless days and nights, and finally waited for the order to lift the ban. When Li Kuang was at his peak, he was so polite to Xiao Feng because he just hoped that he could lift the ban on southern Xinjiang. Although the restrictions on force have not been lifted, but now that it has begun, can the rest be far behind? What's more, the 3 links are of greatest help to southern Xinjiang now, and children are allowed to go to Jinling to study. The world of children in southern Xinjiang is no longer this small bush of flowers. They could also go to see the Sea of Stars. The second elder could not hold back and knelt down directly to Yuran. The other elders also followed suit and knelt down in a row instantly. Yuran was shocked. He knew this was of great value to southern Xinjiang, but he didn't expect the elders to be so excited. Facing the kneeling elders, Yuran was not slow and quickly helped them up one by one. Elders, what are you doing? Li Shui and I have a marriage contract and we are a family. Helping Nanjiang is helping the family. This is what we should do. You are all Shui's elders. If you kneel to me like this, my life will be shortened. The second elder nodded, wiped away the tears in his eyes excitedly, and collected his emotions. Other elders also stabilized their emotions one after another. The entire southern Xinjiang was quiet about what happened just now. Everyone didn't understand Yuran's meaning at first. It wasn't until the elders collectively knelt down that everyone knew what Yuran was talking about. This dreamed thing has finally become a reality? The following suddenly became crazy. What? We finally have water and electricity. Can we also use the internet? I saw the saint using those electronic lumps before, but they are something I have never seen before. Can my child go to school in Jinling? Where will he be discriminated against? By the way, where is Jinling? Jinling is Mr. Yu's hometown. Mr. Yu will definitely help us where we are, so don't worry. The discussion below was loud, and a trembling old man was helped onto the stage. It was old woman Zhang and the medical doctor. The 2 of them were not supposed to come to the stage, but at this moment they could no longer sit still below. The 2 oldest people in southern Xinjiang were extremely excited at this moment, looking at Yuran with satisfaction in their eyes. Li Shui, Li Yun, come here. The second elder and Li Shui walked over and whispered a few words to them in their ears. The second elder nodded. The second elder walked to the stage and was as angry as a bell. He had never been as refreshed as he is now in the past 50 years. Quiet. The originally heated discussion in southern Xinjiang disappeared instantly, and everyone looked at the group of elders above, with various expectations in their eyes. The second elder adjusted his tone to make himself sound less excited, and tried to sound serious. Yuran lifted the ban on our southern Xinjiang, and southern Xinjiang is no longer isolated from now on. In addition, the elders meeting unanimously decided that from now on, Yuran will be my holy son of southern Xinjiang by default, with the same status as the great elder. After a brief silence, fierce applause and cheers broke out. Okay, Mr. Yu is the best. What are you talking about? Long live the Holy Sun! Long live the Holy Sun! Long live the Holy Sun! The cheering crowd all shouted Long live the Holy Sun, which made Yu Ran, who had seen countless big scenes, feel a little moved. He suddenly understood the sentence, if you are good to the people will trust you. After the celebration, we will hold a meeting to discuss the charter regarding the matters raised by Mr. Yu. Now the celebration continues. The sound of the audience rose again, and this scene of happy events pushed this celebration to a climax. However, the protagonist of the celebration seems to have changed from Li Shui to Yu Ran. Chapter 283 Early Wedding with Li Shui. After the celebration, Nanjiang Hualio led a group of people to the 100 People's Forum. This was a major event regarding the departure of Nanjiang, and naturally the elders could not be dictatorial. Instead, the entire southern Xinjiang should come together to give advice and suggestions to seek a better future for southern Xinjiang. But what is interesting is that there are only 2 people missing from the meeting at this moment, one is the saint of southern Xinjiang, and the other is the saint of southern Xinjiang. After the celebration, Nanjiang was very tacit and did not disturb them. Although it was not a wedding, they must enter the bridal chamber. Although it was against the rules, Yu Ran's things were the rules. Li Shui was sitting in the wedding room, her face already dyed bright red, thinking about what old lady Zhang said to her before leaving. Shui, the holy girl and the holy son are a natural match, and their heirs should inherit southern Xinjiang as a matter of course, right? So if you want to stay with the holy son forever, you have to let someone manage southern Xinjiang. Now Nan Xinjiang except for you and the son's children, no one else will be convinced, at least we old guys won't, so you have to seize the opportunity. I heard that the son will leave soon, so why don't you come on? Mrs. Zhang was talking nonchalantly, and the second elder next to her quickly gave her a gu worm, and several other elders cheered her up. Li Shui sat in the room thinking, her cheeks already as red and hot as a burning cloud. Yu Ran was taken down by her maid to change into clothes. Even though it was an engagement, the engagement ceremony was also essential. Moreover, Yu Ran's parents will definitely be present when they get married, and they may not wear southern Xinjiang wedding clothes when the time comes, so when they get engaged, they must each change into southern Xinjiang wedding clothes, so that they have the characteristics of southern Xinjiang. It was also the first time that Yu Ran put on a wedding dress from southern Xinjiang. He had to say that it did have a unique sense of beauty, although he felt that it didn't need to be that troublesome. After all, he would definitely be naked by then, and all his clothes would be useless, but Yu Ran still chose to respect the customs of southern Xinjiang. It's also a good idea to do as the Romans do and experience the characteristics of southern Xinjiang. It was quiet at night, and there was no sound of insects around. When Yu Ran walked into the wedding room, he saw Li Shui moving around with his hands crossed. Shui, are you a little nervous? When Li Shui saw Yu Ran arriving, she nodded first and then shook her head. No, no. If Li Shui's expression hadn't been completely unnatural, Yu Ran would have believed it. No matter how courageous Li Shui is, she is just a woman who has never experienced a bridal chamber. It would be fake to not be shy at this time, but the person she likes is here, and those shyness will disappear with the wind. I'm here to undress my husband. Li Shui spoke in a gentle tone and tried to undress Yu Ran carefully according to the steps in the ceremony. But when Yu Ran exposed her solid upper body, Li Shui's hands began to shake. When Yu Ran was left in only her underwear, her strength seemed to be drained, and she put her hands on her belt. There was no movement. Yu Ran naturally saw through Li Shui's embarrassment. It was too difficult for girls to do this kind of thing, except for Ansuandi. Yu Ran held Li Shui in his arms and slowly began to remove the hair crown from his head. Yu Ran's movements were very gentle, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Before Li Shui could react to her shyness, all her and Yu Ran's clothes fell to the ground. Li Shui opened her mouth, but before she could ask the question why are you so skilled, Yu Ran had already pushed him to the bedside. What happened next was a natural progression, with the two people's original close contact slowly turning into a negative distance. That night, although the girl still had the figure of a girl, she had grown up inside. In the next few days, Li Shui and Yu Ran did not show up in public, and the people in southern Xinjiang held meetings and discussions every day as if they knew nothing. Although some important information could not be discussed because Yu Ran was not here, they naturally had to solve their own problems first. Some of the detailed matters could be answered by asking Yun Yi and Huang Lingmeng, and the general rules were basically determined. All that was left was to get Yu Ran's approval. It was already the 5th day of the celebration when Yu Ran and Li Shui appeared. Everyone looked at Li Shui, who became more and more beautiful after being moisturized, and their eyes became more and more inquiring, which made Li Shui very shy. "Son, we have already discussed some rules. The rest is up to you to make the final decision. Please see if there are any problems with the results of our discussion." Yu Ran did not refuse and followed the second elder to discuss matters. The quick-eyed and quick-handed medical technician called Li Shui aside and coughed twice first. "The saint, have you used the fertility and blessing goo that I gave to the second elder?" Li Shui nodded shyly. "I just don't know if it's useful or not, and I don't feel anything." The medical doctor was relieved. Li Shui and Yu Ran were both in Huajin, and their life levels were similar, so the chance of pregnancy was still good. However, Huajin itself was difficult to conceive. With this aid, Yu Ran had had dozens of pregnancies in the past 5 days. Well, the probability should be enough. "It's okay now, we'll know in a few months." The medical technician glanced at Li Shui, wondering whether to prescribe some medication for pregnancy. As for Yu Ran, the second elder explained their decision to him in detail. "You mean you have selected 200 people to work in 2 shifts and be ready to help with the construction?" "Yes, they are available at any time. The Holy Sun does not need to pay them. We in southern Xinjiang will take care of it." Yu Ran thought about it and decided not to refuse. There were many warriors in southern Xinjiang, and if he could help some workers, the process would be much faster. "Okay, I've already contacted the workers, they should be able to arrive in southern Xinjiang in 2 days. I'll provide the salary there, and you can just go and help them when the time comes. In southern Xinjiang, we need to build the road first, and then this is the 3 links policy, and we can't rush it." The second elder nodded repeatedly. Without good roads, it would be difficult for others to enter southern Xinjiang, not to mention the construction of infrastructure such as cables. "I will arrange this and open up the road here as soon as possible. In addition, we have already selected the first batch of children who will go to Jinling to study. They are all 6 or 7 years old and can go directly to the first grade. There are a total of 20 people. He is a very good child and will not bring any trouble to you, the Holy Sun. Education is a big deal. These days, people are basically discussing the issue of who will go to Jinling. Parents are certainly reluctant to let their children go far away, but they certainly cannot go to Jinling casually. It would be a lie to say that I'm not worried about a 6 or 7-year-old child traveling alone. But for the future of southern Xinjiang, parents signed up enthusiastically again, and finally selected the 20 best children from southern Xinjiang to study. Well, the number is so small. They don't have to be all children, otherwise wouldn't you be worried? You can send some adults who can interact with the outside world to learn some skills. The first batch can give a total of 50 places." The second elder was overjoyed, he didn't expect that some adults would also go to study. After understanding the situation with Yu Ran, he hurriedly went to take Nanjiang to the meeting. Yu Ran looked at the second elder's joy and nodded with a smile. Southern Xinjiang is really a great place. Chapter 284. The next stop is the imperial capital. When the workers arrived 2 days later, the first batch of members to go to Jinling from southern Xinjiang had been decided. They were all studious and sensible members selected from a million, but those who usually caused trouble, dressed strangely, and liked to use poison were all given to the others. The elder called back. The second elder has also been troubled by this matter in the past 2 days. There are too many adults, and there are even old people in their 60s and 70s who want to study and come back to build southern Xinjiang. The second elder finally picked a few smart and sensible people, who mainly studied computers and machine repair. After the network is connected, you definitely cannot rely on outsiders to use it, and if some machines break down, it will be troublesome to find someone to repair them. Therefore, the goal of the first few people in southern Xinjiang is to solve these urgent tasks first. Among the 50 people, adults led children and followed Yu Ran. The children looked at the machines with some curiosity. There are even many young people who have never seen these machines, and many of them have begun to record them meticulously in their notebooks. Mr. Yu. The leader of the workers hurried over and nodded and bowed to Yu Ran, his face full of flattery. Hello, thank you for your hard work coming from Jinling. I will send you a red envelope and improve the food for everyone tonight. Yu Ran patted the foreman on the shoulder, said kindly, then picked up his cell phone and sent a message asking the person above to send a red envelope. He definitely doesn't have these people's WeChat accounts. Mr. Yu is so polite. Don't worry, Mr. Yu, I will handle this matter beautifully for you. The foreman was a little flattered. It would be great if his boss's boss spent all his money on management. Maybe he could meet Yu Ran's secretary Lu Zitong. He didn't expect these big bosses and young masters to be so kind, which made him feel a little emotional. Of course. I have assigned you a team of 200 workers in southern Xinjiang. You can use them as you like. As for them, they have nothing but strength. Yu Ran pointed to the team in Nanjiang behind and said, and the foreman next to him also nodded and bowed to express understanding. But you must use real materials for this. If you let me know that you dare to cut corners, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Understand? Don't worry, Mr. Yu, our construction team will never do this kind of thing. You can rest assured when we do our work. Yu Ran's coercion at that moment was leaked to the foreman, who was so frightened that he was sweating profusely, and hurriedly agreed for fear that Mr. Yu would be angry. Of course, I won't come to you if I don't believe it. My Yu family still has some credit for the salary. I will pay it to you on a monthly basis. I will leave the rest to you. Thank you, Mr. Yu, thank you, Mr. Yu. The foreman hurriedly thanked him. What they feared most in this industry was wage arrears, especially since the Yu family's wages this time were more than twice the usual amount. If they can make money, they will not and dare not cut corners, otherwise they will offend the Yu family and be doomed in Jinling. They are a family in Jinling. Once this matter is done, they will benefit immensely from Mr. Yu's words. Yu Ran was naturally relieved that he had asked Lu Qingxiu to find them, and these people must be reliable. Even so, Yu Ran still beat them with carrots and sticks. The foreman began to communicate with the second elder and the others, and Yu Ran took the 50 people on the bus driven by the work team. Originally I wanted you to go by plane, but then I thought about how the scenery along the way is also very important to you. Someone will pick you up when you get to Jinling. You don't have to worry about this. If you can't find someone, just open this phone and call this number. Yu Ran handed a new mobile phone to the leader of Nanjiang, a young man who looked a little shy. The young man nodded quickly, looked at the phone like a baby, and put it away close to his body. The first batch of scholars from southern Xinjiang got on the bus one after another. The second elder was worried and ran to the bus again. Do you remember all the rules? Remember. Recite them all to me. Article 1. Listen to the words of the Holy Son and his subordinates, and do not make decisions privately. Principle 2. Don't conflict with other people and study silently. Article 3. Don't use magic and force, and don't cause trouble for Mr. Yu. Article 4. Study hard, be self-reliant, and contribute to the construction of southern Xinjiang after completing your studies. Yu Ran was close enough to hear these words, smiled and got into the car. In Jinling, you, the Holy Son, still have a certain reputation. Remember not to cause trouble but not to be afraid of it. If anyone dares to bully you, fight back fiercely. If you don't dare, just come to me and I will make the decision for you. Long live the Holy Sun! Long live the Holy Sun! A group of people cheered again in the car. The second elder and Yuran walked out, and the second elder also bowed slightly. Thank you, Holy Sun. Yuran didn't stop. If one family doesn't talk to each other, I will leave soon, and you have to rely on your own in southern Xinjiang. Don't worry, Holy Sun, I will keep an eye on everything. If there is anything Holy Sun needs from Nanjiang, please give me your instructions. Yuran looked at the second elder and suddenly stopped. Then what if one day I say that I want to use 9-color Tianlian? The second elder was stunned for a moment, then his eyes became firm. The Holy Sun naturally has the right to use the 9-colored heavenly lotus. The second elder's firm gaze didn't seem to be fake. Yuran's eyes flickered, and then he smiled. Second elder, I'm just kidding. The 9-colored heavenly lotus is the most precious treasure in southern Xinjiang. I don't need it. Holy Sun, I'm not joking. If one day you need to speak up, since we, Nanjiang, have said that you are the Holy Sun, you naturally have the rights of the Holy Sun. The issue of the 9-colored heavenly lotus was discussed by the elders of southern Xinjiang at a meeting before. Even if Yuran really wanted the 9-colored heavenly lotus, he would give it to him. Yuran allowed southern Xinjiang to see the light of day again, even if it was a family treasure, it was worth it. Yuran didn't reply, but he was indeed a little happy. Xiao Feng wanted to use a petal, but Nanjiang collectively opposed it. He said he wanted to use the 9-color Tianlian, but Nanjiang fully supported it. Human heart. This may be the unique charm of southern Xinjiang. You treat me as a national scholar, and I treat you as a national scholar. The handover of the construction team was completed, and Yuran also completed his last mission in southern Xinjiang. He would naturally continue his journey. Miss Sir, I may not be able to leave here for the time being. Li Shui looked bitter. She had just ascended the throne as the Grand Elder of southern Xinjiang and had a lot of things to do. Southern Xinjiang was still under construction. It was really hard for her to go to the imperial capital with Yuran. Yuran naturally wouldn't blame Li Shui for this kind of thing, so he gave her a light farewell kiss. You are busy with your business and just come to me when you have time. I will always be waiting for you. Li Shui was a little moved and threw herself into Yuran's arms to quietly enjoy the moment. Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi next to him didn't bother him. They almost gave Li Shui their time these days. But there is no such thing as a feast that lasts forever. Yuran and Li Shui both have their own things to do, but they both know that the next reunion will not be too far away. Next stop, the imperial capital. Chapter 285 The Agreement with the Yun family. When Yuran left, the streets in southern Xinjiang were deserted again. Countless southern Xinjiang people waved their own colorful flags to say goodbye to Yuran. Li Shui stood at the front, with a slight hint of reluctance in her eyes. Yuran was not one to hesitate. After waving goodbye, the figure of the helicopter quickly disappeared into the clouds. Everyone in southern Xinjiang also slowly dispersed, except Li Shui who still stood there with thoughts abounding. He has his own things to do, and Nanjiang can only help him if he works hard. We all know how much he has paid for us in Nanjiang this time. Is it so easy to get the lifting of the ban in southern Xinjiang? The second elder and the others are clear-minded. Otherwise, how could southern Xinjiang still have no improvement after so many years of hard work? Southern Xinjiang has also invested countless talents, but no one can do it. Yuran got the paper to lift the ban from the Yun family. Could it be that Yuran just opened his mouth and got the paper? Impossible, even if Yuran has a good relationship with the southern military department, that is not the reason why the 5 major families give face to him like this. So Yuran must have paid something, and it was something they didn't know, but no matter what he paid, the price would not be light. So even if Yu Ran really wanted to use the 9-colored heavenly lotus, Nanjiang did not refuse. After all, the 9-colored heavenly lotus was the only object in southern Xinjiang that could help Yu Ran. Yu Ran was on the plain, sorting out the points obtained from southern Xinjiang, and chatting about the system. Due to the chaos of the plot, Xiaofeng's current movements became increasingly uncontrollable. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 3,000 points. Since Xiaofeng's hatred value reached 75, he received double rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1,000 points. The first one is the points for beating Xiaofeng and breaking the link between Xiaofeng and Nanjiang, and the second one is Li Shui's points, but unfortunately there is no double. I have to say that Xiaofeng's points are really rich, and the characteristic of having few heroines is fully demonstrated at this moment, which is great. Southern Xinjiang lost support, Xiaofeng was about to become alone, and he got another 3,000 points. But it's great. Without the support of the Wu family and Nanjiang, Xiaofeng is now a loner, and his actions are becoming increasingly uncontrollable. He still has the last heroine Li Fengling left. If Yu Ran takes care of this heroine, where else can Xiaofeng go? Thinking of this, Yu Ran asked the system. System, don't you have the ability to track the protagonist? This is too much. Host, this system serves you powerfully. This system is not responsible for anything else. How to find the protagonist is your business. Don't talk to this system. Yu Ran's chat with the system looked like he was in a daze from the outside. Yun Yi moved to Yu Ran's side and gently held Yu Ran's hand. Is Master worried about the conditions of the Yun family? Yu Ran saw Yun Yi come over and terminate the chat with the unreliable system. No, there's nothing wrong with going to compete on behalf of the Yun family. Yu Ran almost laughed out loud when he heard the Yun family's conditions, a martial arts contest, and a martial arts contest in a hidden sect. The most important thing is that the item awarded to the champion of this hidden sect's martial arts competition is the prisoner's pearl that is needed to upgrade the weapon. This is like giving a pillow when you feel sleepy. Wonderful, wonderful. Yu Ran agreed almost without thinking. He had never seen such a double happiness in his 8 lifetimes. Well, the martial arts competition is actually quite strenuous. The direct descendants of the Yun family are relatively in decline, and they are indeed somewhat incapable of doing anything to the outside world. This time, the martial arts competition requires those under 30 years of age. In fact, it is not that difficult for the master. This is indeed true. Does the strongest Huajin under the age of 30 have the 7th level of Huajin? He is probably only a genius in the middle stage of Huajin at most. Doesn't he hit the baby at the 9th level of Huajin? He feels a little embarrassed to bully people like this. But when someone asked him to be loyal, he didn't go there just to imprison Yuan Zhu. He heard Yun Yi say that he could understand the situation of the Yun family. The best of the younger generation of the Yun family was the former Yun Mohi, but his mentality was damaged after being beaten violently by Yu Ran, and he has not entered the transformation stage yet. The best person under the age of 30 is a man named Yun Zong. His strength is at the 3rd level of Huajin. He has not even reached the middle stage of Huajin. If he goes there, he will be beaten. So the Yun family has no choice but to make a plan and let Yu Ran go on behalf of the Yun family. Contest. As for identity, Yun Yi's man, Yun Yi is the direct daughter of the Yun family, and her man is naturally a member of the Yun family's direct circle. Yu Ran can win the championship on behalf of the Yun family. This is the condition given by the Yun family to Yu Ran. Of course, if Yu Ran fails to do so, then Yu Ran will do 3 things for the Yun family. For other people, this condition is extremely harsh, but for Yu Ran, it is easy. To put it bluntly, not to mention Huajin who is under 30 years old, it is a battle for Huajin of all ages, and Yu Ran is confident of taking first place. Just kidding, do you understand that products produced by the system must be high-quality products? The top transformation energy of Zhu Yuanmei is almost against the heaven-defying Master Slaughter's transformation energy. It is really crushing to beat the ordinary transformation energy. When Yu Ran hit Xiao Feng before, he only exerted about 30% of his strength. Hey, Xiao Feng? Transforming strength under the age of 30, damn, it's not prepared for this kid. Yu Ran suddenly smiled. This relationship is so good. He can beat Xiao Feng violently again, and he will get the points again. It smells so good. Yu Ran listened to the information Yun Yi told him while thinking about the possibility of Xiao Feng going. Li Fengling is the legitimate daughter of the Li family and the final heroine, so the possibility of Xiao Feng participating is quite high. In other words, he unintentionally ruined Xiao Feng's opportunity. The strongest generation of the Qin family is Qin Haoshan, who is probably at the 6th level of energy transformation. The strongest of the Ying family's generation is probably Ying Nu, who is also at the 6th level of energy transformation. The Long family and the Li family are a little weaker, and should be its Long Bai and Li Xiang who are at the 5th level of Huajin, but their methods are hard to tell, and you won't be able to tell until the decisive battle. Yun Yi was still introducing everything to Yu Ran in detail, and introduced the situation in detail from the information he got from the Yun family. Yu Ran actually didn't bother to read it. They were just brats and didn't care much. The competition between our 5 major families is mainly to prepare for the quota allocation in the Yunhai secret realm, so the Yun family has made such a big concession. The secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. Yu Ran suddenly looked at Yun Yi. This was a secret realm not mentioned in the book. Yes, the Sea of Clouds secret realm is one of the secret realms jointly managed by our 5 major families. It is said that there are opportunities everywhere, but everyone is looking for death before they can transform their strength, and only people under the age of 30 can enter, otherwise they will be suppressed by 1 level. Therefore, the competition between the 5 major families will start from this, and some hidden families and sects will be given some quotas. It is estimated that the strength of this generation of the Yun family is difficult to get a quota, so they will ask you to be a foreign aid. Over 30 years old, suppressing strength, this familiar smell, grandma's, no matter how it sounds, it is all prepared for Xiao Feng. Chapter 286, Cloud Rising. Yu Ran patted his head and thought, this must be prepared for Xiao Feng. The younger generation is the strongest in the middle stage of energy transformation. Isn't Xiao Feng the strongest in the middle stage of energy transformation? Go to war on behalf of the Li family, and then go to the secret realm to get a chance? This guy is familiar. Ye Chen had this routine back then, but it wasn't in the plot book. At this time in the book, Xiao Feng has completed the logistics of southern Xinjiang and Suzhou, and is ready to take his brothers to the battlefield outside the territory. His relationship with the 5 major families has deteriorated a bit. This secret realm of the Sea of Clouds naturally has nothing to do with him. But with the emergence of the butterfly effect, Yu Ran almost broke Xiao Feng's heart, and he had no support. At this time, the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds became Xiao Feng's salvation. It seems that there is an unexpected harvest in this competition, not bad, really good. The 5 major families provide quotas for the Sea of Clouds secret realm, but they are not provided in vain. Other hidden families have to provide rewards and venues. It is difficult for the disciples of the Hidden World family to compare with the direct descendants of the 5 major families, so these rewards are basically given away for free. The rewards of the competition are at least heaven-level items. Things like Prisoner's Pearl can be said to be extremely rare, but they are still given as rewards. It can be seen that the Hidden World family has put a lot of effort into it. This secret realm of the Sea of Clouds seems worth visiting. Originally, Yu Ran wanted to take the Qi Yuan Pearl and go to the battlefield outside the territory, but now it seems that he still has to go to the Sea of Clouds secret realm. This trip to the secret realm was different from the last trip to the secret realm. He had to be careful even without his clairvoyance. Yu Ran checked his information. Yu Ran. Martial arts level, 9th level of Huajin. Physique, Great Sun Yang body. Skills mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yi Yang Finger, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Lingzi Step, Shadow, Yuan Gathering Technique, Crazy Thunder Fist, Soul Cutting, and Shadow Technique. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor descends from the mountain, Urban Crazy Soldiers, and God of War in the north. System points, 26,400. Mall, click to open. Lottery pool, expand. 26,000 points. This Xiao Feng is really a points baby. In just over 2 months, I directly gave him 16,000 points. It's so delicious. He can now enter the 2nd level of Grandmaster. Have you ever seen a Grandmaster under the age of 30? So, even if the Cloud Sea secret realm is dangerous, it is just average to him. After briefly understanding the situation from Yunyi, the next action seemed much clearer. About 2 hours later, the helicopter landed directly on the tarmac of the Yun family, and Yu Ran walked down together with Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi. As soon as I got off the plane, I saw the Yun family forming an array below. Dad, why are you here? Yun Yi showed a look of surprise and ran quickly towards the crowd. Yu Ran was stunned for a moment, and then looked at his cheap father-in-law. Yun Sheng saw that his daughter was grinning like a lotus flower. She had heard that her daughter had run away from home before, and he was so anxious that she almost ran back from the battlefield outside the territory. But when he heard that Yun Yi was just going to Jinling to work as a police officer, he felt relieved and arranged for people there to take care of him for a while. Unexpectedly, what surprised him was that his daughter not only came back alone this time, but also brought back a man. Not only that, there is a woman beside this man. His grandma, when will my legitimate daughter of the Yun family have to be younger? Yu Ran was still looking at Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng's appearance was relatively delicate, but he was surrounded by a murderous aura. At a glance, he knew that he was a fierce man returning from the battlefield. Yun Yi also mentioned before that Yun Sheng was one of the Yun family's commanders on the battlefield outside the territory, so he never had time to care about her. At this time, when Yu Ran was still looking at it, he saw Yun Sheng's eyes looking over. The next moment, Yun Sheng disappeared from the place. Yu Ran stretched out his right hand to block like a conditioned reflex, and instantly caught Yun Sheng's fist. From Yun Sheng's disappearance to taking action in the blink of an eye, almost everyone didn't react, but Yu Ran had already parried. However, Yu Ran clenched his fist with his left hand and finally failed to fight. On the first day he came to Yun's house, he beat his father-in-law, which was a bit too much. Dad, what are you doing? Yun Yi realized it and hurried over, but Yun Sheng put down his fist with a smile. What? The family asked me to test this kid's skills. You also know that he will represent our Yun family in the competition. Yun Sheng smiled on the surface, but in fact he was in a state of shock inside. It was impossible for Yu Ran to predict his sudden attack, and his reaction speed was too terrifying. This kid is really not that tough. Those rumors may indeed be true. He had been practicing martial arts for a year to become a peerless genius. He didn't believe it at first, but today he started to believe it a little bit. The combat awareness just now is definitely not something that a person who has never been on the battlefield has. This boy has a great opportunity. Although the punch he just punched was not heavy, it still had the power to generate energy. This kid grabbed his fist like he was grabbing a chicken. Terrifying strength. Yu Ran didn't attack him. If he was a relative of Yun Mohi, he might have punched him. It's not about his skill. I'll let you see. But after all, he is his old father-in-law, so it is better not to use this fist. Dad, really, I don't believe your daughter at all. Yun Yujiao said angrily. Yun Sheng casually laughed and led Yun Yi towards Yun's house. Yu Ran followed Yun Sheng, holding hands with Huang Lingmeng. The children of the Yun family next to him looked at him angrily. Huang Lingmeng's status is not low, Yun Yi may really want to be a child. The legitimate daughter of the Yun family is going to be a child? This is simply ridiculous. The Yun family also has its own pride. But Yu Ran didn't care. Now you have something to ask for. Just look at it. It's natural for me to take my wife. When I arrived at the Yun family's old house, I didn't see the grandeur and splendor as I had imagined. Instead, it seemed like a secluded mountain village. The old residence of the Yun family is mainly composed of manors one after another. Those who join politics and the army will naturally not live here. There are only some old people and some young people here. If you get closer, you can hear the sound of reading loudly. There was a trace of nostalgia in Yun Yi's eyes. She had lived here for nearly 20 years. She went to Jinling and promised to make a name for herself before coming back, but now she doesn't know if she has achieved her wish. Yun Sheng didn't introduce anything to Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng. They were both descendants of big families, and the buildings around them were not unfamiliar. Some of the younger disciples were too far apart from them to chat with them. Among his peers, only Yun Mohi was close to them. Unfortunately, Yu Ran broke Yun Mohi's defense last time at the military headquarters. Xiao Yu, the Yun family has given me the full responsibility for this matter this time. I don't think there is any need to do anything like selecting and convincing the public. When the time comes, I will just get to know a few other people from the Yun family participating in the competition. After Yun Sheng just tried it out, he understood that there was no need to make any selection according to the family's previous wishes. Those guys couldn't catch the move he just made. Yu Ran nodded, and he followed Yun Sheng's arrangements. Yun Sheng took Yu Ran and his party to his home and began to discuss business matters. Chapter 287 Yun Yi's Trouble. The Ji Feng banquet was quite sumptuous, but at this point, Yu Ran and the others didn't care too much. Yun Sheng took 2 sips and looked lovingly at Yun Yi beside him from time to time. However, he still felt unhappy when he saw Yun Yi picking up food for Yu Ran. This little cotton-padded jacket has grown up after all, and the cabbage will be eaten by pigs. My father-in-law will not be happy if he sees what his son-in-law thinks. Yu Ran, I don't want the negotiation to be frivolous. You and my daughter are already well established. Yun Yi has been very opinionated since she was a child, so I don't object. I won't use those official words for my family. Yun Sheng came from the Yun family's army and spoke more directly, which was exactly what Yu Ran wanted. He would be bored if he kept talking about irrelevant things over and over again. Okay, uncle, just tell me. According to the practice in previous years, there are 10 places for the first place, 8 for the second place, 6 for the third place, and at least 1 place for the rest up to the 8th place. Since you promised the Yun family to win, then I will follow the 10 quotas. The quotas are calculated for you. How many quotas do you want? After asking very directly, Yu Ran thought for a while. As long as he and Huang Lingmeng went in, it seemed that he didn't have any other energy left. 2. Lingmeng and I can go in. Yun Yi suddenly poked Yu Ran with his arm. Before Yu Ran could speak, Yun Sheng noticed his daughter's little movement with his sharp eyes. You can't do it. Your strength is too low. It's easy to die if you go in. You have to find opportunities in the secret realm. Do you feel sorry for dragging them down? Yun Sheng's words hit the nail on the head, and Yun Yi was immediately discouraged, but there was some discomfort in his eyes. Dad, it's not that you didn't let me learn martial arts in the first place, otherwise I might be able to change my strength now. Of course Yun Sheng knew that this was just his daughter's little temper, so he just sighed. Your talent is not in martial arts. Back then, my father wanted you to live a peaceful life. Don't you know the rules of the Yun family? Yun Yi's expression suddenly changed as he thought of something, but was followed by determination. I'm just going to the battlefield outside the territory. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm not scared. Yun Sheng looked at his daughter helplessly. He seemed to have protected her too well in the past. There seemed to be some growth after going to Jinling, but not much. Xiao Yu, you have to take responsibility for this matter. My daughter is treated well as a mortal. Why did you ask her to join the warrior? She also went directly to Jin. In the Yun family, warriors have to go to the outside world for training. An Jin warrior must go outside the territory. Battlefield experience, it's easy to die in that place. Yuran didn't expect this. After all, Yun Yi was indeed an ordinary person in the book, and no one helped her enter martial arts. I will be responsible. I will go with her to the battlefield outside the territory. It is Yun Yi's wish to enter martial arts. Although it is a good thing for her uncle to protect her, Yun Yi must also follow Yun Yi's own ideas. Yun Sheng let out a long sigh and patted the bottom of the table. An isolation formation enveloped the room. I am the leader of the Western Territory Legion among the 5 major families. It is not an exaggeration to describe me as having a high position in a high position of power. However, a high position can easily make people jealous. I don't know how many people are interested in my position. Once my daughter appears on the battlefield outside the territory, that's the moving cake. Yuran, do you understand? Yuran sighed. The concepts and situations of the northern military region and the southern military region were completely different. There was more competition for power and profit in the northern military region. After all, it was a private army. I know, I will protect Yun Yi. Yun Sheng glanced at Yuran and sighed as well. Anyway, if I lose my daughter, I will definitely go crazy. I am just a daughter. I want her to live in peace for the rest of her life. As long as she is not a warrior, there will naturally be no disputes. Money is the thing my Yun family is most in need of. Yuran was a little helpless. How could he have known that Yun Yi would be in such trouble if he joined the martial arts program? Of course, I don't mean to offend you, I just want to remind you that Yun Yi may not only be in external danger, but also internal, so I don't dare to let my army protect her at all. This is not in line with the Yun family and the situation in the army. Uncle, don't worry, she is with me. Yuran didn't say anything long, he just patted his chest and promised. Yun Sheng didn't say anything more. Life and death were determined by destiny, wealth was in the sky. If Yuran could still do anything to protect Yun Yi with this strength, then it was really her destiny. Yun Yi suddenly had mixed feelings. She always thought that her father didn't care much about her. Her father spent too much time in the army and spent too little time with her. She wanted to enter martial arts, but her father didn't help her. So she actually doesn't have a particularly good relationship with her father. Only today did she understand what a father's love is like, a mountain, silent and great. Huang Lingmeng was relatively calm at this time, just eating the food on the table. Recently, her appetite had increased and she always felt like eating something. Okay, your words are enough. The martial arts competition in the Sea of Clouds secret realm will be held at the Tiandaomen venue. I will take you there when the time comes. The format of the competition will remain unchanged for thousands of years. The competition will be divided into groups. The top 2 will be selected in each group. A total of 8 people are promoted. If you are unlucky and get drawn into the death group, you will be unlucky, but you have nothing to fear. After the first 8 points are drawn, we will draw lots and fight in pairs until the winner is determined. The competition system was simple and easy to understand, and Yuran felt relieved when he saw that there was nothing to pay attention to. The number of people competing will not be too large. Each family or sect can only select 2 people to compete. In previous years, the number of people in a group was about 8 to 10, and this year it will be about the same. Based on the strength you mentioned, there should be no problem in winning the championship. However, we must also be aware that big families and sects will hide their cards. Just don't neglect it, otherwise you will be in trouble later because you owe the Yun family. Yuran nodded, winning the championship was indeed a very simple matter. However, Xiao Feng may not be able to meet Xiao Feng in such a grouping. If Xiao Feng is allowed to qualify, it will be very troublesome for him to obtain any adventures from the secret realm. He must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Except for the members of the 5 major families, this is the most powerful disciple of this generation of the Hidden World sect. Take a look. After Yun Sheng finished speaking, he handed Yu Ran a piece of information, which contained information about the hidden sect. Heavenly Sword Sect, the 5th level of Sword Madness Transformation Strength. Divine Sword Sect, the sword is as strong as snow, the 4th level. Demon Sect, Yin Dai's 4th level of Energy Transformation. Yu Ran glanced at them and didn't care too much about these people. They were obviously lower in strength than the 5 major families. He mainly needs news about Xiao Feng. Uncle, I met Xiao Feng, the former god of war in the north, in southern Xinjiang. I guess there is a high probability that he has also come to the imperial capital. I feel that he is also very likely to participate in this competition. He will probably participate in the war on behalf of the Li family. I can find out any specific information. Yun Sheng nodded. The contestants' information was considered public, and it was not difficult to check the Li family's contest information. As for Xiao Feng, the 5 major families have never relaxed their surveillance on him. Chapter 288 The Style of the Imperial Capital. After finishing the competition in the Yunhai secret realm, Yu Ran didn't stay at the Yun family anymore. It was enough to meet Yun Yi's father, and Yun Sheng didn't object to Yun Yi's matter. Yun Yi likes it, and Yu Ran is good enough to satisfy people both personally and as a family. The only fly in the ointment is that Yun Yi's status is lower than that of Yu Ran. However, after all, Huang Lingmeng is a young leader of the southern military region's generation and a Grand Master, so his status is indeed 3 points more noble than Yun Yi's. But what Yun Sheng never thought about is that there are many sisters in front of Yun Yi. Oh shit, Brother Ran, you are here in the imperial capital. Come out at night and I will show you the style of the imperial capital. The chat record between Yu Ran and Qin Hao stopped here, because Huang Lingmeng came in at this time. Huang Lingmeng glanced at Yu Ran and said nothing. Yu Ran spread his hands. Qin Hao is very wretched. It has nothing to do with me. I have Lingmeng and Yunyi, so how can I see the style of the imperial capital? Facing Yu Ran, who had a strong desire to survive, Huang Lingmeng just smiled. She didn't care about Yu Ran, as long as she didn't mess around. And I'm used to seeing top beauties like Huang Lingmeng and Lu Qingxiu, and those wild flowers really don't smell good. So Yu Ran rejected Qin Hao righteously. Qin Hao, I didn't expect you to be such a person. How could a clean-minded person like me possibly experience the style of the imperial capital? Qin Hao? However, Qin Hao was still very wise and quickly thought of something. Sister-in-law is here. You're telling me that I'll go when my sister-in-law isn't here? Qin Hao was slightly speechless. Forget it, he was single and couldn't experience his happiness. So Qin Hao thought for a while and transferred a file to Yu Ran. A guide to the best date spots and food for couples in the imperial city. Yu Ran saw the document sent by Qin Hao and nodded, go ahead, young man. Yu Ran was not in the mood to continue chatting with Qin Hao. He opened the file, memorized all the information in his mind, and simulated the route. Lingmeng, Yunyi, let's go out and play. Just like that, Yu Ran walked out of the Yun family in a hug, and the crowd gritted their teeth as they watched. All the scumbags deserved to die. Although Yun Yi is from the imperial capital, he spent most of his time at home when he was a child and moved to Oris Hill when he grew up. There is no way he is as familiar with the imperial capital as a loser like Qin Hao. When you come to the imperial capital, the first thing you have to try is the roast duck. This is a special feature. If you don't eat it, you haven't come. The roast duck recommended by Qin Hao is not a brand like Xuanjude, but a small roast duck restaurant with a history of 50 years in an old alley. A couple has been making roast duck for decades, and then passed it on to their son to continue the inheritance. The taste has just arrived. If it weren't for Lao Daidu, I couldn't find it at all. Yu Ran, how did you find such an old brand as Twin Roast Duck Restaurant? Even I don't know. Yun Yi watched Yu Ran sneaking around in the alley, and finally stopped at a busy shop, saying that he was taking them to eat roast duck. Originally, Yun Yi thought that as a native of the imperial city, she must lead the way by herself, but she didn't expect that Yu Ran seemed to be more familiar with the alley than she was. After taking this bite of roast duck, Yun Yi's eyes immediately lit up, it was so delicious. Huang Lingmeng also had bright eyes, quickly wrapped it up, and put it into his mouth one after another. Sometimes there is no need to say how it tastes, the expression says everything. Yu Ran showed his gentlemanly demeanor and helped Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi wrap up the spring roll wrappers, which actually made the two girls embarrassed. Yu Ran, ah! Huang Lingmeng handed the wrapped roast duck to Yu Ran's mouth, and Yu Ran swallowed it in one gulp. I'm coming too, ah! Yun Yi didn't want to lag behind and stuffed the roast duck into Yu Ran's mouth. Yu Ran couldn't refuse, and Yu Ran's mouth was stuffed full of meat. The diners next to me looked envious. The two roast ducks were completely cooked in less than half an hour, and the fried duck rack was also crispy and delicious, leaving people with endless aftertaste. For the three warriors, 2 roast ducks were just an appetizer, and they naturally had to go to other food stalls next. Yu Ran looked at the indescribable turbid liquid in front of him, which gave off a somewhat unpleasant rancid smell. He looked at Yun Yi, as if asking, "Are you sure this is your specialty snack?" Yun Yi nodded firmly, with encouragement in his eyes. After eating the roast duck, Yu Ran followed the route and came to a shop selling bean juice coke rings. He had long heard that bean juice was a biological weapon. It's better to see it than to hear it for a long time. It smells like rancid water. Yu Ran bit the bullet and dipped the burnt ring into the bean juice, ate it in one gulp, and drank another sip of the bean juice. As a result, Yu Ran's eyesight went dark and it was unexpectedly unpalatable. He originally thought that the special snacks would not be too unpalatable, but now he knows he was wrong. It is really unpalatable. The smell was like pig swill, which made him feel nauseous. He couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand it. Huang Lingmeng looked at Yu Ran's expression, burst out laughing, and put down the special snacks. She didn't want to try them if they weren't delicious. In fact, she had eaten them before, and it wasn't the first time she came to the imperial capital to eat special snacks. Even Yun Yi didn't eat it. The characteristics didn't mean she liked it. She could just trick Yu Ran into eating it, but she couldn't be fooled. Yu Ran looked at the two people's actions and smiled like a big devil. "Eat, give them all to me. I'll see who doesn't eat." Yu Ran picked up the bean juice and started a crazy bean juice attack. The three people's slapstick and laughter filled the sky. Next, Yu Ran went to experience some romantic spots, but his return rate was as high as 100%. A bunch of passers-by looked at me with curiosity, jealousy, and envy. How could there be a love check-in with 2 women? And there are 2 stunning beauties. Isn't this just irritating? But the reality is so unreasonable. Yu Ran was almost killed by the looks of passers-by along the way. The last stop on the road was a special restaurant. Qin Hao marked it with special ingredients from overseas battlefields. When he first arrived, Yu Ran thought he had come to the wrong place. This restaurant had no sign and no decoration. It looked like an ordinary residence. But once you step inside, you realize that there is a different world. It is said to be a restaurant, and it has a hot spring, a KTV, and even a martial arts arena. It is extremely luxurious. You have to scan your face to get in. If you don't have an identity, you won't be able to get in, no matter how rich you are. However, the identities of Yu Ran, Yun Yi and Huang Lingmeng naturally would not be hindered by anything. The guards at the door guided the way very respectfully and led Yu Ran and the others into the hall. Any special dishes that are available recently will be brought to the table, and there are also special dishes. The waiter nodded respectfully and went down to order the chef to cook. It was obviously not the first time that Yunyi came here. They were familiar with the way and ordered directly. For them, there would be no waste anyway, and they would naturally experience all the special dishes they could eat. While Yuran and the three were chatting and waiting for their food, another group of people opened the door and came in. As soon as they entered, their target walked directly towards Yuran. Chapter 289 Conflict in the Hotel. There are not many people in the hall now, and there are still many empty seats. This group of people walked directly towards Yuran, obviously with an ulterior motive. Yunyi nervously wanted to stand up, but Yuran grabbed his arm and calmed her down. Judging from Yunyi's mood, the person who came here is not a good person. Let me introduce myself, my name is Yunzuka. The leader who was walking at the front stopped in front of Yuran's desk and introduced himself to himself. Yunzong, another member of the Yun family who participated in the Yunhai secret realm. Yuran glanced at Yunzong. Yunzong looked quite elegant, much like a gentle scholar, and was completely different from the previous Yunzong. However, Yunyi had told him that Yunzong was Yun Mohi's biological brother, so even Yun Sheng tried his best to avoid the two of them meeting. Yun Sheng was indeed worried that the two tigers would fight and both would be harmed, while other families would gain the advantage. Yuran was a little surprised that he didn't see Yun Inkbox in the crowd. He thought he could see an acquaintance. Yuran glanced around for a long time without replying, while Huang Lingmeng drank tea leisurely, as if it had nothing to do with her. Yunyi looked nervous, worried about any conflict between Yuran and Yunzong. Yunzong's expression darkened slightly. When he walked up to him, Yuran ignored him, which made him feel slightly unhappy. Master Yu, don't you recognize me? I am Yunzong, a contestant with you. Yuran took a sip of tea and then said slowly. Mr. Yun, do we need to get to know each other? This is an individual competition. I won't let anyone down when I meet someone. We don't need to cooperate, so why do we need to get to know each other? Yunzong was not angry when he heard what Yuran said. He pulled a chair from the side and sat across from Yuran without any expression. Master Yu, your surname is Yu. It is against the rules to participate in the competition between our 5 major families. Shouldn't you explain it a little bit when you snatched someone else's place in the competition? Yuran looked at Yunzong amusedly. After all, you are a member of the Yun family. For the sake of my father-in-law, I will give you a good answer. First, the competition official will know whether it is in compliance with the rules. It is useless for you to say it. Second, stealing someone else's? I'm sorry. Your Yun family took the initiative to find me, do I need to explain to a weakling? After saying that, Yuran waved his hand nonchalantly, as if to ward off a fly. Okay, now that the explanation is over, you can go. No matter how good his mood was at the moment, Yunzong couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly stood up and stared at Yuran with burning eyes. Don't look at it. If it weren't for my wife's sake, you wouldn't be able to participate in the competition. I have no interest in explaining anything to the weak. Yunzong laughed in anger. I, the leader of the younger generation of the Yunzuka Yun family, do you think I am weak? You seem to be too arrogant. Yuran sneered. Otherwise, I am 22 years old, and I can kill you with just one hand. Do you believe it? A hot chick. Yuran was too lazy to give Yunzong a good look. His relationship with Yunyi had always been bad. If it weren't for Yun Sheng's previous persuasion, he would have blown his brains out. A 4th-level Huajin also came to shout, yes, Yunzong was promoted and was no longer a 3rd-level Huajin. Although he was well concealed, under the system's scan, there was nothing to hide. It's not just that Yuran had such a bad attitude towards Yunzong. As soon as he came in, Yuran's system scanned it and his favorability score was as high as -50. Good guy, I've never seen him before, and I'm super disgusted when he comes up. I'm almost catching up with Xiao Feng, so why should I give him a good look? You. Yunzong's face suddenly turned red. He no longer looked like the gentle scholar he had just been. He wanted to eat Yu Ran. However, Yunzong did not take action in the end. His anger did not mean that he was stupid. Being beaten down by Yu Ran for looking for trouble would only cause the Yun family to be disappointed with him and reduce their investment in resources on him. Not all the top Huajin masters and masters of the Yun family were the first leaders, but there were countless others who succeeded them later. Before becoming a Grand Master, none of the 5 major families had the qualifications to be truly arrogant. Yu Ran looked at Yunzong and was about to turn around and leave, and suddenly felt a little bored. It was boring to lead such a group of young men without even saying harsh words. These boys didn't dare to shout. If Liu Zitong were around him, he would be as arrogant as a man with 25,800 yuan, which is boring. What Yu Ran didn't know was that a family like the Yun family had a very strict hierarchy, and those who were strong could do whatever they wanted. Yunzong and Yu Ran are on the same level, so it won't be a big deal if they bicker. Once these Anjin boys talk too much, it won't be a big deal if Yu Ran kills them. Without him, who calls you weak or provocative? Other peoples. So Yunzong's younger brother didn't dare to speak at all, not to mention that it also involved the issue of places in the Yunhai secret realm. Wouldn't it be stupid to offend Yu Ran at this time? Yu Ran took a glance and saw that there was a person with the 3rd level of energy inside, who should be the target of his replacement. He didn't say much. After all, Yu Ran will definitely have a share of the quota he gets. If he offends Yu Ran will add conditions and say that he will not be given it, and he will have no place to cry. Just as Yunzong was about to leave, sarcasm came from another place. Hey, isn't this a grave? The leader of the younger generation of the Yun family was trained like a dog by an outsider. How miserable is he? Yunzong's patience had reached its limit. He looked towards the source of the sound angrily, but when he saw Li Xiang from the Li family walking towards him, his anger suddenly disappeared. Li Xiang, the young leader of the Li family's generation, has the 5th level of strength. Even if he reveals his hidden strength now, he may not be able to win. There is no need to wait until the competition. Li Xiang seemed to be used to Yunzong's appearance and just sneered. You are still like this. You remain silent in front of the strong, but show off your power in front of the weak. Li Xiang's words were not only mocking Yunzong, but also mocking Yu Ran for being a weakling. Yu Ran didn't even know who gave him the courage, Liang Jingru? I saw Yu Ran's figure flashing at high speed, and the next moment he was directly in front of Li Xiang. Li Xiang's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately raised his hand to defend. Unfortunately, Yu Ran instantly locked his arm with his left hand, and his right hand was crisp and clear. A slap left on his face. Snap! The sound, which was neither loud nor quiet, silenced the whole place instantly. You! Snap! I! Snap! Li Xiang spoke twice, but Yu Ran's attempt to counterattack with his other hand was easily resolved, and he was greeted with 2 more slaps. After Yu Ran slapped him 3 times, he sat back down lightly. Weak people should have the consciousness of the weak. It makes my ears hurt. Yu Ran was blowing the steaming tea lightly, and his flow was very masterful. I kill you! Li Xiang suddenly went berserk. How had he ever suffered such injustice? Li Xiang's figure was like lightning, rushing towards Yu Ran at high speed, with endless fire in his right hand, as if he wanted to burn Yu Ran up. Red Flame Fist, the Li family's signature boxing and martial arts. An earth-level martial skill that ignites the arms with flaming fire and uses flames and fist power to cause a double blow to the enemy. When Li Xiang takes action, he strikes hard. With a bang, the entire venue instantly became chaotic. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 290 The Evil Little Ling Meng. The loud noise and destruction have already attracted managers. The manager looked unkind. How many years has it been since anyone dared to take action here? Today's young people are really not afraid of tigers. When the manager arrived, he saw that the tables and chairs in the entire room had been smashed to pieces, all kinds of sawdust were flying in the sky, and the floor was completely damaged. Only the table where Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi sat remained unscathed, and Huang Lingmen's tea had just entered his mouth. The expressions of the two people did not waver at all. Li Xiang beat Yu Ran? That was the old birthday girl hanging himself, seeking death. Yu Ran returned to the table lightly, picked up the warm tea and drank it in one gulp. He only saw a group of people looking at him like monsters. Li Xiang was half crouching at this moment, with blood spilling from his mouth. The injury was not serious, but Yu Ran had lost his strength. It's just that the clothes all over his body have long been turned into damaged shirts, and they are in tatters and are extremely embarrassing. The face of Yunzong next to him changed with uncertainty. Yu Ran's strength was indeed terrifying, and Li Xiang suffered a big loss when he met him. Didn't anyone tell you that you are not allowed to do anything while living outside the territory? The manager walked out with a non-smiling smile, feeling distressed when he saw the broken furniture all over the floor. The foreigners only stipulate that the facilities cannot be destroyed. If I remember correctly, it seems that my man just slapped Li Xiang twice at the beginning and caused no damage. However, Li Xiang took the initiative to use martial arts to go berserk and we were forced to fight. According to the regulations, they should be responsible for the losses. Yun Yi explained calmly that although Yu Ran acted first, he did not cause damage. The damage was because of Li Xiang, and the main reason was naturally him. That's nonsense. They were the administrators who made the first move, so they should be punished. How could Li Xiang admit that the damage caused by his own attack and counterattack could be considered his own problem? That would mean losing his wife and losing his troops. The administrator ignored it and looked at the monitoring screen with a smile on his face, and found that it was indeed what Yun Yi said. Yu Ran's actions did not damage the facilities, which was allowed. The original purpose of this rule was to prevent the weak from provoking the strong. As long as someone strikes with discretion, you deserve to be beaten to death. But Li Xiang forgot all this and used his martial arts of mass destruction to destroy the aliens beyond recognition. So Li Xiang should naturally be responsible, but the administrator who lives outside the territory naturally knows Li Xiang and is not familiar with Yun Yi and others, so he is still biased. If two people break it, each will pay half of it. According to the regulations of foreigners, the broken tables and chairs will be compensated 3 times. There are a total of 85 chairs and 16 tables, plus about 50 square meters of floor damage, which is equivalent to RMB 120 million. Are you two paying by card or cash? 120 million. Even 60 million is a lot. Li Xiang almost fainted. Just because a big family has a lot of money, it doesn't mean that he is also very rich. He didn't know how long it would take to save 60 million yuan. Today, he impulsively lost it. Yu Ran naturally didn't care about the 60 million, but he wasn't someone who didn't regard money as money, not to mention that he shouldn't have to pay the money in the first place. But before Yu Ran spoke, Huang Lingmeng spoke first. Yu Ran lost the money. Yu Ran saw the rare cunning in Huang Lingmen's eyes and understood instantly. I happily scanned the QR code and paid 60 million, but no matter how rich Li Xiang was, I still had to pay 60 million. That was heartbreaking. After paying the money, Huang Lingmeng suddenly spoke. According to the regulations of foreign residents, the overcharged guests will be refunded 5 times. If we don't deserve compensation for the 60 million just now, we will have to return 300 million. The administrator suddenly felt something in his heart. If he was biased in doing things, he was naturally afraid of others seriously criticizing him, but he didn't show it on the surface. Of course, but it's normal for the two of them to pay compensation according to the price of the furniture they broke. We foreigners are not the kind of people who are afraid of trouble. Huang Lingmeng smiled disdainfully. That's right. The Ying family has always been so arrogant, and the compensation is triple. But who are you, and you dare to cheat me? I want to call Ying Chuan to see if I should compensate you. Ying Chuan, the current head of the Ying family, Huang Lingmen's status is not low. As a Grand Master, the leader of this generation of young people in the Southern Military Department, if something happens to the Ying family to file a complaint, then the old guys from the Southern Military Department will be 100% jumping. Come out to defend her. Want to trick her? It also depends on whether she answers or not. The person in charge of the foreign residence was instantly panicked. He knew Yunyi, so he mistakenly thought that Yunyi was the one who made the decision on this trip. He had ignored Huang Lingmen's silence just now. After all, it's not that the people in the imperial city don't have a clear understanding of the regulations on foreigners. After being the Grand Master of the Southern Military Command, he is the leader of the young people. His weight is not low. The Ying family will not argue with the Southern Military Command over him. Miss Huang is right. I remembered it wrong just now. I will return the 60 million to you immediately. At this time, people who live outside the territory do not dare to speak harshly. There is no doubt that Huang Lingmeng has the Ying family's number. If he really calls, the matter will probably be brought to the forefront. When the time comes when the Southern Military Headquarters talks about treating them differently and intentionally harming them, it would be strange if their Ying family didn't bleed a lot. He is just one of the children of the Ying family, and he has no father or grandfather who is a master. When the time comes, he will 100% apologize. 60 million? This doesn't seem to be in compliance with the regulations. At this time, Yu Ran also understood what Huang Lingmeng meant. He didn't expect that Lingmeng had such a deceptive side. Naturally, he had to take over at this time. He must be responsible for this kind of thing. Huang Lingmeng didn't speak. He sat down and poured himself and Yu Ran another cup of tea. It seemed that Yu Ran was taking the lead again. The administrator of the foreign residence also knew that he would definitely not be able to survive this time without bloodletting, so he gritted his teeth and said his compensation. Well, it was my mistake just now. I will compensate you at double the price. What do you think of 120 million? Seeing Huang Lingmen's imperceptible nod, Yu Ran knew that he couldn't really open his mouth. Wouldn't it offend the Ying family to death, and it would also be an excuse to seduce the donkey? The administrator is joking. Of course we are following your wishes. By the way, when will our food be served? We are a little hungry. Yu Ran conveniently put the payment code on the table, and then heard pleasantly that 120 million yuan has been credited to your account. Administrator Ming was furious in his heart. According to what he said, he had just suffered a big loss and did not dare to get angry at Yu Ran. He turned around and spread his anger on Li Xiang and his group. According to the regulations, you have to pay another 60 million, so hurry up and pay the money. There is obviously a battlefield here, why are you fighting here? Do you have any brains? The extra 60 million that the administrator gave Yu Ran came from his own pocket, which was like a loss to his grandma's family. Chapter 291 Xiao Feng is targeted again. Li Xiang didn't dare to hold his tongue and handed over the money obediently, but the distressed look on his face made even Yunzong next to him almost laugh out loud. He knew that his skills were inferior to those of others, and he did not dare to say harsh words. He was dejected and prepared to leave the country and live abroad. Unexpectedly, Yu Ran would not let him go so easily. The moment he was about to step out of the door, Yu Ran said slowly. I heard that the original god of war from the north went to the Li family as a foreign aid. Are you being trained like a dog by Xiao Feng? Li Xiang paused slightly, then left quickly without saying anything else. Yu Ran didn't know what he thought. It would be best if he felt unhappy and vented his anger on Xiao Feng. It would be best if Xiao Feng could be forced to sever ties with the Li family. It's really not possible. It doesn't matter if you disgust him for a moment, he is an enemy anyway, so he can't let this kid have an easy time. Xiao Feng suddenly sneezed, his body felt slightly chilly, and he felt like someone was plotting against him. After finally arriving at the Li family, it was all smooth sailing. Who is targeting me again? After Xiao Feng arrived in the imperial capital, Li Fengling was very excited when he heard the news and immediately introduced him. Xiao Feng had heard about this secret realm of the Sea of Clouds before, so he naturally yearned for it. Li Fengling was able to recommend him to enter the Sea of Clouds secret realm, which immediately made him feel that his visit to the imperial capital was not in vain. In the subsequent competition, he also successfully won a place, which once again made him feel the edge he had before. After leaving Yuran, everything became much smoother, but later when the contestants saw Yuran's name, he shuddered a little, this god of plague. However, Xiao Feng made up his mind that if he met Yuran later, he would just give up and retain his strength, but he was not afraid of him. When the Yunhai secret realm gets an opportunity, come out and beat him up. Just as he was thinking about it, the door creaked open, and a woman wearing a red trench coat walked in. It was Li Fengling. Brother Xiao, are you satisfied with your stay here? Very satisfied, thank you Feng Chime for the opportunity. Xiao Feng stood up and bowed politely to Li Fengling. This time he also participated as Li Fengling's fiancé. It rarely happens that the 5 major families bring in foreign players to participate in the competition. After all, how many young people can be better than the people from the 5 major families? Yuran and Xiao Feng are obviously exceptions. Because the review is very loose, as long as they have a nominal identity, Li Fengling and Xiao Feng are now only good friends and have no further contact. Li Fengling had admired Xiao Feng before. He was invincible on the battlefield and was known as the god of war in the north by outsiders. Therefore, she also yearns for the fighting life on the battlefield outside the territory. Her personality is somewhat similar to Huang Lingmen's, and she is also dressed in the same way, looking quite heroic. Hey, I originally wanted Brother Xiao to return to the Northern Army, but the matter of the Sea of Clouds secret realm in the family is also very important, so I can only go to the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds first. Xiao Feng nodded. The current leader of the Northern Army was Li Lianhu of the Li family. However, the Li family did not allow him to advance. He knew what was going on, but he did not say much at the moment. Li Fengling's heart is devoted to her military career, and her thoughts are relatively simple. In this regard, she cannot compare with Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmeng is the leader of the younger generation of the military, and his strength and IQ are indispensable. I will work hard in the Sea of Clouds secret realm, but I am no match for Yuran for the time being. I may retain my strength when I meet him later. Xiao Feng had better take a precaution first. He knew Yuran's strength well, and if he tried his best, he would only lose worse. He didn't have the ability to yell at him yet. But he is not ashamed of it. Knowing his shame and then being brave is the way to be a commander. Li Fengling was a little surprised when she saw Xiao Feng take the initiative to give up, but she immediately understood what Xiao Feng meant. I understand this. Brother Xiao is a genius in the military. It doesn't matter if his martial arts is a little weaker. The battlefield outside the territory is Brother Xiao's stage. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even know where the news came from that Yuran was only at the 6th level of transformation. What the hell, if Yuran was at the 6th level of transformation, would he eat a ton? This is also the reason why Yunzong and Li Xiang have no fear of Yuran at all. The 6th level of Huajin and the 4th and 5th levels are both in the middle stage, and the gap is not that big. And they are members of the 5 major families in the imperial capital and have read countless advanced martial arts. Why? Will he lose to an upstart? From the perspective of the 5 major families that have been inherited for thousands of years, the Yu family, which has only been around for more than 10 years, is indeed considered a nouveau riche. Moreover, the Yu family is only rich and has nothing to do with the martial arts family. This is why Huang Xianlin said that the status of the Yu family in the imperial capital was of little use, and that a son-in-law who reported to the southern military department would have a higher status. Xiao Feng and Yu Ran had fought before, and he knew very well the suffocating feeling of being suppressed and unable to breathe. He really didn't pay attention to the other members of the 5 major families. But Yu Ran, I really can't beat him. It will only take 30 years for Hedong and 30 years for Hexi. Although it is not as good as Yu Ran now, after the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds, it is hard to say who will be stronger and who will be weaker. Xiao Feng is also a man of great luck. He has had countless opportunities since he was a child. He is very confident about this trip to the Sea of Clouds' secret realm. What Li Fengling likes most is Xiao Feng's confidence in strategizing and winning from thousands of miles away, and the affection in his eyes becomes even stronger. Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh secretly. He had no foundation and backing now. It would be a good idea to marry Li Fengling as a backing and then go to the battlefield to show off his glory. However, once he marries Li Fengling, he will be controlled by others and become the dog of the Li family. Xiao Feng is very ambitious and wants to break out on his own, so he can only pretend not to know Li Fengling's intentions for the time being. If you still have to participate in the competition like this, why not give up your spot? Xiao Feng and Li Fengling were chatting when a gloomy-looking man strode in from outside. It was Li Xiang who had just returned. It's just that at this moment, his clothes and scars have been taken care of, and he looks the same as usual. Yu Ran's words before leaving also touched his heart. Didn't the Li family also use foreign aid? So he was drawn to Xiao Feng by Yu Ran's words. As soon as he came, he heard Xiao Feng say that he was not as good as Yu Ran and had to preserve his strength. He, who had already had a problem with Yu Ran, immediately became furious and rushed out to question Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng also looked unkind. He told Li Fengling that it was because they had a good relationship. Why did Li Xiang question him? But after all, he was living under someone else's roof now, so he didn't say harsh words, but said something to Li Xiang with a hint of warning. Yu Ran's strength is not simple. You will know it when you play against him. This is a battle for the quota, so naturally you have to find the optimal solution. But in Li Xiang's eyes, these words were a naked stab at his scar. He had just been slapped 3 times by Yu Ran, who was beaten until he vomited blood and was forced to pay for it. The resentment instantly occupied Li Xiang's entire body. He snorted coldly and did not do anything stupid like dueling Xiao Feng, but his eyes were still evil. I will inform the elders about this matter. A person who has lost the courage to move forward in martial arts may not be suitable for martial arts competition. Chapter 292 The competition is coming. Xiao Feng really couldn't tell the truth. He had a good relationship with Li Fengling, so he talked about tactical issues. In his understanding, Yu Ran would definitely win the championship, and he would be understood after conserving his strength. But when he was pointed out directly at this time, the people in the Li family would not tolerate him. He was not one of his own, and he would definitely be criticized if he didn't work hard. Headache. Li Fengling was caught in the middle and didn't know what to say. On one side was the Li family and on the other was Xiao Feng. She simply said nothing. Li Xiang was furious at the moment, so he naturally informed the competition leader Xiao Feng of his mentality without hesitation. As expected, Xiao Feng received a warning the next day. The order given by the elder is to fight hard, even if you change the status with Yu Ran and let him reveal his trump card, it will be good. Xiao Feng had no choice but to accept the order. He and Yu Ran would not really be hurt by that time. The secret realm of the Sea of Clouds would open in a week, and the most troublesome thing would be if he was too injured and couldn't enter by then. He naturally has to think about his own interests, but what he looks forward to most is not being assigned to the same group as Yu Ran. As long as he helps the Li family get a place, he can naturally enter. Of course Yu Ran didn't know that the result of his attempt to do something for Xiao Feng was perfect. Xiao Feng was in a dilemma at this moment. He and Huang Lingmeng Yunyi had just come out from living abroad and were ready to go home. The taste of this extraterrestrial creature is just so-so. It doesn't taste as good as chicken. Yuran smashed it. There were some special monsters outside the territory that could be used, but the taste was really not that good. It's not always that delicious monsters come to foreigners. Most of them come here just for fresh food. This time it might be the meat of a big guy. Huang Lingmeng also knew something about the battlefields outside the territory. She didn't go there many times. After all, she was not very strong yet. Jin was just the leading soldier there, and Huajin was the leader. She is a leader of the younger generation in the military. When she went there, she was only in a small group and could not go anywhere. Indeed, when I read the novel before, I thought that the higher the level of life, the better the taste. In fact, it's generally true to say that. If it's the same chicken, Mingjin will definitely taste better than ordinary chicken. But it's not the same species and cannot be generalized. Huang Lingmeng remembered some of the monsters he had tasted before and briefly explained them. That's good. When the time comes, we'll go to the battlefield outside the territory and grab some to eat. Yuran was still very curious about something he had never eaten before. The book introduced some of Xiaofeng's experiences in foreign battlefields. One of the monsters called Shichen chicken tastes very good, but it is extremely rare and difficult to catch. Arrive. I don't know if I'll have a chance to try it. Well, let's try it together then. That's for sure. If there's something delicious, I'll definitely think of my Riemu. But just now, dear Riemu, you were very skillful in deceiving others. Yuran remembered that Huang Lingmeng was actually a martial arts fanatic. He didn't expect to have such a playful side despite his very upright personality, and smiled unconsciously. Huang Lingmeng also smiled, thought for a while and said, I am naturally generous and don't care about my own people. I will not show mercy to outsiders, especially my enemies. You don't think that I will only take action. The relationship between the 5 major families and the Southern Military Department is neither too good nor too bad. They can be consistent with the outside world, but there are also internal conflicts. Huang Lingmen's words about his own people naturally do not include them internally, but they do include them on the battlefield outside the territory. That's for sure, my baby Riemu is both wise and brave. Huang Lingmeng almost lost herself in Yuran's shouts of treasure. This guy didn't feel ashamed to shout like this in public. But the effect was still very good. Huang Lingmeng took Yuran's hand and got closer. Yunyi listened with some envy, but her strength and knowledge were too weak, and it was difficult for her to say anything on the topic of martial arts and battlefields. However, she had made up her mind to supplement her knowledge on the battlefield outside the territory. She would have to step there sooner or later, and she could not hold Yuran back. Looking at Yunyi, who was a little envious at the side but didn't interrupt, Yuran naturally had to take care of the other baby's psychology. Hey, those who can do the hard work. So he also brought up the topic. Yunzong and the others seemed to have a much better attitude towards us when they left just now. Isn't the relationship between the Yun family and the Li family bad? Yunyi looked at Yuran and looked over. He felt a little lonely because he couldn't get a word in, but it was immediately washed away and he responded immediately. No, the 5 major families are in the same spirit, and their relationship is not bad, but there must be competition between them. The Yun family's generation is relatively weak and has been ridiculed countless times. Yunzong's character is more tolerant and will not take action when he is not sure. As a result, the Yun family always seems to be suppressed. Li Xiang didn't respond to his taunting just now. You taught Li Xiang a lesson and pointed out Xiaofeng in kind. Although Yunzong didn't say it on the surface, he was definitely less hostile. Yunyi's judgment on the Yun family was quite accurate. She thought for a while and then said. Not only that, the Yun family has a philosophy of respecting the strong. Master, when you showed your strength just now, Yunzong knew in his heart that he was definitely not as good as you. He is not a person who seeks fame and reputation, so his respect for you is much stronger. Yun Yi's words answered Yu Ran's doubts. The most exaggerated change in favorability he had ever seen was that of Yun Zong just now. It went from -50 to 20, which was simply outrageous. It wouldn't be surprising if the Yun family had such a custom. Yu Ran's external strength is the 6th level of Huajin. If showing the peak of Huajin is a bit too unbelievable, he is also afraid of being sliced, so he simply hides a little bit of his strength. But even this is quite an exaggeration. Huang Lingmeng is now at the 3rd level of energy transformation, so he is naturally confident that he will enter the middle or even late stage of energy transformation before the age of 30. But he is only so young and has been practicing martial arts for so long, but his current strength is already somewhat incredible. If I had said this earlier, wouldn't it mean that nothing would happen today if I showed my strength? Yun Yi thought for a while and nodded. Indeed. After several people returned home, they did not tell anyone what happened today. Anyway, other families would definitely receive the news, so there was no need to brag about it themselves. Yu Ran rested peacefully. In the next few days, Yu Ran took Yun Yi and Huang Lingmeng around the imperial capital according to the guide given by Qin Hao, and tasted all kinds of delicious food and check-in places. These days can be said to be very refreshing, but the fun days are coming to an end soon, and the competition in the Sea of Clouds secret realm is about to begin. For Yu Ran, something even more exciting is about to come. After defeating Xiao Feng, he will earn another points, and he is not far from being a grandmaster. When it was time for the competition, Yu Ran, Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi flew to the Tianda Omen in a helicopter. It is worth mentioning that Huang Lingmeng also signed up to participate. It's not that I want to get a quota, but I just want to compete because my hands are itchy. As soon as he got off the plane, Yu Ran saw Qin Hao at a glance. Qin Hao also saw him and shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Ran, here, here. In an instant, countless eyes shot towards Yu Ran. Chapter 293 The Wooing of Hidden Sex. Yu Ran's face was full of black lines and he wanted to pretend that he didn't know Qin Hao, but Qin Hao was very excited and his voice became louder and louder. Yu Ran had no choice but to walk towards him, and Qin Hao wanted to give Yu Ran a big hug. Then, Yu Ran dodged him and jumped into the air. Qin Hao looked at Yu Ran aggrievedly. Brother Ran is too much. What is our relationship? We are people who have experienced the customs in Jiangnan together. If you reject me like this, I will really be sad, okay? Yu Ran's goosebumps stood up when he saw Qin Hao, and he kicked him twice to wake him up. UBD, don't disgust me, just get to the point. Qin Hao suddenly chuckled and lowered his voice a little. Brother Ran, do you hope to win first place this time? Yu Ran glanced at Qin Hao but said nothing, wondering what he meant by asking this. Qin Hao didn't care and continued. Brother Ran, those people are so stupid. They actually adjusted the multiplier for your victory to 3. Isn't this a gift of money? Do you think there is hope? Yu Ran had shown some strength in the foreign competition before. Although he took advantage of Li Xiang, it was not a regular fight after all, and he was still not the favorite to win the championship. The biggest favorites are still Qin Haoshan and Ying Nu, followed by Dao Kuang and Long Bai, and Yu Ran is 5th, slightly higher than Li Xiang. There's no hope. I'm just here to make soy sauce. How much is the maximum amount you can press? Yu Ran is not stupid. He will declare the championship now. What will he do if he is targeted? He just wants to win the game happily and does not want to cause trouble and attract a lot of enemies. That kind of mocking thing is only done by the stupid protagonist. As a villain, he naturally has to sneak into the village and not shoot. Qin Hao understood what he meant instantly, and Yu Ran wanted to bet on it himself, which meant that it was basically stable. Qin Hao and he met in the Haitian secret realm, and they later cooperated in the military region secret realm. Their relationship was quite harmonious, so Yu Ran naturally didn't mind helping him with this small favor. Besides, his strategy made him, Huang Lingmeng and Yunyi very happy these days. A little money was nothing. The plate is not big, less than 100 million yuan, so I plan to bet 90 million. Brother Ran, if you want to play, let Yunyi help you bet. Yu Ran heard Qin Hao's words and called Yunyi over. Don't give up this kind of money. As for the issue of credibility, if you dare to cheat Qin Hao and his money, even the Grand Master will not be able to do it. There are many opportunities in big cities, and making money is fast. I made 60 million a few days ago, and now I have made another 180 million. I am very satisfied. Yun Yi followed Qin Hao to their small venue to place bets, while Yu Ran followed Yun Sheng and walked inside. Along the way, Yu Ran encountered many sights, most of them were curious, and some were slightly malicious. As the most authoritative competition for those under 30 years old, there are many people watching, not just a few players. Various groups of relatives, friends, and people who wanted to observe the event surrounded Tiandaomen. As a contestant other than the 5 major families and the hidden family, Yu Ran aroused the curiosity of many people. Such a young and invincible boy actually came from the outside world. Many hidden families and sects were interested in recruiting disciples, and they were also observing Yu Ran at this moment. Sure enough, before Yu Ran reached the gate of Tiandaomen, someone had already come over to express his goodwill. Master Yu, I am a member of the Divine Sword sect. I heard that you also use swords. If you have the opportunity, you can come and communicate with us. The contemporary saints of my Divine Sword sect are also good in strength and their appearance is not bad. An old man carrying a sword came over with a smile and handed Yu Ran a business card, much like handing out flyers on the street. Although Yu Ran said he didn't know how to join, he didn't want to hit the smiling person. Many friends are better than many enemies, so he reached out and took the business card. The big gilded characters Shenjianmen written on the top are dragons and phoenixes dancing, and below are the contact information and address. That's natural. If you have time, you will definitely visit. The uncle smiled and did not continue to communicate with Yu Ran, and immediately stepped aside, not forgetting to cheer Yu Ran up before leaving. Come on, Mr. Yu, I think you will win the championship. People from other sects all cursed the old fox in their hearts. This guy actually came to build relationships like this, even with his own saint. Yu Ran's general information is not a secret. Even if the number of confidants around him is made public, there are dozens. Lustfulness is a label that Yu Ran cannot shake off. Yu Ran is actually very aggrieved. He is not a scumbag. He just wants to give every good girl a home. However, the promotion of Shenjian sect made him feel less mysterious about the hidden sect. I originally thought that those who practice swords are the kind of old stubborn people who would rather bend than bend, live in ancient times, and are smelly and hard. I didn't expect that the people from the Divine Sword sect are quite interesting. They are not the kind of idiots who only know how to practice swords. Huang Lingmeng on the side seemed to see what Yu Ran was thinking, and explained to Yu Ran with a smile. Hermit sects are also human beings. They have not broken away from society. They are just concentrating on practicing martial arts. They are not the kind of immortals who do not eat the fireworks of the world. It is normal to have a bit of a Philistine atmosphere when they want to develop and grow. Not many people can really break away. Actual. Yu Ran nodded as if he suddenly understood. Although there was an introduction to the hidden sect in the book, it didn't cover much in the text. He didn't know such details. Huang Lingmen's knowledge in this area just made up for Yu Ran's gap. With the Shenjian sect's affairs ready to go, many people crowded over to get to know Yu Ran. Some handed out business cards like the Shenjian sect, and some pretended to be sophisticated. What was even more outrageous was that he directly brought his own daughter over to talk to Yu Ran about family matters. In addition to those who want to be Yu Ran's disciples, there are also those who want Yu Ran to become his disciples. As long as Yuran is as young as Huajin, he will almost certainly become a master as long as he doesn't die young. If he doesn't seize the opportunity now, it will be difficult to establish a relationship with him in the future. Huang Lingmeng was very indifferent. She didn't care how many women Yuran had. However, Yuran did very well, advancing and retreating in a controlled manner, and did not interfere with the saints of various families. Although I don't say it on the surface, I am actually quite satisfied. But Yunyi was different. She had just gone to place a bet, and when she came back, she saw a group of people trying to steal her master. It's okay, she only has the special status of apprentice now, no one else is fighting for it, and she can never give it up. Like an old hen protecting her calf, she blocked those warblers and swallows from Yuran, making her want to laugh. After many hardships, Yuran finally walked to the door of Tiandaomen and looked up. A majestic mountain stands between heaven and earth. From a distance, the mountain looks like a sword thrust into the sky, which makes people marvel at the uncanny craftsmanship of nature. Looking down, there are countless antique residences located halfway up the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. There are many disciples coming and going in the mountain, and they look down from time to time to look at the guests who have arrived today. Directly opposite Yuran is a plaque, with the three characters Tiandaomen and Zulangshan printed on the top of the plaque. Under the plaque, many members of the Tiandao sect had already been arranged to receive them. When they saw the Yun family coming, several members even trotted over to lead the way. Many people felt excited when they saw the plaque of Tiandaomen. The competition in the Sea of Clouds secret realm is today. Chapter 294 Qin Nian. No, you saw it, the Grand Canyon is your competition ground. Looking towards Yun Sheng's words, he saw an extremely open Grand Canyon, at least the size of hundreds of football fields, divided into many competition fields. At a rough glance, there are at least 10 or more arenas, but the intervals between the arenas are large, so there is basically no need to worry about affecting each other. Rows and rows of seats have been opened up on the high mountains above the canyon as auditoriums. Many people have already taken their seats, so the seats must be packed when the game begins. The preliminaries are held in one venue to avoid the kind of players who just avoid wasting time, and the people watching are drowsy and unable to tell their strength. When it comes to the semi-finals, there are 3 venues, and the finals ensure that the entire venue is open. Yun Sheng introduced the situation of the venue, and there was nothing he could do about restricting the venue. Back then, when the venue was not restricted, a guy with a flying leg would run the entire court in every game, exhausting his opponent's energy and winning. However, when he met another player, he didn't chase him at all. Just defending in place, it was rare to get a draw on the playing field. Later in the preliminaries, the competition venue will begin to be restricted. In the semi-finals and finals, if you can run fast among the top people, it will be your ability. Yuran nodded slightly to this. He had understood these before and it was not unfamiliar. At this moment, Yun Sheng took Yuran, Huang Lingmeng and Yun Zong to the competition venue, while the rest of the Yun family went to the auditorium. Old Qin, how many people have signed up this time? Yun Sheng came to the venue and greeted the person in charge carelessly. The two were considered comrades in arms and had a very close relationship. The middle-aged man named Lao Qin glanced at Yun Sheng, laughed to himself, came up and patted Yun Sheng on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to lead the Yun family this time. There are 42 people who signed up, which is similar to previous years. However, most of them are here to run with them. It will be good for them to meet their strong peers. What Qin Nian said is right. Most people actually know that they are no match, but playing against top peers is of great benefit to them. Those who can cultivate their strength before the age of 30 are all top masters, and here they are already the top group of young people in Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. Except for a small number of people like Liu Zitong who didn't know that this kind of competition was not coming, basically all of them had arrived. Among these 40 people, most are in the first and second levels of Huajin, and only a few are in the middle level of Huajin. They are basically the favorites for the semi-finals. After Qin Nian finished speaking, he turned to look at Yu Ran with a gentle expression. Is this the world-famous Mr. Yu Ranyu? Yu Ran surrendered his hand to Qin Nian and was not unruly. Don't take it seriously, Senior Qin. Qin Nian was also at the 9th level of energy transformation, which was about the same strength as Yu Ran, but he was obviously older than Yu Ran, so it was appropriate for Yu Ran to call him Senior. What do you call me, Senior? If you don't know what to call me, just call me Uncle. Qin Hao is my son. He talks about you all the time. I think he calls you brother more affectionately than his own brother. I am also participating in the competition, Qin Haoshan. Son, you must be merciful when the time comes. Yu Ran suddenly realized that he was Qin Haoshan's father. No wonder he had such a good attitude towards him, but Qin Haoshan was also his son? These two people are leaders of their respective generations, and this is obviously the stronger lineage of the Qin family. There is naturally more than one main lineage of the 5 major families. Anyone with a Grand Master is considered the main lineage, and there is competition with each other. Therefore, Yun Maja did not respect Yun Yi too much before. Both of them are the main lineage, so there is no mutual respect. Uncle Qin is too praiseworthy. I have heard of Brother Haoshan for a long time. I may not be his opponent. Yu Ran naturally has to be a little more humble at this time. Although the winning rate is 100%, it does not affect his humility. Qin Nian looked at him with deep meaning. My Qin Hao and Qin Haoshan are brothers. He mostly calls Qin Haoshan by his first name, but he calls you brother. Qin Hao is not a happy person, he is also one of the leaders of the 20-year-old generation of the Qin family, and Qin Haoshan is the leader of the Qin family's generation. Qin Hao is not very interested in Qin Haoshan, but he only admires Yu Ran very much. This shows that Qin Hao thinks Yu Ran is much better than Qin Haoshan. Qin Hao only feels that he may not be able to surpass Qin Haoshan by the age of 30, but he will definitely not be able to surpass Yu Ran. The best way to explain the problem is to convince his peers. Yu Ran understood the meaning of Qin Nian's words, but he didn't answer. Qin Hao's affairs were none of his business. Only when Qin Nian saw Yu Ran today did he realize that what Qin Hao said was true. Although his son was laughing and joking, he was very worried. Until now, he was holding his breath and trying to enter the 7 Yuan veins. He had long wanted to meet someone who could impress his son, and when he met him today, he was indeed extraordinary. He had a great reputation, and it had been 10 years since Qin Nian reached the peak of his power. His son was so good, how could he be a weakling? Yu Ran stood in front of him, but he couldn't feel the depth of Yu Ran. What a terrible young man! Yun Sheng seemed to notice that the atmosphere was getting awkward, and he immediately smoothed things over. Okay, Lao Qin, what's the use of talking about this? We won't know until we fight. When will the drawing of lots start? In half an hour, your Yun family has found a treasure this time. Although Yun Sheng had never discussed the issue of strength with Yu Ran, how could he not see what Qin Nian could see, so he was not worried at all. He also burst out laughing when Qin Nian pointed it out. Thank you for your good words. I can't help but tell my daughter to be outstanding. Qin Nian curled his lips. Both of his family were sons. Back then, they had talked about marrying each other. Now they have Yu Ran as their son-in-law to give this guy a thumbs up. Then seeing that it was still early, the two chatted about the battlefield outside the territory. They would have to go back sooner or later. Yu Ran also listened for a while, and it was similar to what was said in the book. The Dragon Kingdom is still a little uncomfortable now, but the Grand Master is fine. The battlefields of Huajin and Anjin were a bit miserable. Last year, they were ambushed and lost a powerful general and tens of thousands of bright and dark warriors. This year, they were stabbed in the back and lost tens of thousands more. This battle was extremely frustrating. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Feng can return to the army. While Yu Ran was listening, Yunzong beside him suddenly poked him. Yu Ran looked at him. Yunzong seemed to be a transparent person since he came in. He didn't know what to say at this moment. Yu Ran, are you confident you can win first place? After living abroad, Yunzong's attitude towards Yu Ran changed drastically. Before, he was somewhat respectful when gathering at Yun's house, which made Yu Ran feel uncomfortable for a while. You must have confidence. Who would say that you are inferior to others? Yunzong nodded with some relief and said nothing. He just looked at the battlefield with some longing. This was not his first time here. The shadow of the last accompanying run and the disastrous defeat still hung over him. When it came time to compete, I was a little nervous and had to talk to Yu Ran to cheer myself up. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and Qin Nian stopped chatting and strode towards the venue, his voice resounding throughout the venue. All members enter, and the lottery begins. Chapter 295 The competition begins. 42 Huajin warriors stepped forward, and Yu Ran walked up to Huang Lingmeng and gently shook her hand. Huang Lingmeng was competing on behalf of the Southern Military Department, and he had just separated from them to find his own place. Huang Lingmeng had a good understanding with him and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will give up if things don't work out. The people here are all geniuses. There is a gap in Huajin's strength, but it is difficult to make a world of difference. However, the gap between Huajin's early and mid-term is still very big. Yu Ran also told Huang Lingmeng before that if you encounter someone you can't beat, don't push yourself. You are here to train yourself and there is no need to get a quota. The Southern Military Headquarters has never participated in Northern competitions, so they were so angry when the 5 major families went to the Southern Military Headquarters to participate in the Secret Realm. Therefore, no one came from the Southern Military Headquarters, only Huang Lingmeng was alone. The lottery was drawn very quickly, and there must be some behind-the-scenes manipulation, otherwise all the strong players would be blown up if they were drawn into a group. There were 10 people in the middle stage of Huajin. Yunzong didn't show it. There were 9 people on the surface. Yu Ran scanned around and found no other hidden strength. In the first group, Long Bei'ai and Li Xiang are in the same group. In the second group, Xiao Feng, Qin Haoshan and Yin Dai are divided into one group. In the third group, Yu Ran and Dao Kuang are divided into one group. In the fourth group, Ying Nu, Jian Ruxu and Yunzong are divided into one group, but Yunzong is now clearly at the third level of Huajin. Huang Lingmeng was in the first group, but not with Yu Ran. There are 11 people in the first and third groups, and 10 people in the other 2 groups. The rules of the group stage are very simple: random matching, a total of 6 wins to advance, and 3 losses to eliminate. But even if you lose 3 times, you can keep fighting. After all, many people come here to experience it. In previous years, only 2 people could win 6 times, so there was no such thing as playoffs, but this year it's hard to say. After all, some groups have 3 transformations. However, there are also rules, which are determined by the victory or defeat in the group stage. For example, if 3 people advance and 1 person loses to the other 2, then he will be eliminated. If there is no relationship between victory and defeat, it depends on the number of games. If you advance with fewer games, 6 consecutive wins will definitely be better than if you play 8 games. If there is still no way to determine the winner, then there will be an extra match and the top 2 teams in the group will be decided, but this situation will basically not happen. The rules of the Cloud Sea Secret Realm competition have been perfected over the years, and there will basically be no problems. After the grouping was completed, some people looked ugly, some were a little happy, and some were gearing up to look at their old rivals in the team, ready to do something cruel. The allocation of the Sea of Cloud's secret realm is also very interesting. If you come to practice, there is a high probability that your rival will be grouped with you, so that the fight will be more fun. After the draw was completed, there was no lengthy opening ceremony. Qin Nian did not use a microphone and spoke directly to the audience in his powerful and long voice. Now the game begins. The first group Huang Lingmeng ran against the wind at the number 1 venue. Group 2 Xiaofeng vs. Long K number 2 venue. Group 3 Yu Ran vs. Mon number 3 venue. Group 10 Qin Haoshan vs. Tianxian on the 10th venue. All players are welcome to enter. If you admit defeat during the game, you are not allowed to make a move. You can surrender, but you cannot fight again. If the referee intervenes or is kicked out of the field, you will lose. Weapons, elixirs, and other items higher than the upper level are not allowed to be used in the game. In addition, the competition venue it is normal to be hit by a sword without an eye, and it is normal for there to be casualties. No force or family is allowed to take revenge privately. After Qin Nian finished speaking, he glanced at the contestants and wondered if anyone would die this time. A lot of people died in the competition in the Sea of Clouds secret realm, almost every time, especially in the preliminaries. In the early stage of Huajin, they would not accept the mid-stage of Huajin, and they liked to resist desperately. Once they hit hard in the middle stage of Huajin, their referees may not have time to save them. Yu Ran was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, it seemed that all the seeded players were on the field in the first round. They probably wanted to show the audience what it means to be strong. Of course, it would be too boring if they were all about crushing. There were also a few evenly matched battles similar to Huang Lingmen's. Mon is a young man who looks a little shy. Although most of the people present are close to 30 years old, Mon looks very childish. Master Yu, please. Although he knew that Yu Ran was powerful, Mon, as the only disciple of Yu Pavilion, could not give up without a fight. Besides, they were all geniuses and still had pride in their hearts. Naturally, he wanted to see what the favorites to win the championship were capable of. Master Mo, please. Yu Ran made an invitation gesture, and as the sound of Qin Nian's game starting sounded, Mon's aura changed instantly, and the shy young man turned murderous. This sudden reversal surprised Yu Ran. It seems that heroes in the world cannot be underestimated. Mon's footsteps flew forward, drawing an extremely fast arc in the air, heading straight for Yu Ran's throat. The members of Yu Pavilion who were watching the battle above were all staring and extremely nervous. Mon's speed was very fast, but in Yu Ran's eyes it was still too slow. Yu Ran's footsteps moved slightly, and the moment Mon arrived, he disappeared in an instant, speeding up with speed and arriving behind Mon in an instant. The members of the Moon Pavilion who were watching the battle above felt their hearts in their throats, and the elders of the Moon Pavilion just sighed. Losing, there are no empty warriors under the great reputation. Mon originally had a murderous intent, but as soon as the attack came to Yu Ran's side, Yu Ran suddenly disappeared as if he had transformed into a living person, leaving him immediately stunned. He was caught off guard and felt the pressure on his back, and before he could turn around, he felt the finger on the back of his head. Yu Ran gently tapped his forehead. General. Mon stood there blankly. He was full of confidence and felt that although he was strong in the middle stage of transformation, he was not without the power to resist. As a result, he couldn't even see Yu Ran's movements clearly, and he was directly tapped on the back of the head the moment they fought. Whenever Yu Ran has the slightest intention to kill, he will be disabled even if he is not dead. At this moment, Yu Ran did not act cruelly. He was also a wise man who knew the current affairs and said quickly to the referee, "I give up." Yu Ran retracted his fingers and looked calm. Concession. Mon had a complex expression on his face and left the venue with some dejection. The elder of Yu Pavilion hurriedly came down to pick up Mon, and at the same time cast a grateful look at Yu Ran. There is no rest in the middle of this game. Everyone has a game every day. If the injury is too serious, you will not even be able to compete in the second round. Although Mon was defeated, he was unscathed and could prepare for the next game wholeheartedly, which was a blessing in tragedy. Yu Ran didn't want to waste too much time in this kind of competition. It would naturally end at the speed of light. His previous opponents were the likes of Ye Chen and Xiao Feng. These ordinary geniuses with energy had long been out of his sight. Yu Ran did not leave directly, but watched other games. Most of the first battles had different levels. Although he was willing to challenge in the early stage of becoming stronger, after knowing the gap, most of them surrendered to preserve their strength. The elders should have given instructions, and not many people are fighting to the death. After Qin Haoshan stabbed Tianxian with a knife, he appeared for the second time and saw Yu Ran's eyes full of surprise and solemnity. What a strong guy! Yu Ran casually glanced at Xiao Feng's fight, and saw that the guy was still pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, so he had no interest in continuing to watch the fight and wanted to watch his precious wife Huang Lingmeng fight. Huang Lingmeng's battle was relatively fierce, and there were constant cheers and cheers from above, which seemed to be much more passionate than other battlefields. When Yu Ran looked, he saw Feng Pao shouting loudly and attacking Huang Lingmeng with his sword. However, the sword was in an extremely tricky position, and it was intended to attack Huang Lingmeng's lower three lanes. Chapter 296 Double Victory. Huang Lingmeng was experienced, so he immediately jumped into the air. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on Feng Bao's lips. The sword in his hand did not change direction, but the sword energy attacked Huang Lingmeng from bottom to top. Swifeng sword technique. Huang Lingmeng rose into the sky but found that countless sword energy blocked his position from bottom to top, and the Sui Feng sword technique was just as said, erratic in the wind, and the sword energy was difficult to capture. By accident, Huang Lingmeng was unable to dodge, and a blood mark appeared on his shoulder, which made Yu Ran's eyes become more solemn. Feng Pao was quite smart. It was most difficult for people to change direction and react in the air, even if they could fly. He forced Huang Lingmeng into the sky and blocked it with his sword energy. The sword energy continued, and Huang Lingmeng was unable to accumulate the energy to attack, so he was forced to parry. Now he was at a disadvantage and looked quite embarrassed. Su! Isn't it shameful to attack someone else's girl? This sect has always behaved like this, just get used to it. This Feng Pao is the person who mentioned the Feng Kick sect before, but Feng Pao is not only proficient in Feng Kick, but also dabbles in swordsmanship. Feng Jimen was not ashamed, but proud of it, and he cheered even more energetically. Come on, senior brother is the best. Eldest brother is too strong. Feng Bao couldn't help but become more excited when he heard his junior brothers and sisters from his sect cheering him up. Sui Feng's sword technique spread to all directions, and wave after wave of sword energy flew in the air. The damage of this sword energy is actually not high, but it is not pleasant to be hit. Feng Pao also intends to cut his flesh with a blunt knife. It is only right to force Huang Lingmeng to surrender. But who is Huang Lingmeng? He is the leader of young people in the Southern Military Department and a powerful martial arts idiot. He is a person who has really been on the battlefield. How can he be defeated by this small injury? Huang Lingmeng also saw clearly that she would definitely be beaten to death in this way, but the sword energy forced her to have nowhere to hide, and the limitations of the venue made it difficult for her to fight back. If she wanted to break the game, she would have to be a little more ruthless. Huang Lingmeng dodged left and right, choosing the weakest attack point without defending, and concentrated all his energy on the silver spear. The three sword energies scraped 3 bloody marks on Huang Lingmeng's body. Huang Lingmeng just groaned, but did not make any move to retreat. She dived down at high speed towards Feng Pao's face. Feng Pao wanted to repeat his old trick, but Huang Lingmeng held the silver gun in front of her. The sword energy was completely isolated by the silver gun and could not hurt her at all. Seeing that Feng Pao could not stop him, his legs were carrying hurricane force and he was about to run away, but how could Huang Lingmeng let go of such a good opportunity? There are disadvantages but no advantages to being in the air? Of course there are. The power of the swooping gravity is 3 times stronger than before, and there is an unrivaled momentum in it. Feng Pao had no intention of resisting, so he accelerated his legs but found that he couldn't get rid of Huang Lingmeng at all. Huang Lingmeng was actually faster than him. The audience was excited when they saw this scene. Kill him, beat him to death. Come on, come on. Sister is great. Cheers came one after another, and even Yu Ran who was watching the battle smiled. Huang Lingmen's Lingzi step was also good. The peak of the earth level movement was enough to lock all the enemies. Seeing that he could no longer hide, Feng Pao had no choice but to shout loudly and let out a sword from the long sword in his hand, trying to make a final fight. Huang Lingmeng held the Ling Xiao spear tightly in her hands, the weapon Yu Ran gave her would shine brightly today. Gun force, press hard. This move is a martial art that Huang Lingmeng learned from the inheritance of the Haitian secret realm. With the spear power as the core, he can overwhelm Mount Tai. The moment Feng Pao's sword touched the Ling Xiao spear, he felt an unparalleled pressure. Instantly, his legs could not stand upright and they were bowed down by the pressure. The ground that was originally reinforced was even harder, but two huge craters were created by Feng Ran's feet. Even so, his sword could not block it, and Huang Lingmen's gun fell on his shoulder. With a strong pressure, Feng Bao instantly felt a huge force acting on himself, his throat felt fishy, and a spurt of blood spurted out. Huang Lingmeng had just put away her gun at this moment and stood in the battlefield. Although there were 3 or 2 scars on her body, it did not affect her heroic appearance at all. Good. There were bursts of cheers and applause from above. This kind of battle was considered good-looking for them, but their unilateral crushing was too boring to watch. I declare that Huang Lingmeng wins on the first field. The referee also took advantage of the cheers to announce the outcome of the game. Feng Pao had a bitter taste in his mouth, but he didn't say anything more. The outcome was decided. Yu Ran took Huang Lingmen's wound and carefully examined Huang Lingmen's wounds. They were all external injuries, not too serious. Yu Ran took out some external wound medicine and carefully applied it to her. Huang Lingmeng didn't take it seriously, it was just a minor injury and it didn't matter, but he thought about tomorrow's game and Yu Ran's concerned eyes. My heart was also filled with warmth, so I naturally allowed Yu Ran to apply the medicine. The third group of sword madmen will set up venue No. 1. After Huang Lingmen's battle ended, the next group immediately began to compete. Yu Ran originally wanted to leave directly, after all, he was too lazy to look at the strength of these people. However, Huang Lingmeng still wanted to know herself and the enemy, fight 100 battles without danger, and wanted to observe her opponent's situation, so Yu Ran patiently sat with her for a day. Just when Yu Ran was bored, Hua Jin's perception made him glance sideways, and he happened to catch Li Xiang's gaze. Li Xiang seemed to see Yu Ran's gaze and turned around hurriedly, pretending that nothing happened. Although Yu Ran felt a little strange in his heart, he didn't say much. It was normal for Li Xiang to have conflicts with him and to want revenge, but he also had to have that ability. The first day was uneventful. Many people hid their strength and couldn't see much, but some strange martial arts made Yu Ran less bored. The thing that impressed him most was the clothes exploding martial art. It was not his own clothes that were exploded, but his opponent's clothes. I heard it was done by manipulating the fabric of the clothes. Yu Ran actually didn't care about this, the main reason was that his opponent was a girl, and she was reduced to her underwear in an instant, and everyone's eyes were instantly opened. The girl chased him all over the ring but failed to win in the end. When she came off the stage, she cried and complained to her elders. Yu Ran loves to see this kind of scene, but he hates it. Don't let him meet this person, otherwise he must hand over this martial skill and then destroy it, so that more people can't be harmed. Although no one died on the first day of the battle, many were injured. On the second day of the battle, 10 people abandoned the match. Their injuries on the first day did not heal, so they gave up when they encountered strong opponents. The battle on the second day became even more intense. Two people were seriously injured and could no longer compete and withdrew from the competition early. Yu Ran easily defeated his opponent with another move, and Huang Lingmeng won easily, with almost no injuries. On the third day, Yu Ran still defeated his opponent easily, but Huang Lingmeng was not feeling well. Chapter 297 Huang Lingmeng vs Li Xiang. The first group, Li Xiang vs. Huang Lingmeng, venue number 4. Due to the battle in the previous 2 days, number 1 had 4 wounded soldiers, and Li Xiang and Huang Lingmeng had fought with several of them, so they met each other in advance. This is also one of the unspoken rules of the Secret Realm competition. If 2 consecutive victories meet, the winner can be determined even if both teams have 6 wins. Li Xiang is at the 5th level of Huajin, while Huang Lingmeng is at the 3rd level of Huajin. Huang Lingmeng is at a disadvantage in terms of level, but the level of Huang Lingmeng's weapons and martial arts are not low, and he also has top-level inheritance and combat awareness. It's really uncertain who will win. Here, everyone is a genius, so it's hard to fight against a higher level, but it's not impossible. Although Li Xiang looked relaxed on the surface, he felt very heavy inside. There was a high probability that he could not beat Long Bai. If he lost to Huang Lingmeng, he would definitely not make it to the quarterfinals. He has also been paying close attention to Huang Lingmeng's competitions in the past few days. It was not difficult for Huang Lingmeng to win both days. Such strength should not be underestimated among people of the same level. Another point is that Huang Lingmeng is Yu Ran's fiancé, which is known to everyone. He was slapped several times by Yu Ran before, and he was beaten so miserably that he has never let go of the anger in his heart. He is the pride of the Li family. How could he remain indifferent to being insulted like this? But since he couldn't beat Yu Ran, he naturally had to get some interest from Huang Lingmeng. Yu Ran was not too worried about Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmeng was not much weaker than Li Xiang, unless Li Xiang was hiding something big. But what could be so big that he would not fight back even when he was beaten up by himself? So Yu Ran was very optimistic about Huang Lingmeng. Come on, sister. Sister Riemu is the strongest. Huang Lingmeng has gained a few little fans in the past 2 days, who come to cheer her on every day. Huang Lingmeng and Li Xiang stood still on the field. Yu Ran had already finished the game and was watching from below. The referee just glanced at the time and shouted. The game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 whirlwinds swept the field. Huang Lingmeng and Li Xiang both chose to take the initiative to attack. Neither of them was the type to passively take a beating, so they launched attacks at the same time. Huang Lingmeng was still holding the Ling Xiao spear, and Li Xiang was still holding the armor-exploding hammer from 2 days ago. The gun and hammer collided violently, instantly causing endless ripples, and the aftermath was released to the surroundings. The sound shook many people so much that they covered their ears and only dared to stare at the situation on the field. Huang Lingmeng was not as strong as Li Xiang, and suffered a small loss from the collision. Fortunately, his weapon was excellent. The armor-exploding hammer was a late Earth-level weapon, and was not as sharp as the Ling Xiao spear. Huang Lingmeng retreated dozens of steps, while Li Xiang only retreated 3 steps. As soon as Li Xiang's body stabilized, he stepped on the wind again and jumped up, trying to attack Huang Lingmeng directly from the air. Huang Lingmeng was not stupid either. Seeing Li Xiang carrying the power of heaven and earth, she instantly activated the Lingzi step and retreated hundreds of steps until she reached the edge of the venue. Although Li Xiang chased relentlessly, he was still a step too slow. The sledgehammer hit the ground, shaking the entire venue by 3 points, and countless smoke and dust flew up. Li Xiang saw that Huang Lingmeng's body movements were exactly the same as Yu Ran's at the beginning, but she was not as skilled as Yu Ran. Thinking of Yu Ran's insult, Li Xiang became even more furious. He frantically gathered power with the sledgehammer in his hand and his steps became heavy. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Li Xiang is currently accumulating power for his Earth-level martial arts, so the best option for Huang Lingmeng right now is to avoid consuming Li Xiang's energy and strength. But Huang Lingmeng refused to do that. How could she just passively flee? She must fight Li Xiang head-on. Martial God's spear skills, go straight to the dragon. Huang Lingmeng shouted loudly, and instantly the vitality of heaven and earth was divided into two. Li Xiang and Huang Lingmeng each occupied half. On one side was the cocky momentum, and on the other side was the bright yellow fighting spirit. In an instant, they collided in the sky, and there was no winner. Li Xiang was initially wary of Huang Lingmeng escaping, but he didn't expect that he would confront him head-on like this. He, Li Xiang, was not a person with an unworthy reputation. He suddenly jumped up and hit Huang Lingmeng hard when he was 10 feet away from Huang Lingmeng. Yan Li Hammer Shang. Huang Lingmeng didn't panic when he saw the giant hammer flying towards him. He charged up the sky spear to the maximum and stabbed it hard. The collision of hammers and guns, and even the aftermath of the previous one, caused the entire formation to fluctuate violently, almost to the point of being burned to the ground. Everyone in the Tiandao sect watched with fear. Who are these people? It's rare to see people working so hard in the preliminaries. The huge aftermath knocked both Huang Lingmeng and Li Xiang away. Huang Lingmeng held his position with his gun to prevent himself from flying out of the battlefield. Li Xiang turned over in the sky, stabilized his figure, and looked at Huang Lingmeng with a little more solemn eyes. This head-on confrontation won full applause. Good. Come on, sister. Riimune is the best. Li Xiang will win. The Li family is invincible. Both sides cheered, and when Li Xiang fell to the ground again, his shoulder was bleeding, and it seemed that it had been pierced by the light of a gun. Huang Lingmeng was not so relaxed either, with 2 wounds on his left arm from the aftermath. The two seemed to be fighting evenly. But Li Xiang was even more angry. When would he be challenged by others? The vitality in the middle stage of Huajin is many times more powerful than that in the early stage of Huajin. In such a confrontation, he actually lost half a move? He is also the top genius of the 6 Yuan meridians, how could it be possible? As the leader of the Li family, Li Xiang is naturally not a mediocre person. He and Huang Lingmeng are both geniuses of the 6 Yuan meridians, so it is said that it is difficult to jump to a higher level. Everyone is almost the same. Why do you jump to a higher level? But Huang Lingmeng relied on the power of the Ling Xiao spear and the top level of martial arts inheritance to win this move. Li Xiang was angry, but before his anger broke out, he saw Huang Lingmeng coming up to him again. This time Huang Lingmeng attacked him with the power of heaven and earth. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Martial Gods Marksmanship, Wandering Dragon Phantom. The Ling Xiao spear was like a swimming dragon at this moment, roaring and roaring towards Li Xiang. The entire sky was dyed golden by the swimming dragon. The unrivaled power of the world made everyone watching the battle hesitate. Even Yu Ran's eyes were filled with surprise. He was able to instantly evacuate the surrounding world. What a superb martial skill! In this way, even if the opponent uses earth-level martial arts, the power will be slightly less, but when the top powerhouse fights, this slight difference is likely to be the outcome. Others just lamented the general trend of the world, but Li Xiang was really facing the power of the world. The pressure made his legs tremble. No matter how strong the human force was, it was impossible to defeat the heavens. This kind of overwhelming pressure made him unable to breathe. But how can he wait to die? If he is not as good as Yu Ran, is he not as good as Yu Ran's woman? If someone crosses his rank to fight him, Li Xiang will be laughed at for the rest of his life. Li Xiang didn't have time to think too much at this moment. He raised the armor-blasting hammer above his head and input the energy in his hand like crazy. He originally wanted to hide this move until the quarter-finals, but now he has no chance. The explosive armor hammer in his hand suddenly grew in size. It wasn't the shadow of the hammer, but the real explosive armor hammer that grew in size. This change shocked everyone present and focused their attention to see the final outcome. Chapter 298 Reimu's Negligence. Huang Lingmen's magic dragon and Li Xiang's giant hammer collided violently, causing the entire venue to tremble, and the flesh on the face of Dao Duo, the person in charge of the Tiandao sect, trembled slightly. Which knockout tournament has such a confrontation? Usually such people have to hide their strength until the top 8. When the venue is integrated, it will naturally be strengthened. It is difficult for such a situation to shake the earth. They didn't consider that these people would become ruthless in the knockout stage, but no matter what, they couldn't just watch the battlefield be destroyed. If it spreads to other venues, then their reputation of Tiandao will be ruined. Dao Duo took out a charm with some pain. This thing was not cheap, and he was reluctant to use it in the knockout venue. But no matter what, the stability of the field is more important. He lightly punched the spell into the field where Huang Lingmeng was, and the feeling of the earth shaking immediately eased a lot. Although there is still some trembling, it does not affect the overall situation. When the earth shook and the mountains shook just now, many of the people watching above were so scared that they shrank back. Most of them were in Jin and even Ming Jin. If the mountain collapsed, they might all die if the aftermath spilled over. Seeing that the field was stable at this moment, they finally felt relieved and became more courageous. They stretched their heads to watch the situation on the battlefield again. It only took 5 seconds from the time Huang Lingmen Zhoulong and Li Xiang's giant hammers collided to stabilize the battlefield, and now was the time to decide the winner. Li Xiang's giant hammer finally had a slight advantage. His high-level and hidden cards were still half a step ahead of Huang Lingmeng. Yulong's gun shadow was scattered, but the giant hammer in Li Xiang's hand also shrank from the original 20 feet to 7 or 8 feet. Even so, it was still a huge thing in his hand. Li Xiang took advantage of the aftermath of victory and rushed towards Huang Lingmeng, pursuing the victory to determine the winner. Death! Li Xiang roared angrily to boost his morale, and his voice echoed throughout the mountain tops. He was getting closer and closer to Huang Lingmeng. When the distance was less than 100 meters, he finally saw Huang Lingmen's state clearly. Not only did Huang Lingmeng not show any fear at this moment, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Li Xiang's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that it was not good, but at this moment the arrow was already on the string and he had no choice but to take action, and it was too late for him to stop. However, Huang Lingmeng was seen leaping into the air at this moment, dodging Li Xiang's fatal blow in an instant. The moment Li Xiang's giant hammer landed, the gun's light shone brightly. Martial God's marksmanship, spear throwing. Huang Lingmeng fiercely threw out the Ling Xiao spear in his hand and attacked Li Xiang fiercely. The huge armor-exploding hammer had returned to its normal size. Li Xiang had no time to counterattack, so he had to block the armor-piercing hammer by moving it over his head, forcing him to use his defensive skills. Bang! There was a crisp sound of weapons clashing, but this time the winner was finally decided. Li Xiang was knocked to the ground by the blow from the Ling Xiao spear, and the giant hammer in his hand fell away. Huang Lingmeng landed on the ground and held the Ling Xiao spear, pointing the tip of the spear at Li Xiang. Yu Ran watched from the side and wanted to applaud. Huang Lingmen's martial arts talent and combat awareness were truly amazing. First, she used the phantom of the wandering dragon to absorb the surrounding world and weaken the power of Li Xiang's earth-level martial arts. Even so, she knew that she was no match for Li Xiang. Therefore, when attacking, you should save your energy and charge up the Lingzi step, and wait for Li Xiang to take advantage of the victory to pursue him. The Ling Xiao spear in his hand is only a peak Xian level skill, but the preparation time is much less than that of the earth level skill. At this moment, there was a time difference between hitting Li Xiang hammer on the ground and reacting. Li Xiang was caught off guard and was defeated by a seemingly inconspicuous peak Xian level martial arts. It's so exciting that even Yu Ran has to admire Huang Lingmen's martial arts awareness, using the time difference of his skills and the general trend of the world to successfully defeat the weak and the strong, he is worthy of the name of martial arts idiot. At this moment, Huang Lingmen's gun tip was pointed at Li Xiang, and the referee was about to announce the end of the game. At this moment, Huang Lingmeng suddenly shook his body, as if he was feeling unwell. Li Xiang's gloomy eyes suddenly brightened, and he seized this moment to pick up a sledgehammer and attack Huang Lingmeng fiercely. Huang Lingmen's sudden physical discomfort caused her body to tremble, but at this moment, Li Xiang seized the opportunity, and the explosive hammer instantly hammered away the Ling Xiao gun. Huang Lingmeng staggered and had to retreat quickly. The referee was also confused at this time. Does this count as Huang Lingmen's victory? The audience above was even more angry, crazily criticizing Li Xiang's behavior. What is this? If Sister Lingmeng had attacked him just now, he would have been dead. How could he use the competition to launch a sneak attack without killing anyone? There is no martial virtue anymore. This Li Xiang has no martial virtue. At this time, even people from the Li family did not dare to speak for Li Xiang. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Huang Lingmeng was showing mercy just now, otherwise the Ling Xiao spear could directly penetrate Li Xiang. As a result, Li Xiang caught the moment when Huang Lingmeng was slacking off and burst out. Huang Lingmen's trembling was only seen by Yu Ran and the referee, who were very close. The others just thought it was Huang Lingmeng slacking off. The faces of the Li family were burning, but they did not dare to argue, otherwise they would definitely be attacked by a group of people. Even Li Rulan, the elder of the Li family, had a serious face but said nothing. If Li Xiang loses, he will try his best to fight Long Bai. If he cannot beat Long Bai, he will be eliminated. He will naturally be harshly criticized when he returns to the Li family. If you win and enter the quarter-finals at this moment, it will indeed not look good in terms of appearance, but if you really get benefits, you can stop others from talking about it later. As time goes by, you will forget it, but you must not talk nonsense at this moment. After Li Xiang escaped from the trap this time, his attack became more fierce, fighting Huang Lingmeng crazily, making it impossible for Huang Lingmeng to escape. The level gap was most obvious in melee combat. Every heavy blow from Li Xiang made Huang Lingmeng a little unable to withstand. Just now, Huang Lingmen's energy consumption was much greater than that of Li Xiang in order to calculate, so he was naturally at a disadvantage now. Riemu, it's okay. Yu Ran wanted to follow his previous instructions and ask Huang Lingmeng to admit defeat if he couldn't hold on, but Huang Lingmeng was full of unwillingness. She obviously won. She couldn't calm down after admitting defeat like this. She would never admit defeat. Seeing that Huang Lingmeng refused to admit defeat, Li Xiang used more and more force and strikes more and more cruelly, firmly taking the initiative. He and Li Rulan had the same idea. Winners and losers will be forgotten sooner or later, and tangible benefits are the key. If he can't make it into the top 8, the Li family may not give him the quota this time, and they will also reduce the resources for his training. He will never allow it. Li Xiang thought of this and attacked Huang Lingmeng fiercely. At this moment, Huang Lingmeng was at the end of his crossbow. The Ling Xiao spear passively defended and was shocked by the giant hammer in the abdomen. He flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Xiang's giant hammer stopped on top of Huang Lingmen's head, his face expressionless. Referee, haven't you announced the winner yet? Chapter 299 Riemu is pregnant. Huang Lingmen's eyes were full of unwillingness, but the pain on her body was more than unwilling at the moment. She suddenly clutched her stomach and turned extremely pale. After being reminded by Li Xiang, the referee announced the result of the game as if he had just woken up from a dream. The first group, Li Xiang Sheng. Li Xiang put away the explosive hammer and returned to the Li family's place with an expressionless face, and was instantly criticized by countless people. Trash, a scum of martial arts. Sister Lingmeng obviously won and still carried out a sneak attack, shameless. This is the most disgusting game I have ever seen. I suspect the referee was bribed and did not award a loss. Does the Li family still have some martial arts spirit? Li Ruan led the Li family members away from the venue with an expressionless face. As long as it didn't make a big fuss, this little thing would be forgotten sooner or later, but there was also a hint of contempt in his eyes when he looked at Li Xiang. Li Xiang followed behind him silently, and his brothers and sisters who used to please him also stayed silent and even deliberately stayed away. The referee was also open-mouthed and unable to argue. He also had to have time to react. Who knew the situation would change in an instant? Amidst the boos, he could only continue to host the next game with his head downcast. He was innocent, but this time there was a high probability that money would be deducted. Yu Ran was not in the mood to pay attention to the Li family or the referee at the moment, and he couldn't even hear the overwhelming comments. He hugged Huang Lingmeng and ran all the way. He had obviously taken the healing medicine, but Huang Lingmeng's face was still pale, holding his stomach and saying nothing. The word pain is written all over my body. Yu Ran still had the mood to pay attention to the others, so he went to the limit and took Huang Lingmeng to the location of the Yun family. Yun Sheng had been waiting here for a long time, looking at Yu Ran who looked anxious and offering words of comfort. Don't worry, I have already notified the Yun family's therapist, she will be here soon. Seeing that something was wrong just now, Yun Sheng hurriedly called a therapist. The therapist was more professional than ordinary doctors and could treat the warrior's injuries. Even the huge Yun family doesn't have a few healers who can treat Huajin, so it's naturally impossible to follow the team. As time passed, Huang Lingmen's expression did not improve at all. Yu Ran put her on the bed and held her hand tightly, looking anxious. If it hurts, just scream out. Don't hold it in. The therapist will be here soon. Huang Lingmeng looked pale but said nothing. When Yu Ran summoned him, he just showed a pale smile. It's okay, it just hurts a little. We are all people who have experienced big winds and waves. This little thing is nothing. Yu Ran looked at Huang Lingmen's pale face, and murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. He wanted to get a reward honestly, but some people really wanted to die. Just when he was thinking about how to kill Li Xiang, the door opened, and a beautiful middle-aged woman walked in carelessly. She was wearing a green dress and glanced at Yu Ran. Go out. Yu Ran didn't dare to argue at this moment. Yun Sheng had mentioned the therapist's weird temper before, so he naturally didn't dare to provoke him and just nodded obediently. Master Healer, I hope you can cure Riemu. The therapist didn't talk nonsense and just waved his hand. Of course I will try my best. After Yu Ran exited the room, he paced back and forth outside the door, wanting to see what was going on inside from time to time, but in the end he didn't dare to use his mental power to check. If he really offended the therapist, he would be in trouble. I don't know whether it was an hour or 2 hours later, but the therapist opened the door and walked out, looking at Yu Ran with an unkind expression. Walking around makes a lot of noise. Yu Ran could only laugh with him, but he was more concerned about Huang Lingmen's question, so he still asked. Sir Healer, how is Riemu's condition? The therapist gave him a somewhat unhappy look. I have a name, Yunkai. Okay, Master Yunkai, how is Lingmen's situation? Are you his man? Yun Qi suddenly asked something he didn't want to do, but Yu Ran couldn't figure it out and just answered truthfully. Yes, Lord Yunkai, is Lingmeng feeling better now? After Yu Ran answered, he saw Yun Qi giving him a disgusted look. Yu Ran didn't know where he offended Yun Qi. If it weren't for Huang Lingmeng, he would have wanted to rip off Yun Qi's head. When did I act so lowly? I am a supervillain, and I always show off my power. But just be a little aggrieved for the sake of your wife. Yun Qi looked at Yu Ran still looking at him, feeling furious in his heart. Scumbag, no man is good. The woman inside is pregnant and you still let her fight and hurt her abdomen. Is there a man like you? Yu Ran was stunned by Yun Qi's words like a thunderbolt. Lingmeng is pregnant. No wonder she eats more and more frequently during these times. No wonder she always likes to sleep during this time. All the irrationality was solved at this moment. He always thought that Ling Meng came here because he liked to eat. Now that he thought about it, he was really an idiot. Ling Meng had already lost his strength. It wasn't the first time he came here. Why? Will I suddenly eat more? Yunqi looked at Yu Ran's appearance and felt a little sympathy in his heart. Judging from Yu Ran's appearance, he probably really didn't know. After all, it was impossible to tell from the appearance that she was pregnant for 1 or 2 months. But she just doesn't like men, so she naturally speaks more aggressively. Stupefied? I didn't know to do a checkup earlier, and let her compete in martial arts. Do you know what it means to kill 2 people with 1 body? Yu Ran was suddenly brought back to reality by 1 corpse and 2 lives, and his whole face changed suddenly. Therapist, protect your health, protect your health, you must protect your health. Yu Ran's voice was almost like a roar. Yunqi was startled by Yu Ran, and then she showed a rare smile despite her bad temper. This little boy was quite interesting. I can't protect you. Yu Ran didn't bother her anymore when he heard the words, and rushed directly to the room. If you can't protect me, just look for the system. When Huang Lingmeng was held in his arms, the system said it could not diagnose the problem, but it could recommend medication if the problem was found. Yu Ran saw that Yunqi could not be saved, so he quickly went in and asked the system to prescribe medicine. We have lots of points. Yunqi has been embarrassed recently. How long has it been since anyone dared to ignore him like this? Just now, he was so humble and humble. When he heard that it was useless, he immediately abandoned it. Bah, man! This man doesn't listen to everything he's told. He insists on protecting the elder and the younger, why can't he protect everyone? Idiot! Thinking of this, Yunqi hummed and went to find Yun Sheng. Yu Ran was holding Huang Lingmen's hand at the moment, dissing the system in his mind like crazy. The system will come out soon. You can give me the medicine. You can give me as many points as you want. I want to keep Riemu. Huang Lingmeng saw Yu Ran in a daze and poked Yu Ran's face with her finger. Yu Ran ignored the system's reply and quickly returned to reality. Riemu, don't worry, it's nothing serious, I will definitely save you. Huang Lingmeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and touched Yu Ran's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Nothing happened to me. Why did his father suddenly go crazy? Yu Ran was stunned on the spot, but he happened to browse the system's replies. Host, I see that her complexion has improved a lot. Is it possible that she doesn't need to take any more medicine? Chapter 300 Plan to kill the heroine. Yu Ran was surprised and happy at the moment, and he immediately understood the implication of Huang Lingmen's words. As long as it's okay, it'll be okay. Huang Lingmeng snickered. Inside, she heard Yu Ran's heart-rending shouts to keep him alive. Who is this? He doesn't want his own baby? Huang Lingmeng touched his belly and frowned. If it weren't for you, how could your mother lose? Even before you were born, you already knew you were causing trouble for your mother. Yu Ran suddenly giggled. He was going to be a father. He instantly felt that he was much older, and his figure became taller and taller. He wanted to give his child a good impression. This made Huang Lingmeng giggle. This child is still a little bit old, so he can't feel what's going on outside. Huang Lingmen's laughter brought Yu Ran back to reality, and he suddenly looked serious. You are not allowed to participate in the next competition, including the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. These things are not as important as your half a cent. I will get you whatever you need when the time comes. Huang Lingmeng looked at Yu Ran's serious look, but kept laughing. Silly, of course I won't participate. Not to mention that I'm still injured. Even if I'm not, I won't fight again for this little guy. Huang Lingmeng became a mother for the first time. Even the martial arts idiot put away her warlike heart and only wanted to give birth to this little guy. Yu Ran was relieved when Huang Lingmeng agreed, and chatted with Huang Lingmeng for a long time about household matters, until Huang Lingmeng felt a little sleepy before leaving. Huang Lingmeng, who was pregnant and injured, really needs to rest now. The moment he stepped out of the door, Yu Ran's eyes suddenly became sharp. Li Xiang must die. No matter what, he had to die. Huang Lingmeng almost died in 1 and 2 lives, but Yu Ran would never spare him. But if he killed Li Xiang outside, the trouble would still be quite big, so he wanted to kill Li Xiang openly and leave the Li family speechless. Thinking of this, Yu Ran took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hey, father-in-law, it's like this, Lingmeng is pregnant. Huang Yongsheng on the other end was a little impatient at first, wondering why this kid was calling him, but he immediately became energetic and his voice raised an octave. What did you say, Lingmeng is pregnant? The secretaries general and commanders on the side looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. General Huang finally had a wife. Yes, but there are some things I want my father-in-law to help me with. Here's the thing. After Huang Yongsheng hung up the phone, Yu Ran's words still echoed in his mind. He punched the table with anger still on his face. That's too much to bully. Do you think our southern military headquarters has no one? The commander and the secretary general looked at each other in confusion, but saw Huang Yongsheng running out in a hurry, so they had no choice but to follow behind, not knowing what happened. Yu Ran thought about it and realized that the guarantee was in place. The next step was to find the organizer. Master Yu, this matter is also very difficult for us. We have already severely punished the referee for his mistakes. The elder of the Tiandao sect looked apologetic. In that second and a half, the referee did not have time to react, but if something went wrong, he would naturally have to give an explanation. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Huang Lingmeng won. It is almost certain that Huang Lingmeng won the top 8, at least one spot in the Sea of Cloud's secret realm, which is no small matter. Elder, I was watching the whole battle and I know what's going on. However, since there is a problem, there must be a solution. Changing the sentence now has no meaning. It can only affect the reputation of Tiandaomen. This is something that no one wants. I hope to see it, so I only have one request, let me and Li Xiang line up together in the quarter-finals. The elders of the Tiandao sect quickly agreed when they saw that Yu Ran was so easy to talk to. It couldn't be easier for personnel to fight with a little trick. And according to the usual practice, it is usually the first in the group and the second in the group. Yu Ran is most likely to be the first in their group, and Li Xiang is the second, which is reasonable. Even if both are ranked first or second, no one will say anything when they are ranked together. This is normal and has happened in previous years. Therefore, it is really a small thing for Tiandaomen, so naturally he agreed wholeheartedly. Yu Ran was relieved to see that the matter was resolved so easily. He was also planning to use the military to put pressure, but it seemed that there was no need for it now. That's fine, Li Xiang, just wait. When Yu Ran returned to the house, he saw Huang Lingmeng asleep and resting in the room next to him, so he could take care of him if something happened. It was also the first time for him to take care of a pregnant person. Some of the details were indeed not clear. In fact, Huang Lingmeng had only been a month or 2 and didn't need to take care of her like this. It was just that caring was confusing. Host, the way you spoke before was very unlike a villain. According to the script I read, you should say to Yunqi, woman, you are playing with fire, say it. Yu Ran was lying on the bed to rest when the system suddenly said something that almost made him laugh. Which website did this guy go to read Boss Ba's novels? I think I'm already quite a villain, but a villain is not a pervert, so shouldn't I be kind to my own people? Host, you are right, so you will look like a villain again later. Yu Ran smiled and said nothing, and the system went back to immersing himself in his boss novel. Yu Ran closed his eyes and leaned on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. If Li Xiang was killed, even if the Li family didn't say anything, the relationship would be extremely frozen. He originally planned to take Li Fengling under his command and completely cut off Xiao Feng's career as a heroine, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. It would be difficult for Li Fengling to like Li Fengling again if he was at odds with the Li family. Then this heroine cannot be used, she can only be killed. There was a fierce look in Yu Ran's eyes, and the system felt like he was a real villain at this moment. Therefore, all the previous plans must be overturned, and Li Fengling's death must be rearranged, and this death must be blamed on Xiao Feng, causing him to completely lose the protection of the Li family. It's a bit difficult, but the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds is the best opportunity. This time Yu Ran enters alone, it is his home court. Yu Ran finalized some rough plans overnight. He only knew roughly what was going on in the Sea of Clouds secret realm, and the information about the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds provided by the Yun family was limited. This is the first plan he has made without relying on the opportunities in the book. Although it is only a rough idea, the tone has been set, Li Fengling must die. Yu Ran thought about it and arrived at sunrise. Today's competition will continue. Yu Ran still won with one move, without any technical content. Huang Lingmeng was not here, and he had no interest in other games. He went back to the house and continued to take care of Huang Lingmeng. In Huang Lingmen's house, Yun Yi was taking care of her, but she said she was taking care of her, but in fact, she was just chatting. It was normal for Huang Lingmeng to eat and drink anything. If it weren't for the sake of her children, she would be fine if she didn't eat for a few days. After Yu Ran entered, Ling Meng also smiled. There's nothing wrong with today's game, right? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.